mark on. Get your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on. Go. Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
And so it begins. New levels of smooth for your skin. Move so slick. Ooh, it's gonna click. Go. Get your mark on. 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 Get your mark on.
The exciting new Mark III grooming range. Get your mark on.
Yo, what is going on that side of this desk? Because we are back again with day 3. This is either, I'll call it a midway either to heaven or to hell itself, because either you build your momentum today or you fall down. But before anything, this is me, Darshita, and alongside I have my amazing co-caster, no other than Sam. Yes, our doctor analyst that, Edge always calls you Sam. I'll be calling him today, but he'll be joining us few moments later. This is Gillette 7Sea Invitational by Skyesports, and we are really honored to welcome you guys on Destiny. This is day 3 of Grand Finals, and this is going to be a day which either builds your entire momentum or breaks it apart completely.
Yep, it is going to be a decider today, as we were talking about it, not in terms of a judgment day or you get the champions title, as Darshita mentioned. It's either I would say, step up to where you can reach to, or it's just a complete fall down to the bottom parts of the overall standings. Yes, we will be taking a look at it as we progress, but right now it is all about the prize pool that these teams are fighting relentlessly without giving up even a single day, even a single matchup. They're trying to go in for repetitive chicken dinners. They're looking forward to performing as much as they can, but it is because, as I was saying, the prize pool, yes, but it is $20,000, Darshita. It's a lump sum of $20,000 which is split into 13 different prices and adding on to another extra 2, which is going to be MVP as well as MVT.
That's gonna be a huge one, Sam. Right from the start itself, we have 8,000 USD for the very first, the team, the champions will be taking the bragging rights of Gillette 7Sea Invitational. On the second, we have $4,000. On the third, we have $1,500. Next up, if I talk about the fourth to the eighth position, we have $700. Ninth to 13th, you get $300. But unfortunately, from 14, 15, and 16, you ain't getting rewarded. That's zero, right? There's nothing that you get rewarded with. But as you mentioned about the MVP and the MVT, there's these two prizes that I do have my eyes on, because imagine a team that's on #1 getting the title of MVP even. That's a total of $9,000, and eventually, if they get the MVT as well, that's a total of $9,500. A huge one itself.
Exactly. The prizes are right now big, and especially as you said, you can also make it not double specifically, but at least extra from the champions title itself. But who are the teams who have joined us and who are the grand finalists of the Gillette 7Sea Invitational? We had 24 invited teams, out of which now we have trickled down to only 16 teams who are fighting with all they've got. Starting it's going to be Godlike Esports, Team Soul, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, TSM, Godlike having Clutch God, Neo, Z-God, Jonathan S. Power and Gil, Soul having Akshat, Omega, Goblin, Hector, Player 5 and Player 6, Gamla Boy. It will be in SKYLIGHTZ along with Somraj, Pukar, Vexy, Ronak and Don. TSM consists of Shadow, Blaze, Aquanox, Ninja, Jod, No Footstep and Coach. So let's see what these 4 teams are packing. Godlike are already packing themselves up with the champions title. They're gearing and getting ready for the champions title because they are staying strong on day 1, on day 2 with the point difference as well. But as we know, day 3, as you also mentioned, Darshit, in the starting, there could be a lot of changes and teams can make it to the top. They can start climbing up or they can immediately fall down. And Soul, I hope they're looking forward to climb up.
There are four teams on the next slide that we have, Sam, right now. That's no other than 7C, Revenant, OR, and CHEMIN. Now, these set of teams are
Hmm.
something that I am looking forward to, because there's a lot that they can do, not just as an individual talent, but as an individual team as well. If you see these players, somewhere down the line they are popping up, but somewhere they are eventually falling. So this day, either they just grab every momentum that they got and make this day work in their favor, or they lose everything that they got. From 7C, we have Prince, Aladdin, Sarang, Spraygod, Savitar, and Ranjit. Revenant, Enco, Top Dog, Paradox, Hyoya, Austin, Vortex, and New Player. OR, Jelly, Aru, Aditya, Atanki, Player 8, and New Boy. And from Kemen, we have Destro, Delta, Justin, Robin, Bob Dope, and New Player. Now, these names, they are huge. They already have did a lot. Now, if I talk about specific players right here, we have Sarang and Spraygod from 7C, who have been doing a 1v2, 1v3, who have been performing exceptionally well these days. From Kevin Esports, even we have Delta PG. Now, I still remember Sanhok map, where Delta, he had almost 35 health kits, and he got his team the #3 spot. And
Hmm.
that was matter for Kemen. If you have seen them, these players, they tend to survive more than collecting and accumulating the number of finishes for themselves.
I mean, finishers and placements is something even these teams need to look forward to. Right now, you're looking at a next set of finalists. It's going to be Enigma Gaming, Hyderabad HYDRAS, Team 8-Bit, and Enigma Galaxy. Enigma consisting of Rex, Egi, Evo, Idli, Avi, Viru, as well as to represent the whole team. There's a player called Enigma Gaming itself, but Hyderabad HYDRAS consisting of Ace Black, Carry, Manti, Striker, and Maxi. And all these players from Hyderabad HYDRAS, I mean, they kind of show us they can individually also perform, and the skill set is also proven in every matchup that we see. 8-bit consisting of Tsunami, Raid, Juicy, Madman, Secret, and Wriggle Toss. Nigma Galaxy with MJ, Apollo, Dreams, Vixie, and Max. So these two teams that we are seeing, 8-bit and Nigma Galaxy. Nigma Galaxy having a little bit of a tough time. They have to start climbing up a little further, but we will be seeing how soon that further situation is going to be, because it's not going to be an easy thing. And I'm looking forward to what all these teams, because as we were saying, right, 8-bit, they have to worry about what they can do next. Nigma Galaxy, they have to figure a way to get to the top, because they're figuring a way out to get a couple of points, but that amount of points is not always enough, Darshita. So I'm looking forward to what these teams will be looking forward to doing, because as today is going to be hopefully the day of comebacks, because a lot of the teams, as we were saying, right, they need to start climbing up.
I agree on that, because see, as I started my day saying on a specific note, that this is day 3 and this is the midway of the entire tournament itself. But before we go any further, I would even love to see the overall standing on what has happened and what is going to happen. There's a lot that I really expect in terms of number from each and every of this team. Now,
Hmm.
talking specifically of what has happened previously, Godlike, they have dominated the entire 2 days. I didn't even see one moment where Godlike was pushed down. I mean, yeah, once OR did, where Godlike was pushed down. But again, Godlike, they weren't happy with the fact that they were pushed down, and you can see them shining really bright on that #1. We have OR on the second and Enigma on the third position. So these 3 places are something that ain't changing no matter what. And we have a lot of changes then from the fourth position itself, where we can see TSM with 116, SKYLIGHTZ on fifth with 111, Hyderabad Hydras got 101. Team 8-Bit got 100. But the only team right now I want to talk about is CHEMIN Esports, because look at them. The only team with 2 digits in the first sides of overall standings is CHEMIN Esports.
Kemen, without chicken dinners, they are proving really good. But yes, we know what Kemen can do. I think
True.
we have not yet seen the potential that Kemen showed us on semifinals here in grand finals. They've not started popping off. They're right now playing as calm as ever. They're just looking forward to points, whether it's going to be placement or finishes. However, they can get it, they're just taking some after every matchup. So when Kemen start popping off, I think a lot of these teams, especially in the first page, need to start worrying about, because they can topple them down, and the amount of price that one of these teams could get, that should be $4,000 or $1,500, can be snatched away from Kemen, and maybe even the $8,000 of the champions title. But for the teams who have dreams of making their way into the champions position, the first part of the overall standings, it's going to be tough. That is in the second page, because you can see I would go from bottom to top here. 16th position starting it off is going to be Team Soul. As I did say, they're going to be having a tough day today. They have to do a lot of rank ups. Entity Gaming as well. They're at the 15th position with 60 points, along with Global Esports, NIGMA Galaxy with 61, Blind at 62, Marcos with 75, and just a single point difference for Revenant, who will be standing at the 10th position. But after this, a 6 point lead is what 7C has. But look at this. We saw NIGMA Galaxy had a good day yesterday. Global Esports kind of wavy, but still were getting points, but did have back to back a match where they did get 0 points in terms of both placement and finishes, because the entirety of that map became a zero for them. So I think when they're having a good day or even a decent day, if matches like this come in between where they don't get any points, Darshita, it'll ruin their momentum.
Agree on that, because right now you're talking about global esports having 0 point in two maps entirely. There's one more team who got zero in terms of finishes and placement, and that was Team Soul. Now, Team Soul is a team that consists of so much of aggressive players, I would say. These
Hmm.
players individually are way too aggressive and they can make it work in their favor, but that is something they, need to decide on what is going wrong. But as I keep on saying more about aggressiveness, we have the top five most aggressive players still date in the grand finals of Gillette 7Sea Invitational, and that's no other. To start things off, that's going to be Ninja Jord with 21 total finishes and a total contribution of 38.89% for his entire team. On the second, we have Godlike Neo with 21 finishes, but the contribution level is going to be 28, because look at that. The only reason that Neo, after getting the same amount of finishes that Ninja Jord has, the contribution level is 28 because Godlike got three of their players in top fraggers leaderboard. That's no other than Jonathan and Z-God, even making an entry on the fourth and the fifth position. And in center of all this, as we are in the center of the grand finals, we have Viru standing really strong.
These top five fraggers, they're going to be giving their all, Darshita, making sure they get the chance of the MVP. I'm saying get the chance because this is not confirmed. They're not going to be walking away with the champions title. I mean, saying for their team and for them as an individual, the most valuable player award. It's not easy up for grabs because they have to, if you want to say obstacles for the matches that we are going to be witnessing, or if you want to say blockades, whatever it may be, they have to tread the path of these six matches every day till the last day. That's going to be April 3rd. Starting is going to be Erangel, then we are going to be seeing Miramar again Erangel and Miramar. So the first four matches, it's going to be a cascading Erangel and Miramar effect that we are going to be seeing. But after that, the last two matches for the day is where the twister happens. That's going to be Sanhok and Erangel. But just like the 2 days that we saw of action, day 1 and day 2, team which gets their victory on Sanhok does also end up getting the chicken dinner on Erangel itself. It has been a story that has been kind of repeating for the last 2 days. Not too sure if it will be happening thrice, but if it happens thrice, as you said yesterday, Darshita, it's going to be something as a fact that we all have to accept.
As I said, right, only agreeing you when it happens today. So
Hmm.
I'm really high on hopes today of one single, winner being repeated in the last two maps itself, and the four rest of the winners being different. Now, different in terms of the past 2 days, because past 2 days we have witnessed all four different winners. Now, yeah, Enigma repeated, TSM repeated their victory. I mean, Godlike got a victory. They started it off in a real good note, but again, what has happened in Erangel is something that we need to talk more about. Right now, we have the map chance. That's the stats of these teams, specifically in Erangel and specifically in grand finals itself. Enigma, the highest placement points that they got is 7, and the finishes per map, if you talk about, that's near to 8. The stats is looking good for Enigma, I would say, with 7 and 8, a great balance. But
Hmm.
coming to Hyderabad Hydras, the placement points are looking good. In terms of finishes per match, it could have been better with one or two more finishes, right?
Everybody would be better with one or two finishes, one or two extra placement points. That's what everybody will be thinking. Just one more point, if we would have gotten, we would have gotten the champions title. We would
So
have gotten
true.
the first runner up. We would become the second runner up. I mean, this is how it is going to be. But yesterday we did see some teams with 0 points, Darshita. I mean, if you remember, Soul, I think even we did see Nigma Galaxy also in 0 points. Not on our angle, but I think it was Miramar. So it is looking a little bit better some rays of hope, some rays of sunshine on all these teams, that looking at their digits, we think that maybe they can be better today. And it is also that the gameplay improves day by day, right? But again, as I said, for these teams which are in the bottom, the teams at the top also improve their gameplay. So the team which is already good is getting better, but the team which was not that great is getting better. So there are two, I would say, how would you put it? Two counter reactions happening here. Which is going to be better is going to be the question that I'll be looking forward to. But yes, it's time. We have seen all the initial details, all the initial, I would say, info that we needed or you needed, and now you have an idea about what is going to be happening. Because today is where all these teams have to get their game faces on and make sure they find a way to do a comeback and get themselves. And even I would say the last that we see, the highlight where the mark moment for the day. I hope one of these teams who are doing the comeback as well get into that mark moment.
Really hoping for that. I'm really hoping for a smooth gameplay today because right, this day is going to decide a lot of things. I mean,
Hmm.
now just giving it a second thought, what if God like runs away with a lot of points today?
Yes.
It's going to get so difficult for the other teams out there to make their way to the top with the remaining 2 days. And for vice versa, or for contradicting my statement as well, if I say that what if Godlike doesn't get any point? It would be
Hmm.
easy for other teams to make a way up. So there's always like a two-way split that you got. Either you choose a left way, either you choose a right way. It completely depends on how smooth the ways go. But by talking more about the smooth matches and everything, I remember the Gillette Mac 3 Razors.
Oh
Razors, they
yes.
are really so smooth right now. I mean, my brother got one as I was talking about it previously,
I mean,
and
I
my
just did
brother.
it today morning.
Oh, okay. So I guess it should be you talking more about it.
Hmm.
I mean, before I say anything, it should be you talking about all that you experienced.
Oh yes, this is going to be, I would say, one of the best experiences when you, uh, I would say, use the Gillette Mark 3 razor. But again, the best experiences are also being dealt and showcased to us from all these top fraggers. You saw the first five top fraggers, but this gives you an idea that there are another set of five fraggers who are going to be making their way in this Gillette 7Sea Invitational. But also, I was saying about the razor. It's a limited edition one, Darshita, that our viewers need to get their hands on. It's going to be limited edition, BGMI edition especially, and you can flex about that with hashtag get your game face on, hashtag your mark movement. And also, in case you're wondering where you can find the razor, it will be having a link in the description so you can go ahead and purchase it. But right now, as I said, these set of five insane fraggers. Do you think, Darshita, that we are going to be seeing any of these, I would say, 6th to 10th positioned fraggers making their way into the first spot? First five.
No, I mean, I really don't know if that is going to happen. But there's one thing I'm really sure about, Sam, that is going to happen is new faces making their way up. Now, this is something that is a point that we need to have our eyes on, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? The 2 days, these players, they have been sticking really hard on the positions that they already have. But at the end of the day, there's always a new ray of hope that you see coming. So
Yes.
maybe they, even if they don't move a muscle out there, there are a lot of players out here to snatch away the position itself that these
Mm-hmm.
players are holding. So there's going to be a lot of ups and downs. There's going to be a lot of switches in terms of positions, in terms of placements, in terms of top fraggers and everything. But where it is all starting is Erangel
Mm-hmm.
itself, the classic and the vanilla map we always keep talking about.
Exactly. It's going to be Erangel. I'm looking forward to how these teams are going to be treading their path here on Erangel, because it's not going to be easy. Even though we talk about it a little bit better than how Miramar is kind of having in terms of its terrain, but it does not matter at this moment of the matchup that we are seeing, Darshita, because if you remember, and if all our viewers have the idea, we have seen how matches yesterday have, I would say, kind of found its way, how it's all concluded. Erangel seemed like it was Miramar. Miramar seemed like it was Erangel. It was so weird to see that there was chaos everywhere, that there was third parties happening, and we could not find our footing as casters to what instance do we have to justify or talk about. And that's how brilliant the matches were yesterday. But it was day two, as we said, so matches kind of can be wavery, and teams just kind of figured out what works for them, and those teams did put up one hell of a show. We did see new winners as well, but today is day three. I'm hoping for just new winners coming in all the six different matches, but do you think that's going to be happening?
Yes, For
Okay.
sure. I mean, okay. I don't know if my face looks a bit confusing right now, seeing me on casted as scout here. But again, this can happen only because it's day three, and this will
Yes.
happen because it's day three. Is two statements. I'll make it really very clear. I mean, this day is all about comebacks, and now, as you said, the
Hmm.
teams have already read all the strategies for past 2 days. 12 straight maps, may it be Miramar, may it be Sanhok, may it be Erangel. These players have been playing together. They started
Yes.
reading everything that they can. Now, we talk about third party. Now, third party is all about reading strategies, right? Now, you took me back to a third party that happened previously in Erangel itself. It was
Hmm.
Godlike and Globally Esports fighting it out, where 7C, they did a third party. Now, after that incident happened, I was like, okay, finally, there's only one third party happening, but I was denied again because when Godlike got in a fight with 7C, it was CHEMIN Esports taking a third party. So there's a lot of parties that's going to happen all over, no matter what the situation is, what the map is. We keep on talking that Miramar is a map where you need to be careful about third parties, but
Hmm.
previous day, we got it clear that no, it is not Miramar. It can be Erangel, it can be Sanhok as well. So these
Exactly.
teams, they need to be prepared up for everything and anything.
It's not bound to the map's name. It's
Yeah,
just that how
that's the
players
point.
are feeling on that specific map when they get down, when they're fighting. But now we are just waiting for the flight being refueled. I mean, it's taken right, a cold start we have to do right before, because it's kind of a gap of around close to 10 hours or plus. So the flight was resting just like us. So right now it's getting warmed up, and then we are going to be heading to the first plane path that we are going to be seeing. Whether it's going to be diagonal, whether it's going to be completely, I would say, even Steven splitting the map in half, or whether it's going to be something disastrous, just like we started yesterday, Darshita. We saw yesterday's flight path, a complete southern one. Was like, what does, I mean, what even the BGMI gods are thinking about? I was so unclear.
Very true. I mean, at the end of the day, right, it depends completely on the fly path and the
Mm-hmm.
play zone that we have on a screen. And not just for us, but I'm just giving it a second thought for the players itself. A huge surprise, right? Just imagine that you are playing BGMI, you're just chilling out. I mean, not chilling out to be honest, but you are playing a amazing match with your friends, and you're like, okay, that's our drop location. For example, it may be Pochinki. Let's take Pochinki. That Pochinki is our drop
Oh.
location, and suddenly you get a surprise that the fly path is favoring Lipoka, and then you are just in sort of confusions, right, on what
Mm-hmm.
can be done. Now we need to get down, we need to find vehicles, we need to make our way to Pochinki, and that's where entirely it will take you more like 4 to 5 minutes, and that's the time that one circle takes to shrink in. So
Mm-hmm.
you know, right, how difficult it is for the players to get out of that situation, make their way
Yes.
to a second drop location maybe.
It's very difficult, especially as you said, if players and teams get denied and they get isolated, and teams are going to be easily picking up those first finishes. And we saw that happening on Erangel whenever it played out yesterday. We thought it would happen frequently on Miramar, but on Miramar it just happened once or twice. So here on Erangel, as you said, we might be seeing a lot of it, because the flight path has been taking disastrous turns. I would use that word, because it has not been a favorable one. As you said, we think that maybe teams are okay, comfortable with Pochinki, and we might see a centralized flight path coming through, but then the flight path says something else. BGMI gods end up saying something else. But here's what, Darshita, I have my eyes set on. Yesterday, SKYLIGHTZ, when they were fighting against Marcos in the initial matches, we saw that they were not having a good day. They were not able to capitalize. So in the next few matches that we saw in Erangel, SKYLIGHTZ gave up that position of Pochinki, headed the direction to a different position, and they were, I would say, better. They did come up close. We did even see them being at the top four, get a lot of points, especially in the last match. So do you think that's going to be happening here, or SKYLIGHTZ will be looking forward to regaining Pochinki back as maybe their base?
I doubt. I really doubt we'll find SKYLIGHTZ Gaming in Pochinki because
Mm-hmm.
you know, right? Marcos has been looking strong these days. They have been
Yes.
performing exceptionally well, and when it comes back to Pochinki, even if SKYLIGHTZ Gaming is getting an initial knock on Marcos Gaming, if they are trying to find an entry, I would say for them going aggressive towards Marcos, it's not working in the favors of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming.
Mm-hmm.
Either they are making mistakes, either they are falling apart, or either their players are getting isolated, and that's the reason. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming is getting eliminated, and we saw that happening the previous day itself. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming,
Yes.
after having this huge downfall in Pochinki itself, they just went off Pochinki and they decided to not go back to Pochinki without loot. Yeah, you may find them going back to Pochinki after they got their hands on everything that they need and then fight it out with Marcos Gaming.
Hmm.
But right now, I'm not looking forward to a drop clash in Pochinki anymore.
I'm going to be on the other way around of the seesaw.
Okay,
I'm going to be
okay.
taking the opposite turn. I want to see Skylights telling Marcos that okay, yesterday we were kind of unprepared and we did not want to lose points. Today we are ready. We are going to be picking you guys off and making sure that Pochinki is our favorite position. And just like you were kind of able to strike fear, we're going to be trying to push you out of Pochinki, and maybe in the next upcoming matches we get our ground down. But right now, getting the game faces on, let's switch over. And really cool classes coming in from the player on NTT Gaming. I really like them. I think I'll
Yeah.
find one of those glasses and get myself that and maybe sit on the desk one day.
Only if you find it, get me one even because that's looking
Okay.
pretty amazing.
We
I
will
really want,
together sit
we'll
on the
share the
desk
desk
like that.
together. Yeah, we'll probably we'll get three for all three of us,
Yeah.
and then we'll be setting on desk here. But ladies and gentlemen, that's time for Erangel, as it's gonna be Gillette 7Sea Invitational, the very first map on Grand Finals Day 3, Match 13. Erangel, get your Gillette Mac 3 right now because the flight path it's looking smooth. Starting things off from Sevani to down there. Military base, it's giving a good opportunity to the players, Sam, to go back to their primary drop location, find themselves everything that they need. But as we were having a discussion over Pochinki, right now I'm just waiting to see if Marcos and SKYLIGHTZ too again face it off in Pochinki or no.
Let's wait and watch. Teams are dropping the flight path, as you said. It's kind of not almost even Steven, but I'll still agree to it being an even Steven. Godlike as usual getting down to Yasnaya, and same goes for Entity getting down to Severny. Hyderabad Hydras looking forward to making their way to Georgia Pool. I'm pretty sure Kevin should be getting down at military base 7C. I'm looking forward to whether they're going to be heading over to Milt or any other position. Seoul should be going down to Ruins. Yes, they're gotten down. Let's see where they'll be heading out to. 8-bit should be liking somewhere close to Promosk or Ferry Pier. And from there on, Pochinki is what we have our eyes on. Nigma Galaxy is right now headed in direction towards farm. And in the meantime, Marcos, they are getting down at Pochinki. But where is SKYLIGHTZ in between all these plays?
Ouch.
I'm unable to. Wait, where is SKYLIGHTZ? Wait, I finally see the dots. They are moving away, and it looks like they're thinking about maybe. Uh, I don't know what this play is because Somraj has already gotten down at Rozok. Vexi is going towards between shooting range and Georgia Pool. And the other two players, they're somewhere mixed with the other crowds of TSM as well as Hyderabad Hydras.
All this, look at the play zone. Now, this is going to be the most amazing and the interesting part, but we have one more interesting thing going on the second side as well. That's MJ. And the sides of Team Enigma have
Okay,
already found
this is no
MJ.
more a fight,
So,
Darshita. This is a race now.
yeah, probably a marathon. I mean, we always keep talking about marathon, Sam, when it's the rush to the play zone. But right now, it's a race going. Okay, there's a two-wheeler even.
Evo, Evo
The
is doing
two-wheeler goes
cheating
by.
right now. Everybody is in cars,
Probably.
four wheelers, and Evo is taking a bike and he's running away. Evo,
Probably
that's cheating.
Evo right now is like boom boom and here I go.
I think
I mean,
we should put a ban for me doing this. When everybody's on a
yeah.
four wheeler, now if somebody tells like this guy might be using a Evo is using hacks, guys. He's using a bike. He's making use of a easy rush, but yeah. Kid, jokes apart, but right now the fight has already started. This is what I was worried about. Not too sure what SKYLIGHTZ were planning, and Global take them down.
That actually hurts. Gaming, they had some different plans. They made their way out of Pochinki just to not get into an initial fight, and they got themselves being Global Esports. I don't know why did this happen, but fortunately, Global Esports they got a great start for themselves. But I really feel sad and bad for the sides of Team SKYLIGHTZ Gaming right now. On the other sides, we have 8-bit. I mean, you guys didn't get anything. Why are you holding the bridge? You need to get something to at least block the bridge completely because right, you
Hmm.
cannot just wait back and waste so much time here. We know CHEMIN Esports, after they have their hands on everything that they need in military base, they always have their eyes on blocking the bridge itself. And now with the
Yes.
zone favoring such a beautiful position for them, I would say they definitely will be looking forward to have a defense allotted at bridge in the initial 10 minutes itself.
Yep. CHEMIN will be making sure they are going to be the ones that everybody needs to battle. And also, in terms of finishes, CHEMIN will be looking forward to taking a lot. But look at this. Global Esports are right now just super happy, having fun, grabbing more finishes coming in from the side of SKYLIGHTZ. It looks like they're giving it up, but right now 7C, Sarang gets spotted. He was on top of the containers. Now Kyoya, he's looking forward to punishing him. Does a little bit of a damage, and immediately Sarang drops down, gets into a building, and right now from there on we'll be looking forward to patch himself up, but also he needs to call in the reinforcements. But the reinforcements feel like they're stuck, Darshita, because you can see Revenant look like they have the entire control of this Novo, but looking at 7C, they're just trailing behind, looking forward to the players. Now Kyoya was found. SprayGod was running right behind him, but he is just dodging everything. But SprayGod is going in for a different angle, but the bullets are better coming in from Kyoya. He's done the damage, but look at the positioning coming in, and along with the cover fire, and Kyoya is down. But in the meantime, Pukar also goes down, and that's going to be AJ confirming him. And SKYLIGHTZ, they've lost 2 players back to back, and Revenant have lost 1.
Fortunate for these teams who are going for an initial drop clash. But again, first things first, I didn't see 7C coming to the ways of Novo Depno. I mean,
Yeah.
that's pretty shocking for me at this point of time, because we always see them up there near the bridge. They have the specific areas they hold, and I really didn't expect 7C to change their drop location this way and get into a fight with Revenant itself. Right? Fortunately, the fight is working in their favor as they got one finish for themselves, and Team Revenant has lost one of their players. But Sarang right now, SprayGod is down to the ground. Sarang was aiming to punish one of them, but initially gets punished itself. Prince, yes, the cover fire is being provided, but again, this fight now goes to a 2v2 situation between Revenant and 7Cs.
This is going to be difficult, very, because Revenant, they're looking better. 7C, yes, they are looking forward to an opportunity, but look at what Revenant are doing. They understand that they have a player down. Let's get back the numbers and then fight with the number advantage, and that's what it worked out. Where Sarang thought it was just one player who was outside, he went in for a fight, but it was not one. There were 2 players over there, and it made his life difficult. But Aladdin, and along with his team, Prince, they've made their way here. They're trying to provide the cover fire, but look at Revenant. They're pushing in together as a military contingent. This will be very difficult to fight out with, and Sarang gets confirmed. Unfortunate. Prince was looking forward to providing the cover, but it did not happen. But right now, he at least has the information. One finish for one finish trade is what both 7C and Revenant have dealt with. But immediately after Aladdin getting in one revive, he's gone in ham. He's taken on Austin Vortex. No time for reaction. Same goes for Top Dog. He is down now. It's all up to Paradox. A couple of moments ago, Paradox was the one who was knocked, but right now, it's Paradox who's surviving as the sole responsibility and the sole survivor for the entire team. The UMP, no, he had an AKM, he switched to it, he does the damage, takes a 1v2, now it's the last surviving player, he's in a free fire, but Aladdin was also peaking with a free fire, but his SKYLIGHTZ was better, does and eliminates Revenant, and fortunately 7C just had only 1 casualty. If they had one more, Darshita, this would have been a, I would say, a deadly match, and unfortunate incidents also that we would have gotten to see.
I mean, Sarang, yes, unfortunate for this man. He went down too early, but on the other side, as I was talking about CHEMIN Esports holding the bridge, look at them where they are. They are trying to be a bit more aggressive and perform these strategies they have been trying to go in since a long period of time. I mean, we always see them, right? They go to, whenever you find CHEMIN Esports in military base, a moment ago you'll be finding them on the bridge, and that's how the sides of CHEMIN Esports perform. But right now on the other side we have Team Soul as well. Now this is a great and a beautiful position Team Soul is holding, but right now what Team Soul needs is a lot of points, because look at them, they haven't even crossed the mark of 50 for themselves, and it's really important to do that in this map itself, because we keep on saying, right, either you build your momentum today itself or you lose everything that you have got till date.
You have to build your momentum, as you said, but what is Hyderabad HYDRAS looking forward to? Hyderabad HYDRAS did make a leap, a little bit of a climb, but after that they're right now at the 6th position, which is not great, because in the 6th position the amount of prize that you'll be getting is just $700, whereas if you're able to push yourself to the 3rd position, at least 1.5k, but if you're at the 2nd position, $4,000. But as Hyderabad HYDRAS were rotating, they've also spotted GODLIKE. This can be a fight that they can take, and GODLIKE might not be ready for it, but Clutch God, look at him, he's so far away from his teammates, but at least he's at the edge of the circle. For something for him, it's going to be happy that he has the control of the edge, but right now having the control of the bridge, it's going to be in the hands of NCT. party, but they thought they had because OR had actually placed, I would say, cover fires while people were rotating and pushing through the bridge, and because of that, Dark Lord right now, he's right in between the bridge, knocked, and there's no way of recovering him.
Big brain IGL. Entity thought they really had the control, but OR they denied everything. Now OR they got one player down from Entity itself. Aditya and Atanki, they have all set their eyes on the other side. We have 8-bit and Blind. Why the hell in this world Blind is running around? Blind, they got two of their players against down already, because look at Emilsum and Zaddy. I really doubt these players are going to survive, because 8-bit, they are just ready to take them off completely. Zaddy gets confirmed. That's going to be 1 for 8-bit out there. On the other side, we have GODLIKE trying to rotate, trying to make an entry in the zone itself. But right now, we're going to have a fight between them and Hyderabad HYDRAS, and I got clutch card. Oh my god, beautiful head connection it was.
He's not looking forward to stopping. This is what I said. If Hyderabad HYDRAS had picked up the fight when GODLIKE were rotating, then maybe GODLIKE could have gone down. But now GODLIKE looks ready, and Clutch God, he called in for the fight, and everybody is looking forward to it. Did do the damage as you said, but Hyderabad HYDRAS, they're sticking together, because of which the player can get back, patch himself up. But look at the players coming in from Global Esports. They might hear this commotion, might be thinking of a third party. Let's see if they will be, because right as of now, they're still at close quarters, moving very, very slowly. Or if they want to play a little bit better over there, what they can do is go forward to the circle and from there on playing. But it looks like Global Esports, they want to pick this third party fight. GODLIKE, are they going to be doing it is going to be the question. Marcos in the meantime will be finding a player that's going to be from Soul's end, and Marcos wanted to bridge camp, and Soul were trying to enter the bridge, and yes, one knock has at least been dealt, but not too sure about the finish. But this is what I think even Blind were planning for Darshita. They wanted to go for a water boat rotation, but they got spotted and they could not do anything.
Good with that rotation. I mean, look at them. They are on the other side of the military base and they are really looking good. On the other side, we have Global and Hyderabad HYDRAS fighting. Now, the question of you, if GODLIKE will get into this fight, I really doubt, because right now they need to rush and make their way in the zone itself. We already have 4 teams fighting it out, but what's happening here? What's happening here? What's happening here? Why the vehicles have sparkles all over that it can get Team Hyderabad HYDRAS into difficulties. But right now everything is again back to normal. Hyderabad HYDRAS can make their normal rotation as they really want to. They are looking forward to make an entry in the zone. But the most amazing part will be the bridge itself. On the bridge of military base, we got 3 teams. On the bridge of Nova Rupnoy, we got 2 teams. So how is Hyderabad HYDRAS and GODL gonna make this rotation work in their favor is the question I have. Ace Black, no, my friend, you do not do that. NIGMA Galaxy spots you out, and right now it's NIGMA Galaxy dealing a lot of damage. Ace Black, beautiful.
What? Ace Black, after getting damaged, after getting not the shots being connected from the opponent, but from your own vehicles and the way you try to move with it, immediately jumps out and connects the bullet so precise. It is just brilliant. But right now, unfortunate Manti. What was that thought? He came, he parked his... I don't know what to talk about it. He parked his buggy and then just jumped out and just stood there. Because of which Manti, along with another player, that's going to be, I think, Striker or... Okay, wait, it was Maxi. Manti got first knocked, but Maxi got eliminated.
Manti, Maxi, they ranked together. They... okay, I wouldn't be saying that right now, but Manti, Maxi, they'll be down. I mean, Maxi being confirmed. Manti is still down to the ground. GODLIKE is trying to confirm him as soon as possible. Now he's... Oh, okay, he's been confirmed.
Yes.
The finish has been snatched away from GODLIKE. That's gonna really hurt, because previously, even you remember, right, GODLIKE, they were going and giving so much of damage, but they were not getting the finishes. So right now, GODLIKE, they are going to be angry about this fact. On the other side, 8-bit Madman will be taking 1 from the sides of TSM NIGMA Galaxy, looking forward to get inside this zone, trying to figure out a way, because GODLIKE, they intend to stop everything. But why is Wixie trying to figure it out and fire in the water itself? There's no one down there, my friend. You're just wasting a lot of utilities. On the other side, we have NIGMA Galaxy trying to find okay, the one player is trying to find something in those compound, and the rest 3 are fighting it out on the other side.
But look at this clutch card, how the way he has found a position where he can flank. That's just brilliant. Nigma Galaxy, they were looking at the water bodies, but Clutchcard, he's come up so close. But as you said, the military base bridge, there are three teams over there. But the circle has shifted towards the Nova bridge, and let's see what will happen there. But TSM, who are on the water bot rotation, are right now fighting out with 8-bit. 8-bit were already holding those shores or holding those mountains right next to the river and were not letting blind make their way up. And right now, it is the same case coming in for TSM. But TSM, somehow the other way, trying to make their way out. Blaze OP and Aquanox are still surviving as Ninja Jot and Shadow have kind of getting knocked. Yes, the chances of revival are still there, but they need to make sure they finish off 8-bit and they do not receive any damage on the players who are knocked. If they receive, it's going to be difficult. But look at this, they are exchanging blows, making sure 8-bit have tough times. Now it's all up to Tsunami and Madman. Madman is ready with the grenades, but the circle is also crumbling, and now TSM, whether they wanted it or not, they will be losing their players. Unfortunate for them, but in the meantime, Soul, they did get an early knock on Marcos's end. They have started knocking players out. Aquanox still finding one. It's player from 8-bit Juicy that's going to be going down. Nigma Galaxy, who kind of thought that Godlike kind of flanked them, they did not have the information. Now they're retaliating, and Clutch God, he's down.
Godlike is facing two teams right now. One is Global Esports, other is Enigma Galaxy, and that's where there's last surviving player from Godlike. Now he can revive his teammate back only if he gets an opportunity, because look at the position of Clutch God. It's a bit difficult for him to revive back, and I guess the only option he got right now is to get the hell out of that position and rotate for zone. But will even that work in his favor? I guess no. On the other side, Team 8-bit got eliminated. TSM, I guess they are still surviving. Play zone will be taking Dino out and down. Now this is the point where it comes where you need to respect your play zone, because the play zone is already taking players down. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, Gamla Boy has been caught. That's going to be Gamla Boy. Not just down, but he gets confirmed out there. Manya was down, is getting revived. Clutch God gets eliminated with the play zone itself. So I guess that's Zika, the last surviving player from the sides of Team Godlike, still surviving. But at the same time, TSM players are even falling. Joker, he just revived his teammate back. He provided him a life and he lost his life itself.
They are fighting in the play zone, and play zone, especially right now after the fourth one, we are going to be seeing the fifth one coming through. But Ace Black with the vehicle finishes off Manya, a brilliant one coming through, and right now Manya is out of the game. But in the meantime, Zgod, he finds a boat for himself, something to make a run out of. But Striker, who was the last surviving player as Ace Black, did go down to the play zone, and unfortunately that's done for Hyderabad HYDRAS at the 13th position. Soul, they are also falling here. Global Esports, they're also falling to the play zone. Not too sure the plan that these players had are not at all working. Nigma Galaxy, they had the control of the bridge. Yes, they did lose one player, but after that they're still standing strong. But Zigot made I would say a bright and a right call, because of which Godlike will still have their name and will still survive on Erangel for at least a couple more placement points, if not finishes, because they just have one finish and one surviving player. I mean, we know how destructive Z-God is, but it's not going to be that easy that Z-God can perform being a solo player for his team compared to the other 10 teams which are here surviving on Erangel with many other players of their own.
True. On the other side, we have Soul. I mean, look at the second screen there. Players are so low, they are still out in the blue. That's already fourth and fifth zone, and at this point of time, no matter what, you need to get the hell out of that position, because the play zone, it will be punishing you really bad, and that's what is happening. Marcos Gaming lost one of their players, Soul. If they do not patch themselves up on the right time and the right position itself, even the players from Team Soul can get down because of play zone, and that's what happens when the play zone and the circle itself decides to play a complete different game. On the other side, when I talk about 7C, there's just one player that they lost, and I guess after taking a fight at the beginning itself with Revenant, there's just one extra finish that Team 7C has accumulated for themselves. But on the sides of CHEMIN Esports, they got zero yet. 10 teams, 28 live players, that's 24. So Team CHEMIN Esports, they need to figure out a way and get something for themselves rather than just position points. And as I say that, Destro will be taking one on Akshat.
No.
The vehicle falters, Omega goes down. Destro completely eliminates all the players, and that's going to be Team Soul getting eliminated.
Soul might have eliminated MG, Marcos, but now it is going to be Kemen. As you were saying, Darshita, they should look forward to those finishes. They were just waiting for the right opportunity. But look at this live status on the right hand side of your screen. Every team has lost players except for Kemen and Enigma. And Kemen and Enigma, till now, they started not popping off. And now, once Kemen have started popping off, now you can see, I think Entity have faced off Enigma, and there is just a fight about to start in between these two teams.
I'm just waiting. I'm just eagerly waiting to see how this deadly fight is gonna turn around. But Entity, Sam, they're looking good, right? They have inner wall covers to work around with. They have the zone itself. So Enigma, if they try and push to with a hope to get that compound, maybe that can work in their favor. But on the other side, we have OR and 7C trying to fight it out. Again, all of them have been pushed out of the play zone, and that's just going to be OR and Blind inside the play zone. Aru from OR is still out. Zcod is trying to figure out a way on how to get out of that position, because look at the solo man, what more he can do rather than survive and get himself in the top 3 or at least top 5 for his entire team, and maintain the consistency of accumulating some amount of point. I mean, we always keep on saying, right, something is better than nothing. So Z got, at least he got something, but I'm just, look at OR. What are they doing? They are going out of the play zone. Why?
I think they understand that if they're in the center of the circle, they might end up losing a lot more players, and they are
No.
unable to hold the circle. Or I'm not too sure. This is just my brain thinking about it. But right now, look at this. Troy, he spotted the player Evo. He was trying to do the damage, but he thought, like, let's just wait, because I do not have other teams with me, other players with me. And if he fires right now, it's going to be difficult. But he found the right opportunity when Evo is completely standstill and gets that knock. And look at that, Troy. He's immediately looking forward to pushing up. Entity together is pushing up, but look at their play. I really like this. They could have gone for a fight with Enigma, but they're going in for the circle. They understand that from the circle they can pick up numerous fights on how many ever players they want, how many ever teams they want, and they make that right call, move into the circle. And right now it's going to be difficult, but in the meantime, as Troy was entering, Spray God finds him, but immediately exchanging the blow, it's going to be Shadow.
Straight from both the sides, but right now Enigma, they're looking really good on the sides of Team Entity, because Entity falling apart. Look at that. Shadow is the last surviving player, is trying to survive in the shadows itself, but is making the way right in between two of the teams. That's going to be devastating. Shadow, you need to get out of that position. There's one team behind Aquanox right exactly in the front. You don't know what happened there, but on the other side, Zika, the last surviving player, got confirmed. Prey got confirmed, and that's going to be CHEMIN Esports taking Shadow down. Now, out of all that, I did not see CHEMIN Esports getting themselves into this fight, Sam, but eventually CHEMIN Esports will be confirming one. Enigma Evo going down because of the play zone. Atanki was revived back. Jelly and Atanki, both of them need to, patch themselves off. Godlike, they got eliminated, as Zcod was the last surviving player. I guess Zcod, they got eliminated on the 8th position, so Godlike is not going to accumulate so much of points, but Team OR, they got an opportunity to capitalize on this situation, and the difference between the points, that can get a bit lower with this opportunity.
Let's see what is going to be happening, but the number of points that NIGMA Galaxy are able to rake up, they're looking really, really good. That bridge camp gave them the confidence that they can fight with any teams that they want, any players that they want, and that's what they're doing. And look at the way they're isolating players from 7C. There is one player to the right, one player on the left, and the player on the left has been finished. Now it's all up to Prince, the last surviving player for 7C. There's numerous grenades coming his way, and Aru is also in the same direction, and Aru's grenade was better. It connects and finds the finish, but Apollo, he spotted Aru out. Aru had a grenade in his hand. It's cooking the way towards NIGMA Galaxy, I presume. Let's see if it's going to be thrown across or not, but NIGMA Galaxy, they have to make their way into the circle. But inside the circle, there's going to be the players of Blind. Darshita, we saw Blind being eliminated, the early two players from 8-bits, and very early on, as they were trying to go in for, as I said, maybe the water rotation. But look at that. Now they have the center of the circle, but in the meantime, last surviving player from TSM, Aquanox, he's confirmed, and that's going to be TSM out of the game.
Game done and dusted. That's with total of 3 finishes that they got themselves. But after having a fight with TSM, CHEMIN Esports, they have compromised themselves. Now look at Delta PG. It's trying his level best to survive out there, but sides of Team OR, not just OR itself, all the other teams out here know that players of CHEMIN somewhere are nearby. But again, CHEMIN do have an upper hand advantage because all of their players are surviving, and I guess CHEMIN is the only team that has all their players surviving. NIGMA Galaxy has lost Vixie, and Dreams is down to his knees. He's just waiting for a life for a life for himself. So
let's see how it's going to be working out. Right as of now, the weight is there, but Avi, he connects a brilliant grenade on Destro, and we were talking about it, that Enigma, they did lose a player, unfortunate for them, but the blows are being exchanged. Rex is down right as of now, smokes are being deployed, and there's a grenade as a counterfire to push the players back. Avi, he did receive the damage, but right now Destro, he's super low, and yes, the revive needs to be kicked in. That is the timing that he needed to go, I would say, kind of perfect. But right now, Other teams are also making their way into the circle blind. They do not have the control of the circle because of the number disadvantage. But it looks like Williams, he's looking for to push up close. NIGMA Galaxy circling these last two surviving players of blind. But they themselves have no idea that around the bushes there is a snake creeping that's going to be Williams is the name. But Spy OP will be found unfortunate. So it's all up to Williams to make sure that blind survive, blind be kicking and make sure get to the top of the table, top of the points table. Let's wait and watch what Williams can do being the solo surviving player. But right now, except for CHEMIN, there is no other teams who have 4 players standing. NIGMA Galaxy have 2, OR have 3, Enigma have 3. Enigma could have had 4, but Evo Idley, we saw him, he was spotted out in the open, because of which Entity Troy, he took down that player and he was more than happy about it.
Yep. I mean, beautifully it is just going further and further, Sam. 5 teams, 13 alive players with 24 minutes done and dusted. Now, we are already at the 6th zone itself, 2 more zones, and it can be the dead zone. So, I'm looking forward to who that team is who can get the chicken dinner out in the very first map itself. Now, blind on the other side, they have Williams, as he said, the last surviving player. He is just down to the ground, is not even moving a muscle out here because he knows even if he tries to go further or behind or just get out of that position, he could be punished really bad, and that is something he needs to have his eyes on more. But after so much of chaos happening all around right now, everything is at peace. There's no fights happening, and I doubt I really hear bullets all around. And as I say that, I guess we heard something. Link Jelly goes down. Apollo beautifully done. That takes 1 from the sides of Team OR. Atanki gets caught. MJ will be taking Atanki out there, but MJ, as soon as he takes Atanki out, he just compromises himself. Atanki will be taking Apollo out there with that beautiful grenade connection, but as soon as he does that, Aditya gets confirmed. So Aru is the last surviving player, but Nigma Galaxy at the same time gets eliminated.
Unfortunate, it was a great play coming in from NIGMA Galaxy, but there were just a couple more players coming in from OR, because of which it worked out in OR's favor. But they have kind of had a lot of damage being dealt upon them, so they need to find a way to recover all those first aid kits, bandages, and even adrenaline shots. Let's see if they'll be able to do it. But CHEMIN, look at them playing smart. They understand that this is a fight that they can completely capitalize on, but with still 3 other teams surviving, anything can happen. Things can change within the blink of an eye, and that's the reason CHEMIN do not want to give up their position, especially if they're already inside the circle. It's going to be great for them. Now, Viru, I think he was looking forward to making his way up, and Delta immediately understood that let's go for a blind spray. If you're able to connect a couple of bullets, it's going to be good. But Williams is looking for the opportunity. I think he got spotted, and that's the reason there are grenades and mollies coming his way. None of us found any kind of a connection, but it is just getting deployed one after another. Let's hope Williams survives, but the push is here. He spots Oro. He should be looking forward to doing the damage. Gets that knock. Now it's all up to Jelly, but Atanki was better. The cover fire came in. Aru will be surviving. OR will be surviving, but in the meantime, CHEMIN, they jump on Enigma, and Enigma, within the blink of an eye, is just falling like dominoes. It's the last surviving player. How did it come to the last surviving player?
Oh, there was a fight going on between everything. CHEMIN, they just gave a huge surprise, and that's how CHEMIN is capitalizing. Atanki, 10 finishes. Oh my god, that's a journey from 0 to 10. Atanki is the last surviving player. He finds one on Delta PG, but Destro, this man is enough to destroy everything. And ladies and gentlemen, with this, we come to an end to the very first map of Erangel, where Team CHEMIN Esports get their much needed winner chicken dinner. A victory, a winner, a dinner. Everything that they needed, they got themselves. And we have been always talking about that, Sam, the way CHEMIN has been performing in the semi-finals is not the way they have been showcasing themselves in the grand finals. But look at that. The victory that they needed, they capitalized on that situation, and they made the situation entirely work in their favor. That's how they get rewarded for that.
Exactly, as you said, they wanted it, they got it, and the performance that we were just talking about them on how they showcased it in the semi-finals, they finally here with it, and that's what we wanted. Why were you waiting for the opportunity? It was just that they wanted to make sure that they understood every other team, and as they were understanding, they were able to get the points on board, and they were happy with the points that was coming through. But when they found an opportunity, when they said the amount of information that we wanted from all these teams, we have gotten it, now it's time to start popping off, they started popping off. What a play coming in from CHEMIN. But again, before I say that CHEMIN did do a brilliant execution here on Erangel, I want to talk about Atanki. He saved his team twice, and it was not like there was a huge gap between that save. It was done back to back. that was what was brilliant to witness, and I really, really loved it. And I'm looking forward to it happening again. I hope that Atanki could have gotten the chicken dinner, as you said. Destro was the one who got that last finish, but look at the amount of damage that Atanki had done with that prone shot. And I thought Destro might actually get knocked over there, and Atanki could have gotten the chicken dinner for his team. But Kevin, as I said, I will come back to them because they were the ones who got the chicken dinner and are going to be starting off as the victors on day 3, match 1. But it's going to be match 13, Darshita. 12 matches done, 18 more matches were there, but right now just 17.
Oh my god, I mean, the numbers, they are just getting down, and at a point of time we'll be left with one single match, Sam. How
Yes.
exciting but nail biting it is at the same point of time.
Mm-hmm.
Now, talking more about what Kemen did was, they, as you said, they weren't compromising themselves. They had the zone to play around with, they had the man advantage. Then why will you compromise yourself when you had everything that you got? You need the victory. They got it themselves, and they got it in a beautiful way. I
Yes.
guess OR was having a fight with the sides of blind, was the last surviving player out there. Atanki, as you said, Atanki beautifully saved his entire team twice, and that's where team Kemin Esports, no one had their eyes on Kemin Esports, but out of all that, we are gonna have our eyes on highlights first, and then talk more about it. Kemin just utilized it in a beautiful way, but again, I really feel bad for the sides of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming right now, because things are not really working in their favor. They are trying to do as much as they can. I mean, they went out of Pochinki to accumulate some good points for themselves, but again, they got caught by Global Esports. On the other side, we had 7Sea and Revenant fighting it out, where there was like a 3v2, 3v3 situation. Austin Vortex was down. Then after Revenant revived all their players back, one after one started to fall down like dominoes. It was Paradox, the last surviving player. He took down one. He took down the second as well. The AKM was better, but again, Skarel just tend to be more better, and that's how the entire squad got eliminated out there.
Same would have been the case for 8, I would say blind. But two players were in the water bodies, two players not too sure from where they rotated. We could not see a lot from them. But this Novo bridge was completely, I would say, a death threat. So many teams, NIGMA Galaxy from one end, there was Global Esports, there were Hyderabad HYDRAS, there was GODLIKE, and all these teams were falling apart. And finally, it was NIGMA Galaxy who came on top of the fight towards the Novo bridge, and they were happy about it. They were also looking better when we saw the circle and the fights that they were dealing. But once their teams which had better numbers started raining bullets on top of them, NIGMA Galaxy could not do a lot. But TSM as well as 8-bit, the fight that they picked out outside the play zone, it was kind of an equal fight, I would say. Both of them got finishes, both of them got knocked, both of them got, I would say, same number of points, I presume. We will be seeing it in the overall standings as well as the match standings. But right as now, you can see Mania did try his best to make sure Global Esports has a chance to cross over to the bridge. Before crossing as well, they did look forward to a couple of finishes, and they eliminated Hyderabad HYDRAS. But after that, Kevin found an opportunity in the position that they were playing at, and they never had started off popping off until then. And they saw Soul and got 4 finishes for themselves.
Got 4, and they were looking for more and more. Entity caught the sides of 7C Spray God, and that's how Spray God went down. But Entity, there was like Enigma Avi was waiting to destroy, and he capitalized on that. Z-God, it was beautiful the way Z-God peaked on Atanki, but Atanki, he was better this time, and that's how even Godlike was eliminated. We came to a point where Dreams just went on ham on the sides of 7C with his vehicle. That's how 7C one player was completely eliminated. Kevin Esports started to pop up with this situation itself. Beautiful grenade from Avi, got a connection on Destro, but again, they revived Destro back to his life, and that's where Destro decided to destroy everything. Williams took one on Enigma. Viru was looking forward to completely eliminate Blind, and that's how Blind got eliminated. Enigma Galaxy and OR had a fight where Dreams was punished, and he was just, eliminated completely. Now, out of all that was happening, we were left with 5 teams and 13 alive players. Sam, where
Yes.
Jelly took down one, and when this fight was happening, on the other side, if you can see, there was Team Kemini Sports trying to get inside all the situation. Enigma Galaxy Apollo was down. Atanki took one on Apollo. Aru eliminated the last player. Blind Williams now here. Blind Williams, he was waiting. Aru, he took down Aru. I guess he took down Aru. Yeah, Atanki was standing behind, and Atanki got eliminated. I mean, Atanki eliminated one player, and that's where Kemin made their way inside the entire fight itself.
Exactly, Kemin wanted the information as soon as they got the information of where OR were, because they had all the information on Enigma previously itself. All they were doing was throwing down grenades and pushing back Enigma as much as they could. Once they had the information of both the teams, finished off Enigma, then started pushing up. But look at the health of Destro, he was so low. There could have been a situation where Atanki could have popped off, but look at this. The MVP of the match is not going to be from the top 3 or top 4 teams. It's going to be a team which was, I guess, in the top 8, and it is coming in from Aladdin from 7C. A brilliant play coming in from this man, and also look at the finish contribution coming in close to 60%. And this means that on match 13, Erangel, he did do a lot in terms of the heavy lifting. He did give 4 finishes, but again, this does not, I would say, kind of impact a lot in case if this is not seen in the match standings itself. So let's take a look at it. Kemin will be standing strong. Still not a 30 bomber that they've pulled up, but 11 finishes and 26 points. OR will be at the second position with 7 finishes and 19 points.
Enigma on the third with 12 total points. There's Nigma Galaxy, who, they just have one single point difference, and that's going to be 11. Then we have 7C with a total of 9. Blind got 8. TSM got 7. Global, even they got 7. A good map for Global, a good map for Soul, I would say. I mean, I still remember them having 0 points. So, yeah, 0. I mean, 7 and 5 is way too better when you
Yes.
compare it with 0. Team 8-bit got 4. Entity got 3. Godlike got 2. Unfortunately, he was left alone, and 2 is the only number that he could have accumulated for his entire team. Hyderabad Hydras got 2. Marcos Revenant, they got 1. But again, I'm really just giving it a second thought on what can SKYLIGHTZ Gaming do right now. They got 0 points. Now, giving it a second thought, we know SKYLIGHTZ Gaming and Marcos have a drop clash in Pochinki, right? Now, if SKYLIGHTZ Gaming get out of Pochinki and go to other drop locations, we have Global Esports up in Rozhok. We have Team Soul somewhere nearby, even down there. We have TSM nearby. So, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they got no other option than to go to Pochinki, fight it out, capitalize on that fight, and gain 4 in terms of finishes in the start itself. That's all that SKYLIGHTZ Gaming can do to get more points and go up and take, I mean, at least be in the top 8 itself today. At the end of today, I mean to say.
Let's hope they find a way, Darshita, because whatever they're planning after, I would say, Pochinki's drop to different locations, it has worked out once, that was yesterday. But today, it was a split drop coming in. The questions will be there. I'm pretty sure they're going to be ready to answer. But the question of how much impact in the overall standings has it mattered is. But Godlike, with just getting 2 points, is barely surviving and barely right now, I would say, being at the top, because the difference which was there at 20 has cut down short to just 9 points. And Godlike, if they don't play well in Miramar, and I'm pretty sure OR might be able to topple them down. And if Godlike have 2 matches back to back like this with just single digit and less than 5 points, Enigma can also topple them down, and Godlike might get pushed to the third or the fourth position, because TSM, they're also looking forward to start climbing up. They're at 123, but the team who has risen up is going to be CHEMIN. They were at the 8th position. They've jumped 3 spots up with their first chicken dinner, and they're going to be having 114. If we would want to put more highlight on CHEMIN, it's that they were not even at 100 yesterday, Darshita. They were sitting at 88 points, and right now,
Yep.
with just 1 match and a victory, they're at 114.
Now, this is the impact that one good map can give you. We got 2 examples in the first page itself, right? On the second page, if I come back to it, I mean, Nigma Galaxy and Blind, they have just exchanged their position, and there's nothing more that has changed. I mean, look at that, right? Nigma Galaxy, they went up. Blind Official, they were forced to go down because of the 2 points difference that they have in total. But rest than that, everyone is sitting back on their position itself. That's 7C on 9th with a 91, Revenant with 77, Marcos with 76, Global got 67, ND got 63, and Team Soul 48. Now, was talking about crossing 50 in one single match. That has not happened. But again, Team Soul, they at least got something out of the out of the overall map of Erangel. So a point to be at least satisfied, not completely, but 50% satisfied compared to what it was, previously. So the overall standings after match 13, they seem to be, I would say, pretty decent. At this point of time, it's pretty decent. It can change with the Miramar actions, because right, Miramar, it always tends to be something different, no matter how many times it gets repeated.
Exactly. It's going to be different. It's going to be something that none of us would have expected, but I'm looking forward to how it's going to be turning up, because it's Miramar, and along with talking about Miramar itself, it gives me kind of hopes that maybe Godlike will have a better show up when we see Miramar itself, because the possibility is there on Miramar, and Godlike do like Miramar. But there are other teams that need to start popping up. They need to make their way in. 7C need to make their way in. Blind need to make their way in. Soul need to make their way in. Nigma Galaxy need to make their way in. I mean, I can point out every team. Revenant needs to make their way in into the first page. So all these teams in the last page are fighting with all they've gotten. But now coming to a big matchup of Miramar is going to be even more, I would say, I don't know how, like, if you want to put it, disastrous is not the word I want to keep using for everything, but it's going to be, I would say, maybe unprepared, because Miramar has been kind of a map that we have been seeing from day one of the grand finals itself, that there have been a lot in terms of changes in the flight path, in the circle itself, because of which teams don't look ready. Let's see, as we were talking about teams not looking ready, let's look at which team is not ready. And look at this, this is surprising. There might be over on the top, but I want to talk about the team at the bottom. That's going to be Enigma. They do have only one finish point and zero placement points this season. This is their average, and if you see the Erangel and Miramar, there's complete 360-degree difference. Enigma are on the top of Erangel and at the bottom of Miramar.
Now, it completely depends on which team has what upper hands. We always talk about it, right? There are specific teams who are good in Erangel. There are specific teams who are good in Miramar. But again, when you come back to Erangel, it's been played three times. Miramar, it's been played twice, and Sanhok, I would come back to it later on, but it's been played just once. So you need to capitalize it in this way on how much maps are getting played how many times.
Hmm.
Enigma, yes, they are at the bottom itself. Miramar getting played twice. They can try and capitalize on a wrangle if Miramar is not
That's
working
what
in their
they're
favor.
doing.
Yeah, exactly. And on the other side, if for teams like OR and Godlike, now Godlike and OR, they're sitting in the top itself. But again, it depends on how Godlike performs this match. Because trust me, if this match Godlike is not able to perform, not able to get points, we can see OR on top and Godlike on the bottom itself. So there's chances of OR is a disadvantage for Godlike. But again, you know, right, how deadly Godlike is on Miramar if they get a good location, if the zone is favoring them. So this map is going to be deciding, and yes, we are going to see a lot happening in the overall standings after Miramar comes to an end, probably.
Yep, we are going to be seeing a lot of things as Miramar is going to be starting off and also coming to an end. But what in terms of points can it do is what we'll be looking at, and let's see how it's going to be working out. Because now with Miramar coming through, even though this is a map where Darshita, we say that it's so big, and we should not see fights happening all around, and it should not make sure teams push together very close, but teams end up fighting out, even though we don't want them to, even though this is a big map, they eventually get isolated. They kind of get lost in the sand dunes of Miramar and kind of let other teams take an easy chance in terms of picking their lives out. So I'm looking forward to not happening, maybe that not happening. But just like Edge, whenever he's on the desk, he keeps asking for that sniper action. I'm also missing that. It's been too long, right? As you know, very little sniper actions we are seeing. There are a couple of DMRs that players are using, but in terms of snipers specifically, and especially we have not seen it till date. It is in the airdrops that players can take it out, but it does not look anybody wants to pick that and nobody, I would say, if it's not in the early first two phases, first two circles, after they're in the third and the fourth ones, none of them want to go in with those sniper action rifles. They all want to pick up an AR, they want to pick up an SMG, and they want to make sure they're ready for it. So I hope maybe I get to see a sniper as well. But do you still rely on Los Leones, because you have been kind of getting to Los Leones in the first 2 days, and you're like, let's see Los Leones. Day three, is it going to be still Los Leones on your mind, Darshita?
I have new things every day, right? So
Mm-hmm.
we always expect new things on every day. So this time, okay, let's just stick to Los Leones. We'll go to new
Okay.
assumptions tomorrow or day after tomorrow, Sam, because you come to Miramar, you don't go to Los Leones is something that is next to impossible. But
Yeah.
as you're talking about sniper and AR, I got this topic in my head now. When it comes to sniper, you said right, when it comes to third and fourth zone, we do not see any sniper action now. The only reason can be that the players, they have less breathing space and
Mm-hmm.
they are really close to each other. When it comes to sniper, I mean, for example, when I play BGMI, the moment I get an M24 or an OM, as you're talking about it, the first thing that I find is a 8x scope or a
Hmm.
6x maybe that could, give me a better view on what's way too far away from me. Now, give it a second thought on using a 8x and 6x in the fourth zone. A bit difficult, right? A bit
Yeah.
difficult, not completely, but a bit difficult. So maybe that's the reason we are not seeing so much of snipers lately, because till the first and the second zone itself, either it's drop clashes happening or either it's players all rotating. But as I keep on talking about players, okay, I was missing that. I was missing that entity. I was just about to say that only if we could see those specs again. I'm thankful for that. If you could just get me one, I would be more thankful to you. But the jolly faces on the sides of Marcos Gaming are giving me a hope of a beautiful match with themselves.
Exactly. Look at Marcos. They did not have a great run on Erangel, but they're still happy about it. And Delta, he's looking sharp as ever. I'm pretty sure he has used the Mark III Razor today. So you also check it out. You're going to be getting, I mean, looks in terms of it's going to be smart, I would say sharp, but the finish that you're going to be getting is going to be completely smooth, and especially also getting your hands on the BGMI limited edition Gillette Mark III Razor. The link is in the description, so do go check it out. But right now, what we have to check out is going to be the flight path. It's favoring the north. Yesterday it was favoring the west and south, and today it's favoring the north. But yes, still has the probability of giving teams an access to Los Leones, Chumacera. I mean, Minas del Val should not be a difficult position that teams need to head up to. But again, if teams look forward to getting to Puerto Paraiso, it can be kind of difficult. But this flight path is going to be ending up at El Hazar. So for teams whoever want to go to the complete northern ends, still have access to it.
Looking interesting, to be honest. It's looking pretty interesting, but what is more interesting is the zone itself, because at the end of the day, that is what matters the most, right? Where the play zone is and what games it has decided to play is what matters the most. So right now, I'm just looking forward to what the upcoming zone shift is going to be like, because I doubt we are going to witness any drop clash happening. And as soon as I say that, I see 7C Sarong nearby to SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. But again, coming back to the point I was waiting for, Sam, the zone, it is looking pretty good. I mean, look at Los Leones, look at Chumacera, look at Minas del Valley, look at Porto. There's no one, and the downsides of the zone is
Mhm.
completely entry, giving an opportunity for teams to enter through Impala. If they do that, they would get a beautiful position for the next three zones at least.
Yep, I think so. There are going to be teams thinking about entering the circle from Impala, but there are three teams aligning in the same direction. One is going to be Marcos, another is going to be OR, and then it's going to be Blind. But look at Global Esports. They've spotted players from Hyderabad HYDRAS as they were getting down, and Nakul is immediately going in for those knocks or finishes, but he could not spray them out in the air. And right now they're dropped down, and now they are looking forward to punishing him. And Nakul falls down to Ace Black, and it was the same UMP that was used, but right now Manya, he has a DMR in his hand. It's going to be a mini 14, so he will be looking forward to a tap shot. But compared to a spray and a tap shot, you either need to be precise with your tap shot, or you need to find a AR rifle where you can spray down your opponent. But looking at this fight, I don't think Global Esports might be able to make their way out. But Ace Black, he also understands that the ammunition that he has is not that great. The equipment that he has is not that great, and that's the reason he's looking forward to Global Esports making a mistake, pushing towards his end, and then he's looking forward to start jumping up. But Ace Black is also looking forward to his teammates pushing together as a barrier, as a complete strike force. Will they be able to execute? Because AJ, he's immediately jumped out the window. I'm not sure if Ace Black spotted it. He did spot out, and AJ also spotted him. He wanted to connect the bullets, but the bullets did not connect. Now Ace Black is stuck at a boulder. If he does not finish off AJ, he will be sprayed down from a different angle, or other players from Hyderabad HYDRAS, they need to make their way and help Ace Black over there.
Globally versus Hyderabad HYDRAS. Now, this is the drop clash I really didn't see coming, but again, they are really nearby. And I guess there's one player who has entered the compound already. AJ gets caught again, and that's going to be AJ. Not just done, but this time Ace Black won't be leaving him alive. No chances of reviving him back, because he is going to be eliminated completely. And I guess they have found Nakul as well. Manya with one great beautiful connection on Ace Black, but Striker is already ready there, waiting to provide a cover fire. At the same time, Nakul gets caught, and that's going to be Nakul done and out. But Hyderabad HYDRAS lose one of their players. That's going to be, I guess, two of them, as Ace Black and Striker, they are down already. Global Esports, eventually, after having two casualties, are making things work in their favor. And I guess Hyderabad HYDRAS is just left with Maxi.
I mean, Hyderabad Hydras, they started off really, really well, but Manya, what a play coming in from this man. 1v2 first and then eliminating players one after another. Yes, Joker has one in his name, but I don't think that does matter anymore because Manya did the unthinkable. He bought this fight to an easy convertible situation where Hyderabad Hydras, they thought they had complete control of it. I mean, we even thought that Hyderabad Hydras had control of it, but Maxi OP, he's telling us why they thought, why we thought, why viewers thought that they had the control of it, but goes in for a reload and no time given. Joker comes in with a jump shot, eliminates him. Manya, if he would have connected this shot, he would have been, I would say, capable and he would have done a 1v3 against Hyderabad Hydras, but Joker and Manya playing together get two finishes each and let Global Esports survive. Unfortunately, they had two casualties. We're talking about another team which has had no casualties and looking forward to loot is going to be Seoul. But still, Seoul stuck to the last position. They need to find a way to make their points work and their positions start going up.
I'm just giving it a second thought, Sam, on how the table turns around, right? Hyderabad Hydras, they were looking good as they started, but Global Esports, Manya, you need to take a bow for this man because if Manya won't, I mean, guess what would have happened if Manya wouldn't have been taking two players out of Hyderabad Hydras? The entire squad of Global Esports could have got eliminated there. It would have been difficult for Global, but again, a nice start. On the other side, we have Marcos Gaming, Don, Pau, Kilo, Gasti, and Dion, the four surviving players for Marcos Gaming, looking good. And again, there's nothing more happening, but right now they need to focus on rotating as well because they are far away. There's going to be a distance of like 1,500 meters. They are away from the play zone. We need to make a way inside. Making a way inside, I was talking about it. There's TSM trying to find themselves a good angle. They got their vehicles right, they got everything that they need. It's just a position that they are looking forward to inside, and position that can give them beautiful angles, beautiful views at the beginning, and then players they can spot. On the other side, we have Godlike looking good. Overall rank, that's going to be 1, but right now if Godlike don't get anything in this map, it can be 2.
Let's see if they will be able to get a lot more, but as you said, right now I'm worried for a lot of the teams, Darshita. I'm not too sure what to talk about because this is day 3 and it is looking very unorthodox. It's looking very wavery. It is not looking like what we thought of how day 1 and day 2 panned out. Maybe day 3 would be in the similar fashion. It's not at all like that. Things are changing up. CHEMIN, after getting the chicken dinner, even the entire performance and even the aggression and also the momentum the teams are showcasing us today is completely on another level. It looks like all these teams who were started off as grand finals, the 16 top teams, and the performance that we saw, it looks like new and different teams have joined us on day 3. So I hope that this is just them getting better in terms of knowing their opponent and figuring out our counter strat to that, and they're getting better in terms of getting the finishes as well. But CHEMIN, they'll be feeling really very confident, Darshita, after getting their first chicken dinner and immediately climbing to the 5th spot, and now they're just 4 spots away to get to the champions title.
Scared of right now, Sam, is the fact that every time a team has got a victory, they have fallen really bad in the second map itself. So
Mhm.
if that happens, it can be difficult for Kemin. But again, as you said, they got a lot of confidence out of that map, so they can make it work in their favor. On the other side, we have Awar. Now look at Jelly. Really scared for these players. They're using a lot of utilities, and they just got one first aid kit and 7 bandages to work around with, and the
Mhm.
distance is almost 1,894 meters. That's huge one, right? So late rotations, I
Yes.
mean, it's already been 8 to 9 minutes done and dusted, and still being in the blue, hitting back so much of damage is something that I do not get a point. But it's going to be difficult for OR to climb up and have utilities for themselves at the end, because look at Atanki. That's the last first aid kit he has, and after that it's just going to be 12 bandages that he's left with.
I mean, this is not looking good, as you said, in terms of the loot. But right now, not looking good might be a fight between Soul and TSM. I'm not saying that it's either not looking good for Soul or TSM, but one of those teams will not be looking good. But how will they be making their way out is going to be a question. Blind, I hope this time they at least have a better performance. But as I was just hoping for them, Godlike have spotted them. Godlike, they want to make sure they connect a couple of bullets. Blind are also looking forward to being ready for a fight, but they're looking in the wrong direction. Godlike, they're ready for you right in your back lines. They're going to be looking forward to connecting a couple of bullets, but the distance is a little bit too much and there are just a lot of dunes in between them. And that's the reason they're picking up vehicles and trying to make a run for it. But Blind, right now that Godlike said, okay, let's not pick a fight, and they were moving out, you just instigated the monsters, and they will be looking forward to jump on you as soon as they find a chance to pounce.
It's going to be difficult. It's going to be really difficult for both of these teams. Now, the reason I say it's going to be difficult for both is because they are holding the position somewhere nearby center. Now, what do they have, around them is TSM, 7C, 8-bit. You know it's Miramar, you know it's time for third party, and you know it's time for me to repeat my dialogue saying welcome to Miramar. I don't want to do that, but again, the way this fight is turning out to be, that can be the case. On the other side, we have TSM and even 7C fighting it out. So there's going to be a lot of noise and a lot of bullet firings all around that needs to be, captured by one of a team who tries to capitalize over all of them.
Let's see if they'll be able to capitalize. TSM, we did see that they were getting spotted from Seoul, but the fight has not yet happened. But I'm not too sure how this is going to be working out right as of now. What the plans of TSM is going to be, whether they're looking forward to a rotation, whether they're looking forward to a fight proactively. But what OR need to proactively look for is to get inside the circle. But what? Delta PG goes down to the play zone when there was no fight at all in the area that they were in, and now Delta PG is knocked where no players from CHEMIN are close by to help him. OR were there. I mean, if this was the real case scenario, there could have been an ambulance and they could have helped over there to Delta PG to recover good health, but this is the battleground, so everybody's out there for finishes. So Delta PG, he's going to be done for, I presume. I don't think anybody will be heading back to help him out, but yes, this is still the second circle, so the possibility is still there. But the possibility also includes fights which can start from Enigma as well as 7C.
Forward to what is going to happen. So many instances, so many things happening all around. Now, Godlike and Blind, as we're talking about them having a fight, Godlike was trying to find a inner wall cover. Okay, Delta gets eliminated, Sam. Team CHEMIN Esports, unfortunate. Now, I don't know what happened exactly out there, because again, going down to second play zone is not something that I'm looking forward to.
Yeah.
And eventually, these players who have so big names, who have so great experience, who always know how important it is to respect the play zone, they go down due to second zone is something that is a bit shocking for me. But as I was talking more about Godlike and Blind, I see a gray spot out there. I don't know who the team is, but maybe a player looking forward to do something.
We'll see what that player is looking forward to do. Right now, every team, even with the 10-minute mark hit, Darshita, we're not seeing the fights happening in terms of players trying to take down each other. The early aggression, the early fights that we saw is all. But after that, nothing else. Now, right now, we did see 7C very early on. They were very, I would say, close by to Enigma, and we thought 7C and Enigma will be having a fight, but that was not the case. 7C are still surviving, Enigma are also still surviving, and both of them have, I would say, moved away, kind of repelled away from each other, but they've welcomed other teams into the nearby compound. So hoping that they're ready for at least this fight. But right now it's time, as the circle switches up, it's going to be giving a great difficulty for the teams at Minas Generalis as well as Graveyard to shift towards close to Chumasera, right at the outskirts of Chumasera, but it's going to be a tough rotation.
It's going to be the time for Marathon once again, Sam. But with that, we have one player from SKYLIGHTZ Gaming getting eliminated now. How did this happen is a question that I have, but I presume that SKYLIGHTZ and Global got into a fight, and that's where SKYLIGHT lost one of their players. Now, we'll get more details on the same after, a while. But on the other side, we have 7C, we have Entity, everyone and their vehicles. As I keep on saying, it's time for Marathon. What I mean to say, it's time for rotation. It's time to get into your vehicle. But Goblin, what? Why? Why? Okay, they're just trying to burst the vehicle itself. Goblin is just having some kind of fun by trying to pan the vehicle.
I mean
okay, that's a bit funny, but again, it's trying to throw a pan on vehicle.
let's see what that strategy is. Either he's like connecting tin and tin, try to make some noise like he's hitting the bell. Let's start the fight, guys. Maybe that might be the call, and immediately the call has been heard, and it's going to be Rex finding a player from Global Esports. That's Mania. Manya and Joker are the only two survivors here on Miramar, so it's going to be difficult for them to survive. Viru will be finishing the player off and getting the confirmation. Now it's all up to Joker from Global Esports. Let's see what they'll be doing, but right now, SKYLIGHTZ, they're about to lose another player. They've been spotted from Revenant. The spray has come in, but Encore, why did you back off? They were running away with the vehicles. You could have had an opportunity to try and do a lot more in terms of damage. Now that they've given space to SKYLIGHTZ, they've got a compound. We will be looking at what Enigma wants to do. They will be looking forward to fight is what we are thinking about, but the fight has not yet happened, and I'm not too sure of how Enigma will be thinking a lot more in terms of doing, because yes, you can see they've gotten one finish in their name, but Global Esports, you can see 5 finishes is what they've gotten. Now yes, we did see Manya being finished off. Joker is still surviving, but what is the plan now? CHEMIN, what is the plan for them? SKYLIGHTZ, what is the plan for them? But now Joker, even though he's the last surviving player, he found an opportunity to isolate a player from Marcos. That's going to be a Dawn. Dawn is right now knocked, but the other players from Marcos, they're immediately jumping in. They're coming close by to make sure Dawn survives. But let's see if it's going to be Dawn surviving, the revive being kicked, or it's going to be Joker eliminating players one after another, just like dominoes, just like puzzle pieces, crumbling them and throwing them out of Miramar.
Their level best right now. Joker, he has the aim to at least take the finish for themselves, and as soon as zone arises, I mean, Team Marcos Gaming, they have decided not to revive him back. But on the other side, we have Enigma trying to fight it out, and that's going to be one player down already. There's Entity versus Enigma going on. Okay, so we have one player down already. Right now, they are looking forward to revive his teammate back. There's going to be one grenade. Okay, there was trying to get a connection, but eventually did not. Enigma just giving their players a new life. But on the other side, Entity Troy couldn't get a life for himself, and that's why Entity Troy will be eliminated completely. 3 players from Entity still standing strong, trying to figure out a way to get out of that situation. A 3v4 fight is what we are having our eyes on, but right now everyone, they're trying to make their way inside the play zone, because that's going to be the most important thing. You do not have the play zone, you know, right, Sam? What happens? You go down because of play zone. TSM Ninja Jord will be finally confirming Joker, and that's going to be Global Esports getting eliminated completely. Entity versus Enigma, fight still going on our screen in 3 different ways.
But I think this is going to be Enigma completely capitalizing. A grenade comes in from Evo. Italy gets the confirmation. Noob gets sprayed down and gets knocked. Now it's all up to Cloud. But Noob is not yet knocked. The damage was done on Noob, so it looks like Noob is still surviving. But Cloud, he had jumped out of the house, and it was heard from Evo. Immediately knocks him. So now it's all up to Noob. He does have a med kit. That was the first aid to patch himself up. But if he could do anything, Avi spots him outside the window, and that's done for. The house that Entity had under control has been snatched away, and it's going to be Enigma getting themselves, I would say, accommodated to all those brilliant rooms.
They got accommodated, but right now, GODLIKE, they're not looking good. Clutch God just got caught, and there's Blind on the other side. There's 8-bit on the other side. Neo is already down to the ground. 7C Prince will be taking one on Blind Zaddy. 8-bit Tsunami is just trying to figure out a way on confirming the sides of Team GODLIKE right now, because it's really important for all the teams out here to deny points for GODLIKE, and that's being done. Clutch God gets spot, and that's going to be Clutch God getting punished as well. So Team GODLIKE right now left down with 2 players, Jonathan and Z-God. Clutch God, I guess he gets confirmed, and that's going to be one complete player getting eliminated. Now, my hopes on Neo getting revived is really low, because Neo is in a complete open area, right, Sam? And you know how difficult it will get the entire squad if they go in for revival. But talking more about revival, Sarang is reviving his teammate back to his life. There's Blue Zone that has already arrived, and they need to make a way out of that situation. But Jonathan is ready, and that's how Spray God goes down, because of the play zone itself.
But look at this, 8-bit who are picking a fight with GODLIKE. They're also getting picked with the fight on Nigma Galaxy. Jonathan does the damage, but he's very low right now. He has 3 first aid kits to patch himself up, but along with that, his utilities also have not taken a lot in terms of the damage. But look at Tsunami's grenade coming in. It's like a whirlwind of grenades that should do the damage. Spray God gets confirmed. He was already knocked to the play zone, and the confirmation is all the same. And look at Sarang. Even though he's getting damage from the play zone, from the blue zone itself, he does not care. He looks forward to fighting with Tsunami. He gets that, I guess, a knock on Tsunami. I'm not too sure. We'll see very soon. And no, he did not get a knock. He was very close to knocking Tsunami, and immediately saves himself. But Nigma Galaxy had found a knock on 8-bit. They were unable to convert. So 8-bit are still standing strong with all their 4 players, but they've just gotten one single finish, Darshita.
Jonathan, this man trying his level best to do something. There's going to be a 1v1 between Spy and Jonathan. Spy is patching himself up. Jonathan has already set his aim. He's looking forward, is really low. It's going to be difficult for Jonathan to just get this 1v1 working in his favor. But look at Jonathan. His man is not stopping. Someone needs to stop him, and that's going to be Spy. But no, Spy, before taking his confirmation, went down due to pay. I mean, what did this happen there? But whatever happened, that's going to be GODLIKE getting eliminated. Neo gets confirmed, and I guess ZGod again is going to be the last survivor. Yeah, there's
Yes.
ZGod, still the last surviving player, still alive. I don't know, is it a something happening again and again? But we always see ZGod as the last surviving player, no matter what fight it is. 8-bit Juicy, there's a grenade parade all set on the sides of Team 8-bit. ZGod patching himself up, but again, his first aid kits gets over. Hector gets caught. He just compromises himself out there. Goblin will be taking one on 8-bit Juicy. Goblin trying his level best to confirm the players of 8-bit. And Enigma Avi already down to the ground. Riot is being caught by Goblin. ZGod gets eliminated because of play zone. Again and again, Sam, play zone is just playing a different game out here.
Mason is just pushing teams up close, making sure they either lose each other on the, how would you put it, by either the damage getting from the play zone, or it would be from opponents getting in close quarters trying to fight it out. And now it looks like the fight out is between 8-bit and Soul. The damage is being dealt, but still, look, after the one finish that they got on GODLIKE, 8-bit have not found anything else. They've been doing the damage, but players have been reviving each other. Now Tsunami goes down. Wraith was looking for him to run away, but look at Soul connecting the bullets, and Wraith is also down right now. Juicy will be confirmed from Goblin, and one after another players from 8-bit are falling apart. But Hector, he was looking good. Now Akshat coming in, Nigma Galaxy Dreams doing the damage, and finally getting that player down. Akshat does make it possible that the other players from Soul are still surviving, but Nigma Galaxy, they thought they were looking brilliant in a fight that they had picked, but right now they've gotten spotted from Enigma, and that's the reason they're moving in a different direction. Akshat, what a beast he has been right now, did the damage, but look at that, the grenades are not stopping. He'll be confirming Hector as well as Goblin, but it was from a long range that Enigma snatched away that finish from Nigma Galaxy. The last surviving player is going to be Akshat. I think he needs to go on top rather than going away, but look at the grenade, it came right in front of his face, and MJ gets that finish.
MJ, there was a beautiful grenade. It was the most amazing one. On the other side, we have Team Soul gets eliminated. Madman was the last surviving player. He tried his level best to patch up, patch himself up, but that eventually didn't work in his favor, and that's where we get a confirmation that 8-bit Madman, the last surviving player, gets eliminated. Team 8-bit gets eliminated. CHEMIN on the other side gets caught by 7Sea Invitational, getting a lot of damage on himself, by the way. Trying to take the players of CHEMIN down. Couldn't capitalize on the entire situation, and that's 7C just locating themselves. TSM Shadow OG gets caught by Somrat. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming trying to do a lot of damage, trying to at least make Miramar work in their favor, because Erangel is something that is not working in their favor right now. Shadow OG patching himself up. Blaze is really low. He needs to patch himself up before anything. They already have lost Vexy. I'm talking about SKYLIGHTZ Gaming right now. They already have lost Vexy. There are 3 surviving players. They got the compound, but they need to make a way out of that position, because look at the mini map out there, Sam. There's no one inside the play zone. All of them are going to fight it out outside, and there's just going to be 1 or 2 teams, maximum 3 teams making it inside, but that's going to be beautiful. Come, boy, the grenade goes boom, and it takes 1 player out.
It's going to be
second one.
Yes, that's grenade parade coming in from SKYLIGHTZ. They're not stopping. Another one comes in. Kyoya, he's very low, but look at this push coming in together. The line of fire was good. He did spray down, take down Kamla, but there's another player in the left flank who does the damage and gets Kyoya out. Now it's all up to Paradox. A 1v1 situation. No, it's not going to be. It's a 2v1 situation, but bring it to a 1v1, because that molly inside, I think it was their own molly which they'd thrown down, and that's the reason he got knocked. But nonetheless, SKYLIGHTZ will be able to convert, but it does not matter. TSM also here. TSM are looking forward to capitalize, and I think TSM might actually eliminate the players from SKYLIGHTZ, and that's what is happening. Somraj, the last surviving player, trying to do the damage, but Aquanox goes down, and that should be the end for SKYLIGHTZ. A third party working for TSM. But another third party, OR, capitalizes immediately. Even TSM gets eliminated.
Oh my god, that was OR if I'm not wrong,
Yes.
eliminating the sides of Team TSM. Now, this is what we'll be discussing on Castle, because that's the most interesting part about the entire Miramar. But coming back to the fights that are getting more and more interesting right now, Sam, Esports is standing strong. 7C Aladdin, I guess he has found the sides of Esports and is trying to capitalize over the sides of CHEMIN out there, and Aditya will be one taking Justin. So Team OR, they are looking good after eliminating the sides of TSM. They are having their eyes on eliminating CHEMIN Esports. Destro is the last surviving man. Again, 0 finishes for CHEMIN Esports, and if they go down right now, they'll just be getting the position points. Justin goes out, and that's gonna be one last surviving player. Enigma Rex compromises himself. Enigma Viru goes down because of one grenade. Aru, I guess even he have compromised himself. Destro, he can't do anything right now.
Yeah.
Or like he cannot do anything because
He's done. That's the last one. He tried his best, but he got knocked off. But now look at this 7C having the higher edge advantage. They're playing really smart about it. They get a knock on the Enigma Galaxy. They're looking forward to a lot more. Enigma Galaxy is right now having the last two surviving players. To revive MJ, they have to go to the other side of the ridge, and it's going to be difficult to go to that position. But OR, I'm not too sure if they thought they eliminated completely the entire team of TSM, or they know that TSM is still surviving. There's still 2 players from TSM who are right behind their eyes. That's going to be Aquanox as well as Ninja Jot, but I think I spoke a little bit too soon. Ninja Jot has been found from Atanki, and I think the spray from Ninja Jot did not connect. And right now, it looks like the circle wants to make sure, irrespective of the shots being connected, they're going to be providing the advantage on 7C. But the grenades are being retaliated. The spray is coming in. 7C, they need to be smart about it. They have to finish a fight at one end, and they're pushing up for it, but they were not ready. OR from the third party gets Aru down. Prince goes down, and now 7C just becomes a 2-player squad because of Prince being eliminated. Unfortunate, but still Sarang and Aladdin, let's see what magic they kick in. Aquanox, even though he was about to be burned out, he's looking forward to patch himself up, but I'm not too sure for long.
No.
Atanki will also be eliminating him. That is finally the end for TSM.
Team TSM gets eliminated with 5 finishes, and that's 4 teams with 10 alive players. That we still have NIGMA Galaxy Wixie. That was a beautiful grenade, but that took down 1 player. Now Enigma, they are left with 2. 7C, they are left with 2. OR with 3, and I guess Enigma, and 7C, they're left with 2 players, and that's OR with 3. So OR, they do have a chance of capitalizing not just on this fight, but on the overall standings as well. Enigma Galaxy Apollo gets eliminated. That's going to be Rex, Evo, Edley will be taking down Wixie as well. One after the other, the sides of Enigma Galaxy, they're falling down, they're faltering. Right now, it's the last surviving player. Oh, that was not even the last player. Enigma Galaxy, they get eliminated completely. Now, 7C Sarang, 4 finishes for the entire squad. 2 is what Sarang got for himself. Aladdin, I guess this man has got 2, but we'll see that later on. Right now, there's going to be a fight. That's going to be 2v2 with 3. OR, again, they have an upper hand advantage to work around with. They got the hills for themselves. They got the manpower standing. All they need is a victory, is a chicken dinner, because that's going to be the much needed and the much waited ones. Atanki trying to find the sides of 7C, but I guess they have found some on Enigma. Atanki just compromises himself, but is a bit safe and secure right now.
It was a brilliant shot and a try as well coming in. But Enigma, they do have to understand that they're just 2 players standing, whereas OR, they have the advantage. 7C, Aladdin spots him, and Aladdin immediately confirms and knocks Evo Edley is out now. It's all up to Rex, whose position is completely compromised even for 7C as well as OR, and both of them are holding him strong. Rex's spray was good, but the placement does the damage, and the last few bullets from Sarang actually connects, and they will be eliminating the players from Enigma. Now 7C against OR. OR are already having a chicken dinner. 7C are at the 9th position, and I think this is the aggression coming in from the 9th position that they won this chicken dinner. Let's see if 7C are able to do it.
I really doubt right now, because OR, they are having everything that they need. Look at the position. Position is so beautiful. May the situation be a 2v3, but yeah, you do not know the players of 7C, right? They are aggressive. They can be giving you a lot of surprises. I mean, 7C, right? They start to climb. It's a slow and steady climb, but they do climb. So right now, if any one player of 7C goes down, that's for OR for sure. But if one player from OR goes down, then it can be difficult for the sides of Team OR to capitalize on this entire situation. Atanki gets caught. Atanki takes down Sarang. Now, this is something I was scared of. Aladdin is the last surviving player. A 1 versus 3 gets compromised. There's going to be vehicle, but Aditya goes down to the play zone. No! Oh my god. Aditya could have survived, but nevertheless, it doesn't matter at all, because the second match was written for OR, and it is for OR, as Team OR gets their much needed victory. And trust me, Sam, this is gonna change the overall standings. We can see OR on the first position no matter what, because GODLIKE, they didn't have a good match the previous one and this one even.
Exactly. There was just a 9 point difference, Darshita, and now the difference, I'm pretty sure, as you said, has been closed up. And what a match it has been. We were
Very true.
thinking that maybe 7C would have gotten their first chicken dinner, Nigma Galaxy could have gotten themselves, and they could have moved a little bit further in the overall standings. But both these teams, even with a brilliant performance, especially with Sarang and Aladdin being the last two surviving players, I thought we could have seen 7C coming up. But as we say, Miramar, you get advantages. On top of the advantages, you have to act. And OR got the high ridge advantage and the circle advantage, and they started pushing up. Aladdin and Sarang, if they were able to act in one single direction, push together, maybe we could have seen a different information or a different play panning out over there. But it happened that OR were the ones who were making a play, and it was just a reactive situation that 7C were in. But 7C, look at them, they took a fight with Enigma as well. They took them down as well. Enigma were looking brilliant. We did talk about Enigma, right? We saw their Miramar average. Enigma were on the bottom, but here they come to the top three and tell us it was just a couple of, I would say, mistakes that we were making and not having a good time on Miramar. And immediately, once they've understood every other team and what kind of a gameplay Enigma need to put forth, they've won it out. But OR is going to be the stars of Miramar, right? As well, and especially as you said, the overall standings is going to be much awaited to see what has happened. But before that, we'll be quickly taking a look at the highlights. It all started with Global Esports and Hyderabad Hydras. Ace Black, he was spotted from AJ, and we thought Ace Black is done for. But this grenade was the reason Hyderabad Hydras were done.
Now, did everything he could, I mean, he did everything, not just he could, he just did everything. He took two players out, then Maxi confirmed one. I mean, Global Esports, yes, they lost two players, but Manya was really looking good. I mean, look at this man and look at the time he takes for reaction. Yes, he was put down to his ground, but again, we had Joker with the jump shots at the end itself. Everything, worked in the favor of Global Esports. Then Marcos Gaming Dawn, he was isolated. There was Global Esports, the last surviving player, Joker. He took down Dawn, and I guess the confirmation was something that Global Esports got. But again, coming back to Godlike, Neo, he was caught in an open area, and then I guess it was a clutch card again punished. Both of them were down. After that, Jonathan was the last surviving man. Or Z-God was the last surviving man, not Jonathan. And I guess it got them really into difficulties. 8-bit and 7C got into a fight. It took one. Jonathan and Blind got into a fight. Now look at this. He put Jonathan down to his knees. He was surviving on a bare HP. He went down into play zone, but he got one finish for his entire team.
But look at the fight that we thought that maybe 8-bit had under control. They did take players one after another down, but Hector and Akshat played together brilliantly, pushed back 8-bit, but Nigma Galaxy were the one who caused the trouble. I mean, if Nigma Galaxy had overextended, Enigma had their, I would say, address and their information, and they're looking forward to take them down. Raid did try to get out of the crosshairs, but 7C were a little bit better. But this execution coming in from SKYLIGHTZ was brilliant. It was just a cascading effect. As soon as they started dropping players out, they started pushing up. But Kyoya, he did do the damage, but just the last few bullets, if it would have connected with Somraj as well, we could have seen that things could have changed. But TSM, the third party SKYLIGHTZ, got the advantage. But they then themselves got third party like from OR, and that's where OR got the confidence and the, I would say, advantage of the ground. Just imagine if OR were not in that position, Darshita, TSM would be the ones getting a chicken dinner right as of now.
Completely agreed. So much could have happened if things were different. But again, coming back to what has happened right now, Nigma Galaxy and 7C, they got into a fight. I guess one player was eliminated. Aquanox, there was a lot of fire all around. I mean, his soul was completely put up in the flames itself, and that's where it got him difficult. 7C Sarang took down one on Nigma Galaxy with a beautiful grenade. Rex took down one on Apollo. I mean, he confirmed Apollo with that grenade itself. Aladdin was waiting for an opportunity, and he got that as soon as Evo Idli, he just came in a complete open area. Aladdin, I guess he took one more player down. Sarang was the one to do the rest of the job. But again, Sarang, he was trying to go in for a different position, and that's where sides of Team OR caught them. Now, Aditya here, he went in for a stunt. He went in for a vehicle. And that's where he went down into play zone. But talking about the MVP, the Gillette MVP of the match, that's no other than Atanki. Saved his team beautifully the previous match. Right now, he just gave 100% of him, got 5 finishes, and look at the total contribution. That's 62.5%. A huge that Atanki has, not just for himself alone, but for his entire team out there.
Uh, Atanki, I mean, he is creating that, you say, right, fear in all
Clear,
the
yeah.
opponent's mind. He is playing really, really well. I really like the performance coming in, and I'm pretty sure he's also eyeing his, I would say, chances of getting to that MVP prize, getting the $1,000 for himself. I mean, we are going to be seeing 50%, 60% a lot of times whenever a team gets a chicken dinner for themselves, and that is what happens whenever they get a chicken dinner, or even if they don't, for a team, they try to do a lot in a particular match. Now, not only that Atanki did so much, got his team the 62% contribution in terms of finishes, but also the 5 finishes that he gave, and along with that, 5 of his own and 3 his teammates helped out. So the total is 8, but the points is just going to be 23. So still we are missing the 23, I would say the 30 bomber match that has not been seen from day 1 or day 2. Only 1 or 2 matches we have seen, but not more after that. Enigma will be at the second position. They were the team who got eliminated third, but just because of their finishes, they were looking good, and that's the reason they're going to be 1 point away from 7C, who got eliminated in the second position with 18 points. Fourth position for Enigma Galaxy with 14 points. TSM at the fifth with 11.
It's on the sixth with sixth now. This is a good balance between the rank and the total points. Global Esports on the seventh with six again. Team Soul got five, CHEMIN got four, REVENANT got three, 8-bit, Godlike, Blind, Hyderabad, HYDRAS. Four teams to get two in total. But again, coming back to zero, it's gonna be Marcos and Entity getting no points, 0 points out of one entire match. Ladies and gentlemen, it's match 14 already. And after completing the next up map, you're gonna be done with 15. You're gonna be left with 15 itself. But as I keep on saying, or they got a huge one. They pushed down the sides of Team Godlike. 158 for Godlike, but OR, it's a 12 points difference that they created. And in terms of the total points, look at OR looking good on the first position with 170. Godlike, as they couldn't be so good in today's overall day. By saying this, I mean to say that the number of placement and finishes that they accumulated was not so good, and compared to what damage they have done in the previous two matches, they have been pushed down to the hashtag 2.
Exactly. Look at OR climbing close to both in terms of finishes as well as placement points and exceeding. But look at Enigma where they are with the third position, 147 points. Same number of, I would say, close to same number of point difference that OR were. They are created a 12-point difference, whereas Enigma is an 11-point difference. So easily attainable. Fourth position for TSM with 134 points. CHEMIN at the fifth with 118. Sixth position for SKYLIGHTZ with 117. But 7C make their entry. This was much awaited, but if they got the chicken dinner, I think they could have come to the fifth spot as well. But nonetheless, 109 points for them. 8-bit will be pushed out one spot, but not a lot to be worried about with 106. But here's where these teams are making their way to the first page. There are teams who have also been pushed out of the first page to the second page. So for them, it's going to be a tough time. But as I said, there are teams who are matching up in terms of finishes as well as placement points, where Godlike were, I would say, miles away. But right now, it's not the case. If you talk about placement points, OR are right now 17 points ahead, and total finishes, they might be 5 finishes lagging, but it's just 5. Yesterday we saw it was 75 and 57, Darshita, and Hyderabad Hydras, the team which was in the 5th, 4th position, who are looking really, really strong, have been pushed to the second page at the 9th spot with 105 points. Even with 2 chicken dinners, they're at the second page.
Fortunate, but it's difficult right now because the level. See, getting two chicken dinners, yes, that's the most amazing part. But again, you need to make sure that besides those two matches, you have played 12 more matches. So need to get something in that event. Two chicken dinners means 30 placement points itself, right? So if you minus 30 from 56 itself, you get an amount of 26 points that they have accumulated in past 12 maps, and that's not a good number. Trust me when I say that. So that's something that needs to be calculated accordingly. Enigma Galaxy on the 10th with 86. Revenant we got on 11th with 80. Marcos got 76. Global got 73. Blind 72. Entity 63. And Team Soul finally making half century work in their favor. That's going to be 53. But again, Team Soul, decent amount of finishes, but not really looking good on the placement sides. Because look, 18 placement points, not a good place to be.
Uh, I don't know what to talk about. Placement points, finish points, 18, 29, 30, 29, whatever it might be. I'm saying that the second page is not a place that any of these teams want to be. If everybody
True.
had like an opportunity of just having points, sum up to them and get to the first spot, everybody would have tried to take the champions title if there were like 16 champions title. But as a game, as a race, as a competition, there's only going to be one champion and everybody else are going to be the competitors. And right now that's how it's seeming to be. All the players who are playing are competitors, and out of which there are champions coming one after another, but who is that specific champion will be only concluded on the last day. But till that, we have to wait and watch. But let's quickly take a look at an angle map chance again. Who has the probability of getting in chicken dinner? Who has the highest, I would say, finishes as well as placement points that have taken per match that we have seen? Enigma are still standing strong here. I want to see if Enigma have done the same kind of change in Miramar after coming so close to victory, being eliminated the third position. The wait will be there, but look at this. Godlike, the performance is not working out. They get pushed back. They're getting pushed back here on the overall standings as well, and even in the map chance.
Stay, you know, is all about making your way up. Because right, we are at the midway itself. Team Godlike, they have been brilliant in the first 2 days. But right now, falling down on the third day is not a great sign, I would say, of maintaining your position in the #1. They have not just been pushed down in the map chance of Erangel. They have been pushed down in the overall standings with a 12-point buffer, and that's a huge one, right? You need to plan accordingly on what can be done, and they need to survive at least till the top 7 or 8 teams and get good amount of finishes. We have OR, we have TSM, and then we have CHEMIN. But again, Seoul, SKYLIGHTZ, Entity, these teams are the teams that I have my eyes on. They need to get out of that last positions and maybe find themselves a position up there in the top 5, top 6, because you are getting rewarded till top 13. You're not getting rewarded on the 14th, 15th, and 16th
Mhm.
position. The next after we are done with 13 prizes, we got 2 more prizes. That's the most valuable. That's the MVP and the MVT. That's it.
Yes.
That's it for the prize pool split that we always keep talking about. So right now, as it is just the third day, I mean, not just the third day, but as it is the third day, still there is a hope of these teams having their eyes on the top 5 position at least. Till the last days, 2 maps are done. We are left with just 4 maps. They can eye for the top 3 positions. But again, after that, it's just a race to get at least something out of this entire tournament, rather than
Exactly.
experience, rather than learning.
It is going to be a race to the finish. As you said, the half mile mark is also something that we are going to be reaching. The countdown will be starting, and whenever a countdown starts, it is for something spectacular. And yes, we will be witnessing that. So let's start making the countdown right as of now. So it's going to be from T minus 15. We are going to be seeing till 0. And once we hit 0 on the last day, that's going to be April 3rd, end up Erangel. And I'm not too sure if you are going to be concluding champions on Sanhok, if you are going to be concluding it on Miramar, whether you're going to be concluding in match 30 itself. That's going to be Erangel. No ideas about that, but looking at how close cut the competition is, how players are changing up, how teams are changing up in terms of the spot. Yes, day 1 and day 2 look like Godlike should be the ones walking away with the champions title, but it looks like the amount of efforts that Godlike have put in, they're kind of taking it slow right as of now. And this is not what we saw in terms of what Godlike has in terms of their potential, in terms of the firepower that they can put across. And we were same questioning the same things to CHEMIN, and immediately CHEMIN tell us here's what we do, and they take the chicken dinner. The second matchup was not that great, but I don't worry for them because they're already at the 5th spot, and it's just a couple of spots away for them, and they can immediately make a comeback. Now because it's Erangel, there might be a comeback itself, but there were a lot of third parties. We did talk about it, that we'll talk in the cast as this. That situation of SKYLIGHTZ, Revenant, TSM, OR, these 4 teams, it,
No, right?
I mean, it is like all of them were in the same escalator, or all of them were in the same train, but the train just stopped 2 minutes earlier for the other teams, and the other teams stopped 2 minutes later, and one after another players got a chance to eliminate each other, and OR stood strong. Now, Erangel, it's going to be difficult to have a chance like this, but there can be a scenario created similar, just like we saw the Novo Bridge gatekeep, where NIGMA Galaxy, Godlike, Hyderabad Hydras, and Global Esports, 4 different teams were there, and it was just NIGMA Galaxy making their way out. But this time, NIGMA Galaxy were not the last team who entered Novo. They were the first team who were there at Novo Bridge Keep, and they got that, I would say, advantage, but still not the victory. But here's one thing, because I said NIGMA Galaxy, I want to talk about Darshita, and I also want to know what you think. NIGMA Galaxy back to back 2 matches. They've come close to the top 6 and top 5. Do you think NIGMA Galaxy will be finally getting their chicken dinner?
They need it right now.
Yes.
Because looking at the confidence they have, yes, you are right on the point that they can get this victory, and trust me, if they get that, we may see Enigma Galaxy just popping off beautifully, because at the end of the day, it's just about one match that gains you a lot of confidence, right? You play one
Mm-hmm.
match, you get a lot of confidence for yourself. But talking about one match and gaining confidence, I still remember CHEMIN Esports, they got their victory, but what happened after that was one player going down to the play zone in the
Oh,
second zone
yes.
itself. Now,
Delta.
yeah, I don't know, I really don't know what exactly happened there. I mean, why did that player went down to the play zone? But that's really harsh, right? That's really hard to even accept. I mean, if you ask me that second place zone is giving so much damage that it will take you down to your knees directly, I would really not agree with you, because
Exactly.
it's like 3.3 or 5% damage is what you get in the second zone itself. We start off with 3, we go to 5, then I guess, if I'm not wrong on
Mm-hmm.
this. So it's like 0.5% damage is, it's still okay to deal with when you have good amount of utilities. And it's when this point comes that you need to get yourself not just good guns, not just good ammos, good amount of ammos, but utilities as well. Because 12 bandages and 15 bandages, okay, but you need at least 3 to 4 health kits and one med kit to fully patch you up.
Exactly. You need to look forward to having those right utilities, especially in the last fights you're, I would say, surviving. I mean, before we head on Miramar and talk about, I would say, head on to Erangel and talk about it, I want to go back to Miramar itself. The last fight between 7C and OR, you saw if 7C had grenades, they could have done a lot more. So let's see if they'll be able to do it. But Marcos, even though they are right now kind of falling behind, they're still looking good. But right now, looking good alongside me, it's going to be Edge joining us here, becoming my co pilot and bringing in something new. I'm not too sure what he's planning for, but Edge, would you want to tell us what kind of a flight path you're bringing in as you're joining?
I mean, it's gonna be straight. I'm telling you right now, Sam.
Okay.
It's
I
gonna be
thought it's going to be a
straight.
snake flight path that you're going to be bringing in.
gotta, gotta,
Mm,
gotta be careful, right?
yeah.
I mean, yeah, I can't just drive. I mean, sorry, I can't just steer it however I want. We are gonna go down towards military base. Let's see if anyone's gonna be there. But here's the thing about military base: everyone tends to avoid it because most of the time, like 90% of the time, the zone is not going to be included. I mean, military base is not going to be included in the zone. So, I mean, if you do drop there, you need to make your way out instantly because those two bridges are the only way out, or the waterways, which is not a reliable way of travel there. But here's the thing: you have a lot of loot. I mean, and if you're lucky enough, you might get that zone coming into your favorite. But yeah, as I speak, looks like Nigma Galaxy are and Kevin. Okay, looks like Kevin are going to be the ones dropping onto the military base as of now. Here, Sam.
I mean, Kemen do always drop down to military base, and because of which the previous flight path also worked in their favor, and they got the chicken dinner on the first matchup. So let's see if they'll be able to do it. But Revenant and 7C, is it going to be another drop clash happening? Is going to be what I'm looking forward to. But it looks like Revenant. Oh yes, they're going to be dropping down to Novo, but this time it's not going to be a military base, I would say, end zone that we are going to be seeing. Yes, it might have the circles in military base right as now as we start, but is there going to be a drop clash in Pochinki? Yes, that's still being avoided. SKYLIGHTZ still looking so spread out. Look at where Gamla Boys is, look at where Vexy is, and along with Enigma, there's another player from SKYLIGHTZ who's traveling around now. Somraj, he is still doing the damage, but immediately Joker exchanges the blow. I thought that Somraj would have eliminated the player over there, but immediately gets eliminated. But look at this, Nigma Galaxy and 7C are also having a fight. But what is 7C on to? They're just jumping down to drop clash. They're just looking forward to fighting with teams from the get-go.
No one's. I mean, they wanna, show us what they have. They wanna show us what they got, the potential, and also they're not afraid anymore, Sam. They were playing for those qualification points up until now, but after that, you can see the competition in the top 8, right? It's so close. It's just too good to see. And also, I'm really happy because everyone's popping off, especially Enigma Galaxy as well. They were sitting at the bottom, but then they somehow made their way to the top 10 now, sitting there. But as that happens, you can see 7C getting destroyed by Enigma Galaxy's dream there. And then Polo, he's not going to stop either. He wants a piece of that action. Aladdin is dropped to his knees. MJ is really, really low. But I think they should be okay with it because, there are only 2 surviving players from the side of 7C right now.
Exactly, 7C. I thought they had the control, but right now they were spread out, and especially not having the weapons that they needed, especially in the drop. This was not a calculated fight, and especially the bridge, the compound right outside Novo Bridge is very little. You will not find a lot in terms of the loot, and I think that's where things did not work in the favor of 7C. A couple of them dropped down close to Enigma Galaxy, whereas Enigma Galaxy were better in looting up the houses, whereas 7C did not get the opportunity. And now Aladdin has been spotted, and I'm pretty sure Apollo is not going to be having fun. But no, he says, I'm not going to be a gentleman. I'm not going to be doing anything in terms of a melee attack. I'm going to be taking my rifle. The way you're meant to be put down is how I'm going to be putting you down. But Spray God, along with his teammate, is still surviving. So 7C still have a chance. But look at this, 7C Prince and where Spray God is. What is the play here? What is the thought going on? Prince, is he targeting Pukar? Does he want to eliminate Pukar? That is a 1v1 situation that he can pull off. But Spray God, if he picks even a single bullet sent out of his magazine, sent out of his nozzle, it is going to be Enigma Galaxy jumping right on his trail and looking forward to eliminating him. And you do not want 7C, after a good fight that you put across on Miramar, being eliminated, being one of the first teams. I understand you did not get the chicken dinner, but still being in the top 3 and getting eliminated at the 0 position here on Erangel makes no sense.
Definitely won't be sensible, and at the same time, I don't think that's what these teams want. Right, for sure. Once again, 2 matches done. We still have 4 more left for the day. Already 3 eliminations there. Aladdin and Saran going down. Enigma Galaxy, once again, a brilliant start to the game for them. But what do you think? Do you think and we are going to be getting ourselves a repeated winner? And by repeated winner, I mean, do you think CHEMIN or OR can pull off another one today?
I mean,
or at least in this match?
The chances are getting a little bit higher after Miramar in Miramar OR got their chicken dinner. I was about to say Miramar got their chicken dinner. I realized there's no Miramar here in terms of a team, but it does happen. We are going to be seeing so much Erangel and Miramar. I presume if some of the teams that we are going to be seeing, especially when we see an open tournament, if there is going to be any team naming themselves Erangel Conquerors or Miramar Destroyers, and I will be more than happy. I mean, kind of started the name off here. But okay, fun jokes apart, getting back into the game, Spray God as well as Prince are the last 2 surviving players, but they're still not thinking about regrouping. Whereas Marcos, when we started the match here, when the player cams came through, we saw that they were smiling, and those smiles, I'm pretty sure, are going to be because they're feeling really, really happy. But we have not found their smooth gameplay, their smooth saves coming through. But for our viewers, if they want to get themselves the smooth save, I think they should check out the Gillette Mark III razors, especially the limited edition BGMI razors with a BGMI pop socket and edge. Will you miss out? Because I've got myself one already.
I am still trying to get my hands on one, to be honest. It's really, I mean, the name itself says that it's limited, the limited edition, and unfortunately I can't get my hands on one as of now on the stores. But yeah, I think I gotta check the online store there. Maybe hopefully
I'm here to help you.
Socket.
If you want it to be online, there's a link in the description. Viewers, you also, stores, you might not be able to find it, just like Edge is unable to. So head over to our description. That's where the link is to purchase online. But right now, it's going to be a fight that these teams are looking forward to purchase. And Blaze OP is starting it off with Soul.
Let's see what they have in store for us right now. It's going to be TSM versus Soul any moment now. Look at the split coming in. Goblin's really far away. Hector and Omega are together, but then there's Akshat trying to get himself into a different position. They're trying to, corner TSM there, but Marcus, wait, oh no, did he just mess up? Yep, he messed up. Tsunami, I think that I think if he just starts off that vehicle, I think it's gonna go down, right? But Aqua looks like he's about to go down to one of the players inside of Soul there. Marcos, where are they? I know for a fact they're coming in for the third party there, but are they going to be going in as of now, or they take their sweet time because they don't need to engage? It's still pretty early. We still haven't even hit that 10-minute mark here.
We still not hit the 10-minute mark and we are still waiting it out. 8-bit, they have understood that they're very close to a team, but TSM and Soul, it's a very calculated fight. They're slowly moving up, they're slowly moving across, but TSM have understood because they've utilized a lot of time in terms of gaining space. Another team has come up close to them, and that's the reason they're not picking the fight. If they pick it up, if they start spraying down even a single player from Soul that they spot out, they kind of can give an easy invitation and an open one to the sides of Marcos. But before that could happen, Global Esports will be finding players from Godlike, and it's Clutch God and Z-God dropped down already. Z-God did survive numerous times, but right now Neo answering back to Global Esports.
Taking it slow. Why I can't understand what Tsunami is doing there. We'll talk about that in a second. Looks like Jonathan, he needs to do a lot because two of the players inside of Godlike are already down, and Godlike is not having a good day today.
Exactly.
Let me tell you that much. They're not having a good day, and Knuckle, whoa. Only survivor?
Yep.
Was that the fight? Yep, that was a fight between Godlike and Global. And looks like there's got to be a lot of help, a lot of medkits coming in, but here we go. 3 finishes already to the side of Godlike. Is this the matchup that they were waiting and hoping for? That was a really good long to mid-range combat between Global and Godlike. Godlike did come out on top, but Knuckle now, he's trying to take down Jonathan, but Jonathan has no brakes in his vehicle.
What?
And also, at his confidence, oh my god, look at them.
How
That's a
is he
ballsy
surviving?
move. And will he get that finish? Yes, sir, he will. Jonathan, the balls on this man. You gotta agree, man. I mean, you gotta agree that was a ballsy move. He just went out in the open. He could have, given away his finish. But Global now are down and out, and they are not having a great, great grand finals here. Because they did have a beautiful semifinal, but after that, they still haven't found their groove. But Godlike, after having a terrible start to the day, 4 finishes, and are looking really confident right now.
Man, what was that play coming in from Godlike? Immediately it was first started off from Global Esports, and then Godlike completely turning things around. And look at the replay, as you said, we had to say it. The way he was able to jump out at the vehicle edge and still survive. I thought Knuckle would have caught him as he was completely jumping out of the vehicle. He would have put a stop as soon as he opened the door, and there was no action that he would have done. Like just we see some action movies with, I mean, they make a jump and they completely destroy. This was an actual movie scene that Jonathan recreated, I would say, Edge.
You're talking about one of those South Indian movies, huh, fam?
I'm pretty sure everybody got it. Next thing that we're going to be seeing Jonathan is in movies. I'm pretty sure.
Pretty sure that's
He's already making his own
that's gonna
stunts.
happen. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of action happening here in game, and it's about time for him to, make that come into play as well. It's gonna be Striker with a beautiful grenade there on the Clutch Squad. But not gonna be able to get that finish as of now. But Manti, how did you make your way here? How were you able to reposition yourself like this? Takes out Clutch Squad, that's the IGL gone, and now Z got in a lot of trouble. He goes down to Striker as well. Manti, he's out in the open. Neo tries to take him down, but now I think Godlike realizes that they cannot do anything to save their teammates. Z-God goes down, and Jonathan and Neo, the 2 contenders for the MVP there, are the only surviving ones for the side of Godlike. But HYDRAS, they thought they were gonna, go down to HYDRAS. Actually, I thought that. Sorry, they were gonna go down to Godlike, but then they held on to their ground firmly that they didn't budge an inch.
Unfortunate for God, like the way they were able to get those finishes on Global Esports, and after that, what happened? Why were they immediately split apart? And Hyderabad HYDRAS capitalized, and Hyderabad HYDRAS, I mean, they're not happy that they got pushed to the second page, and that's, I think, the aggression working out here. They're looking forward to doing the damage. TSM, we thought they would pick up a fight with Soul, but it got prolonged, and that's the reason. Looks like TSM have repositioned themselves, but they've also lost players' edge. It's just 2 players surviving from the side of TSM. It's going to be Blaze as well as Ninja out there. IGL Aquanox is out, but we know how crucial Aquanox is also as an assaulter. Spray God still surviving, or right now at Potato Hills, very close to where SKYLIGHTZ are. And SKYLIGHTZ, even though they were split in, I would say, various opposite poles, they found a way to regroup. they've just lost one player. That's okay. That's going to be Somraj. It was an early on fight with Global Esports, but right now they're entering their way into Potato Hills to try and contest OR. Let's see how that's going to be working in. Soul, a little bit mixed. A couple of them are on foot, couple of them are on vehicle, but all their intention is to get to the edge of the circle. But SKYLIGHTZ, as they were entering, they get spotted out. Not from OR. I thought it should have been from OR, but they get spotted from 7C. Do the damage, the vehicle burst, but look at how close Pukar was to get eliminated or knocked. It does not happen, but finally it does. A player finds with the grenade, but in the meantime you did see Neo also get knocked, and I was about to say Neo, he gets a confirmation from the side of Blind. Pukar is also confirmed from 7C Spray God. CHEMIN is also right now finding players from NIGMA Galaxy, but NIGMA Galaxy said enough is enough, and they're trying to retaliate. Now NIGMA Galaxy and CHEMIN are having a fight. Let's see who's going to be coming on top. Looks like NIGMA Galaxy are having the chance, but CHEMIN is looking for to retaliate. Justin gets one, Justin gets two. He's looking for to eliminating all the knocked players and getting his players revived. All the efforts has worked out because MJ is the last surviving player. Justin is going in for the revive. It's going to be very crucial. MJ, the timing is all that needs to work here, but MJ is spotted it from a different direction. It's not from the players of CHEMIN, but the grenade comes in. Robin gives the call, but unfortunate Robin, because he was prone, he could not do anything, and he gets finished off. That's going to be a confirmation. Justin gives in the revive, so Delta has a chance to survive, but CHEMIN's Delta as well as now Robin, Justin do have, I would say, a chance to make this work, but 8-bit, they are the ones looking for the third party here.
They're quite far away, so I think the third party is not going to be possible as of now. But I mean, if CHEMIN comes out on top, they have to face 8-bit. If NIGMA comes out on top, MJ, he has to face 8-bit. That's going to be inevitable. But Delta takes a bit of damage, a lot of damage, to be honest. MJ, you know, he's going to be passing himself up to a couple of points of HP as well over there. But let's see a grenade being cooked. How perfect is it? And guess what? It's straight to the face of MJ. And that was nasty coming in from CHEMIN Esports. But NIGMA Galaxy, after having a decent start, well, unfortunately, are going to be out with only 4 finishes and no placement points. But on the other hand, I see Jonathan getting a couple more finishes. I see 7C Spray God going down, and with that, actually Blind getting that final blow onto one of the players on the side of TSM. So both Godlike and Blind together taking down TSM. Blind have 2 finishes, but I think Godlike have, you know, comparatively higher number of finishes than them.
I think Godlike should be having 4
6?
or 5.
Okay.
Yeah, 5. Because they got an entire finish on Global Esports, but after that they started falling apart. And now this is the finish that we saw, as you said, right? TSM that Jonathan got on. But Jonathan, he has a position where he has spotted the players and he's looking forward to connecting the bullets. He also understands that he's the solo player, so he cannot pick up this fight with Entity, and especially the circle moving away from him. He needs to be smart. But right now, Soul, all the fights that they disassociated from themselves and disengaged, now they are in a face-off with Marcos. Marcos, they've not at all had a great day after day 1, so I'm looking forward to what they'll be doing because their position is also not that great. But in the meantime, Enigma, they're looking like they're falling apart one after another, but before they could, they put a stop to 7C, and Enigma will be surviving, and 7C will be eliminated with just 1 finish. Goblin, scoping in for information, was also looking forward to a drive-by. He already has given the call that a player has been completely knocked and is about to bleed out, and that finish will be snatched, and now Soul is looking strong. Other players from Marcos, there'll be a little bit helter-skelter situation created in their mind. They'll be a little bit chaotic, but look at Ghosty. This is a great position coming in from his end, and if he's able to spot a player, he can do a lot in terms of damage edge. But there's another third party here that's going to be from Entity. The grenade comes in, it connects on Ghosty. A brilliant grenade coming in from Goblin, and look at Pavkilo and Dion making a run for the hills.
They're trying to find themselves a good position to work with, but let's see what's going to happen. I don't think they're going to let that happen. It's going to be Natanki taking on one of the players inside of Marcos Gaming. Now Pavkilo is the only surviving player, and Marcos, ooh, how did this happen? Unfortunately for them, but on the other hand, okay, CHEMIN, even though they only have 2 surviving players, they're not scared. They want to take this fight to OR, who are just coming off of victory, but CHEMIN also got themselves a victory here in the first game of the day. So, you know, both these teams, they're looking really confident, but another team that needs to work on their points, Entity Gaming. They're sitting at 15th position if I'm not wrong. Omega, not really sure what you were doing, fam, but you are gonna go down. And they're all coming in. They're all coming in one by one. Soul, what are you doing? And Tsunami! Oh! Why and how did you take your own teammate down, but at the same time, That's another fight on the other side of the map. It's gonna be Entity Cloud here trying to take down one of the players inside of Soul. But Goblin takes down Noob and Entity. Oh no, they gotta be careful here. Cloud's making his way closer and closer by every second. That's Asin, but Akshan takes Cloud down. He did not see that one coming. Troy goes down, and the only survivor is Shadow. He goes down. And with that, Entity once again cannot do anything. They're being completely shut down, but HYDRAS. Looks like they want to take this fight.
Man, what a fight that we're seeing here. Every team is right now, irrespective whether they have a man up, whether they have a man down, whether they have to go in for a revive, they're still retaliating. Same goes for Hyderabad HYDRAS. Both Hyderabad HYDRAS as well as Blind have a man down. They're looking forward to going in for the revive. The grenade has come in. It connects with the vehicle and immediately deals a knock on Maxi OP. But the grenades are not at all stopping from Hyderabad HYDRAS as well as Blind. But the grenades coming from Blind are just better. Finds the second knock, and now Hyderabad HYDRAS are going to be in a lot in terms of difficulty, especially that Striker is outside. Williams is right now entering, but Striker will also be knocked. He will be found outside the play zone. Ace Black was the last surviving player, but he gets found from the players from Blind, and Zaddy will be putting an end to him. But Williams, he's unfortunately getting knocked, but I guess it was actually a spot coming in from a different direction. I think it is from the side of OR, and right now Marco's also falling apart. CHEMIN's Justin also ending up, and that's the end for CHEMIN as well. What a way this Erangel matchup is turning out to be. SKYLIGHTZ still making it work. They are inside the circle along with REVENANT. This is the second time scenario that SKYLIGHTZ and REVENANT are facing off. They faced off on Miramar, they faced down here on Erangel, and I'm just enjoying. Our viewers, if you are enjoying the action happening here, do not forget to hit that like and subscribe. Jonathan is right now making his way through. He spotted the players of OR. This man has 4 freaking finishes and he's not stopping. His team in total has 6, and he has done the majority of about 80% of the finish contribution, even though he's the sole survivor for the entire team. Let's see how much more he can do. CHEMIN's Delta PG, even though he's the last surviving player, taking down the entirety of the REVENANT team. He's doing the damage. Assistance coming in from SKYLIGHTZ Gaming as they pick one finish in their name. Soul making it work, but unfortunately due to a vehicle blast, Goblin goes down, but the players are playing together and the revive should be kicked in.
Be careful. Gotta be careful because you need as many points as you can, Team Soul. They're sitting at the bottom. But here's the thing. They have 8 finishes already. They are looking... I mean, I wouldn't say favorites because there's Blind and OR with 4 players still alive and kicking in the server. But so they have a really good chance. And Jonathan, well, we call him the best. Let's see what he can do. This is the time for him to shine and prove us that why he's called the best player as of now, at least. That's all I'm saying. But OR on the other hand, Aditya, he took down one more. 8-bit's gotta be careful. A lot of smokes are gonna be deployed. Smoke screens are gonna be coming into play, but look at the zone coming in now. Jonathan is making his way into the zone, but I think, yep, there you go. I think he was spotted by Soul there, so he's gonna hold to his horses. He holds his horses as of now, but here's the thing. Play zone. Took down another... Was that... Oh, what? What? Really? Really? Again? Blind? He just gave away. That was a really bad positioning coming in from a Gamla boy, that is. Unfortunately, but he's going to go down to the grenade. It's going to be Vexy trying to cover him as of now. But guess what? Gamla boy is out in the open. Anyone can take him down. Doesn't have to be the players on the side of Blind. Anyone from any squad right now can get a free finish if they are just on time there. But Blind, them being careful right now. Vexy is the only survivor for the side of SKYLIGHTZ. With only 1 finish, I don't think this is a great game for SKYLIGHTZ, and Gamla boy is going to bleed to his death. And there you go. Deadpool will get that finish. Vexy is the only player right now surviving for the side of SKYLIGHTZ here, Sam.
He's the last player. So is going to be Jonathan. Look at them. He's inside the circle. I was thinking that this is going to be very difficult for Jonathan to make his way in. But CHEMIN Delta PG was the last surviving player. Not too sure how he got finished off. But 7 finishes is a good number, and also being eliminated the 8th position, they'll be getting 1 placement point for themselves and 8 points in total. But look at this again, the circle switches up and it's still giving an advantage to Jonathan. Along with that, it's going to be Enigma as well as OR who have the circle for them working. But right now, if just imagine Edge, Enigma and OR fight it out and only one team survives, and now Enigma might be having the control of the circle. They then look forward to gatekeeping other teams and they do it successfully, and then it comes to a 1v1 fight and maybe godlike Jonathan does the damage. He already has 4 finishes. That'll be sky high in terms of confidence, but right now Vexy, even though he's the last surviving player, just remember the way he did a 1v3 clutch against Marcos. He's looking forward to pulling it up again. He's done the 1v2. He's looking forward to the last player surviving from blind. It's going to be Williams. Where is he? He's lurking around in the shadows, in the bushes, but Vexy, unfortunate for him, the circle, the play zone, it's pushing him. He needs to patch himself up. He needs to move up, and that's where life is becoming difficult for Vexy. A 1v3 situation, is it going to be possible again? But before that, there is another fight and Vexy gets found. His 1v3 spree will be shut down at a 1v2.
Unfortunate, but luck always comes into play. But he did get himself 2 finishes there before going down. So 3 total finishes along with, I believe, 2 points. So 5 total points. Okay, better than going out with 1 point.
Exactly.
Right? So something to be happy about for the side of SKYLIGHTZ. They gotta come back stronger the next one, but we're down to 16 right now. 13 players still alive. OR, Soul, Enigma, 8-bit Blind, and GODLIKE. GODLIKE, the only player surviving is Jonathan. Blind, the only one surviving right now is Williams. Let's see what can be done in terms of finishes there. It's going to be Golden taking on one of the players on the side of 8-bit. It's only Tsunami. It's Tsunami going down now. There's only Riot, the sole survivor, but he gets taken down. Third party, OR. Aditya takes him down, and that's the side of 8-bit going down. But here's the thing, Sam. 9 finisher for Team Soul. They're going to have at least 1 position jump in that overall scorecard.
They have to. They not only have to have 1, they have to have numerous, because they're at the last spot. This is their do or die match, because this is also the halfway mark. Once you reach the halfway mark and if you're not making a comeback, I mean, we can try to write it out in an agreement that it's going to be very difficult for you to make to the top spot. But right now, making Enigma's life also difficult, because OR knows Enigma is also one of the top contenders who can look forward to snatching away the title, and that's the reason they want to prevent that. And it is happening. The grenades are working out, the blasts are working out, getting a confirmation on players of Enigma, and I guess it's one last surviving player from Enigma, and it's going to be difficult, but who knows, even the last surviving players can do magic, and that's the magic that we are waiting for. OR have all the 4 players surviving, so in terms of numbers, they have everything going on for them, so it's going to be very difficult. But the one thing right now that's not going on for them is going to be the circle. The BGMI gods have denied them that, and if OR do not execute their entry in I would say strategic manner, it will be difficult for them, and OR might fall apart one after another. But look at them, before they get inside the circle, they're preventing an other squad itself that they should not be entering the circle, and that should be on Soul. The damage was done, but it was just Nox. Thankfully, Soul still surviving, but look at that, the sprays are not stopping. The amount of ammunition being invested to just push out Soul is just huge, and they are finding the Nox. They're not finding the finishes, but they're finding the Nox, and that should be enough to stall Soul for a long time. And once the play zone starts pushing from their end, they'll start making the mistakes. Now Jonathan, he knows he cannot move abruptly. He's waiting for the opportunity. Let's see what he can do. Same goes for Ravi.
Not moving a muscle right there, but Avi is a sole survivor as well, and now a lot of grenades and a lot of smokes are being deployed. They want to make it out of this building, and that's exactly what's going to be happening. As you said, investing a lot of ammunition there, but so they're not giving up. 9 finishes to themselves, and Jonathan has a clear vision of what's happening. He knows exactly where the players are. He knows exactly what to do, and that's exactly what he's doing right now. And you can see Soul proning. You can see Avi proning. You can see Jonathan proning. And Akshat finally, gets a sneak peek onto Aditya. Instantly takes him down. Now down to a 3 versus 3. They need to capitalize on this. Jelly taking a bit of damage there. A lot of damage, to be honest. Almost going down to Akshat. But here comes the grenade barrage. There you go. A lot of grenades being thrown, and Jelly doesn't care. Even though he's taking a couple of hits there, he's like, okay, I'm going to take my chances. And now he stands up and he starts running. But a beautiful grenade coming in. Takes on Jelly, and Aditya goes down to the grenade as well. Beautiful. But Jonathan, he knows that's Avi. And guess what? He has a clear shot, but he's not taking it. He's not taking it. He's going for the grenade frag there. And Akshat takes on Atanki. Soul, they are dominating right now.
What?
But Jonathan finally decides to get him. But oh no! Actually, the play zone that took him. But Goblins on a rampage. Now, GODLIKE versus Soul in a 1v3. Jonathan, can he pull this off?
he had the opportunity, but right now they're going in for the revive, making sure the opportunity is going to be very less. And Jonathan, he does not have any cover to play with. He had the cover. He used that cover as others were fighting it out. He threw the grenade and he did do the damage on Avi, but it was not enough. And right now, Goblin spots him out, and Jonathan has been put an end to. But what a fight it was! Jonathan surviving till the last, and man, oh man, it was just humongous. It came to an opportunity where we thought, Edge, that we would see maybe Godlike getting a chicken dinner, but it also kind of gave us an hint that maybe Soul could have maybe not gotten the chicken dinner and it should have been OR. But you saw what happened. OR got pushed out. The way OR were using in their ammunition to push back Soul, that's the same thing that Soul did. But when did Soul do it? They did it at the right time, when they saw that OR were pushing outside the building, and when they pushed out of the building, immediately Soul started spraying them down, and that spray connected, not only in terms of knocks but also finishes. And that's where Soul capitalizes, got their ground for themselves, and got this chicken dinner. And we did talk about it, right? As you also mentioned, Soul might be looking forward to making at least one spot jump. Soul said, we are not looking forward to one spot. We said this is the halfway mark. They need to pull something splendid, and they make it.
They did. And I still don't know how exactly, but Seoul, they took down 4 players on the side of war and did not take
Exactly.
down, I mean, did not lose a single player there. It was a 3v4 and it ended up being a 3v0 in the favor of Seoul, obviously. Only just one knock from coming in from OR. But that was just beautiful to watch. Seoul sitting at the bottom of the scorecard. I was waiting. I was after the second match was done. I was taking a look at the scorecard and I was like, oh no, Seoul, they need to step up. And guess what?
Exactly.
They stepped over all 15 teams. Absolutely destroyed. It wasn't like them, just hiding and going for those placement points. It was them taking those fights, getting those finishes, going and taking those other fights onto other players, other squads. Doesn't really matter if you're third partying. Yes, they were ready for it. You could see that after they got I think it was TSM that went down. No, not TSM. There was another squad that went down. And then HYDRAS, they were trying to third party, right? They were trying to third party. But they were like, you know what? You want a third party as well? Guess what? We still have your number. And they started to retaliate, and they did it successfully as well. Now, that is something you don't see every day.
Exactly. But there's one more fight I want to talk about at Edge. That's the fight between Entity and Soul. We thought Soul were done for over there. As soon as they
Exactly.
lost the player, we're like, why are you even getting
Omega.
into a fight? They immediately rushed in 3 players in 3 different vehicles. Goblin was the main distraction. The other 2 players, Akshat and Hector, they were just looking forward to moving in a different direction. And Goblin was dragging all the attention that was needed. He got a knock, and everybody started pushing towards Goblin. And that's the opening that Akshat and Hector started pushing up. And Entity got wiped out. That was such a strategic execution coming in from Soul. Unbelievable what they pulled out over there.
A nice IGL call. That's all I'm going to
Exactly.
say.
Even though Omega was down.
Exactly. I mean, Omega, as soon as he came in with the vehicle and as he went down, I thought the game was done for them. But yeah, once again, let's take a look at how things started here on the map of Erangel. It all started off with NIGMA Galaxy popping off, right? Taking down multiple players on the side of 7C. And we thought that NIGMA was going to have a really good game. But guess what? This fight between GODLIKE and Global, a lot of casualties on both the sides. But GODLIKE, this play coming in from Jonathan was too good. And that's why, everyone kind of, fears him. Because he is not scared at all. But this positioning coming out from Manti, I don't know how GODLIKE let him, get into that position. Because he was running out in the open, turns around, comes in a really good position, and had a really good one. But this grenade, boom. Delta PG, beautiful stuff there. But NIGMA, unfortunately, with 4 finishes, they had to go down there.
NIGMA Galaxy, unfortunate, but this is the fight we talked about. Omega being the IGL gets eliminated so early on, but still, Soul said, you took down our IGL, and that's going to be a revenge attack that we were going to be sending against you. But look at this, even the fight where we saw Hyderabad, HYDRAS and Blind as well. Did not know where it was going to be and who is going to be coming on top, but Blind did have a chance. They made their way on top, but Williams got to become the first player who got knocked down, and every other player was outside the zone. But SKYLIGHTZ, the fight we saw the fights, same happening, SKYLIGHTZ versus Revenant on Miramar. It did happen here as well, but this time it was not TSM coming in as a third party, it was Blind, and Blind did capitalize. But the way Vexy did do a 1v2 here, got himself 2 finishes. He was looking forward to the third, but I think if that smoke right in front of him was not propped up, maybe it could have been a little bit easier for him. But Vexy thought maybe Williams has gone away, and Vexy went for a wide swing and he got spotted out. But Soul, look at the way held every team right the edges of the mountains, right at the cliff. They could have fallen down, but they did not give up. Even though they were getting knocked, they were playing together, because of which they survived. Even though Enigma were playing together, but the amount of utilities coming in from OR was better, because of which they finished off Enigma. But the same amount of utilities OR did not have, because they used it on Enigma. Now coming back to the fight with Soul, they used up a lot of ammunition, so they didn't have to worry about the amount of bullets that they had to use. And Soul, they just made, I would say, capitalization on top of it. They just pushed up, started getting players off to the board, they started getting knocks, and that's when they started finding openings. But look at this Jonathan, a brilliant grenade coming in from him, and unfortunate that I think he did not get that finish. But once his position was confirmed, Soul did not give him a chance. And also look at them, even though they understood that it should have been that something different that Jonathan could have pulled off, but Goblin, I don't know what to say, but this is okay, I'm out of words. I don't know what specific word to use this.
It's a mammoth performance coming in. Like, what is this?
71.
10 finishes to himself. So, I mean, what were you doing, guys? What were you doing for the past 14 matches? What were you doing, Goblin? Your team is at the bottom. You are almost 50 points away from, 9th position. Actually, more than 50, to be honest.
Yes.
From 9th position. I'm not even talking about top 8 or top 1. Only God knows. I think it's more than 100 points that they're,
away from
number 1. Exactly. So, yes, it's a great performance coming in from them. But the only thing that I'm hoping right now is it's not a one-trick pony. Right? I want it. They have to be consistent now. But regardless of it, beautiful performance. 10 finishes. That's more than what most of the teams. I think he got more finishes than any other team. So by himself. I don't think anyone else has anything close. And there you go. The second highest is 8 on the side of Blind Official. But Goblin himself has 10. That's insane. But although he has 10, his team couldn't cross that 30 mark.
Exactly.
Now, that's kind of unfortunate, but 29 is still a better number, considering that Team Soul was not having a great time. But also, other teams sitting at the bottom of the scorecard, they need to work their way to the top as well. But GODLIKE as well. Thanks to, Jonathan there just surviving till the end and not doing anything, to be honest. I don't think he got any finishes after that. After that finish onto one of the players inside of 7C. He was just surviving and got that extra, 7 points.
He played really well. He had 4 finishes under his belt already. So that's already good job being done. But OR, now look at them. Even though they had 4 players surviving, the only number of finishes they have is 6, and their points in total because of the placement will rake up to 14. But look at Blind, they were looking good, but because they did not pay attention to the play zone, got eliminated. Enigma on the other end, who are fighting out with OR, they also don't have a lot, but in terms of the position, they got a total of 13 points for themselves. CHEMIN will be the 6th with 8 points, 8-bit with 5 points, SKYLIGHTZ sitting at the 8th position with 5, HYDERABAD HYDRAS with 5 points, even though they played really good alongside NIGMA Galaxy, but because they got eliminated very early on, only finishes is what NIGMA Galaxy got. REVENANT will be getting 2 total points, 12th position for Entity with 2 points. Marcos will be just having 1 alongside 7C at the 13th and the 14th position, as well as Global Esports having 1 at the 15th, but TSM having no points. It's always good to get something rather than nothing is what we are. It's our, I would say, elders saying this, that even your teachers tell that it's always good in taking something rather than nothing, even in terms of your marks. Never take 0, never give an empty paper, try to do something. But TSM were unable to do it. But it's the first match we have seen them doing nothing, so it's not going to be affecting them in the overall standings. But OR, they did do good, but it is not going to be enough. They had a 12-point lead. Right now it's cut down to just 8. GODLIKE are looking forward to that first spot, and there's still 3 more matches left on day 3. Let's see what's going to be happening. Enigma as well, the difference is getting a little bit, I would say, better, and it is increasing. for Godlike and Enigma, it was there, I guess, 8 or 11 points difference where Enigma had to push up, but right now it's gone to 16. TSM will be, as I said, at the 4th position. 5th position for CHEMIN with 126. They're not at all moving from the 5th position, irrespective of the performance.
Yeah.
Same goes for SKYLIGHTZ. The performance is not completely great, but because they're getting points here and there, they're with 122 standing strong. Hyderabad HYDRAS, as I said, did not want to go back. They make their way in alongside 8, but both these teams are going to be staying in the first page.
Seoul jumped from 16 to 12 now. That's, I mean, 16 to 12 might not sound huge, but trust me, guys, that
On
is
third day,
big.
it's huge.
That's big now, considering, yes, half, exactly 50% of the journey is done. But also another thing I would like to point out is that OR is the only team with 100 plus placement points. No team has crossed that 100 finishes yet, but OR, the only ones after this particular matchup with those 8 points, I believe they got in the placement, crossed that 100 placement points. Absolutely beautiful. NIGMA still holding on to that 10th position. Beautiful performance coming in from them. They're only 20 points away now from the 9th position. After having a terrible day 1, day 2 and day 3, well, they're doing decent. Team Seoul in 12th, Blind in 11th with 86 points, jumped up from 14 as well. Revenant Esports sitting on 82 points, same as Team Seoul, 13th position. Marcus Gaming on 14 with 77. Global Esports, unfortunately, had a really bad game, 74 total points for them. But Entity Gaming, well, we had high hopes for them, especially after that, finish off onto Omega. But guess what? Seoul had other plans, and Entity, they got to find another way.
I'm just worried for these teams in the last page that when
True.
we reach the 200 mark with the teams on the first page, OR, Godlike, and Enigma, I just don't want these teams having 100 plus point difference. If it's close to 90 and 80, it's still doable because there's still 2 whole days left of this Gillette 7Sea Invitational, and it does give them the possibility that they can make a comeback and still do a lot more and get themselves to the top spots as soon as possible. But right now, after the first 3 matches and after reaching 15 matches of the Gillette 7Sea Invitational, the halfway mark has been reached, and right now we are seeing teams slowly making a comeback. CHEMIN hit their first chicken dinner, got to the 5th spot. Seoul got their first chicken dinner. They have right now jumped to the 12th spot. They're going to be 4 away from entering the first page. Let's see if they can do it on Miramar. And as you said, I hope it's not a one-trick pony. They did not just do it in the one map they had an advantage on, or they just went bonkers over there. Something, I would say, ignited inside them, and every player started popping off, and Goblin got that aggression going ahead. I hope it is going to be carried over to Miramar, because we know that teams have difficulties when we switch from Erangel to Miramar immediately in a consecutive fashion. What happens then is that players are not ready and they immediately lose that entire map and become the first team to be eliminated, Edge.
That does happen. So you gotta be familiar with all the maps. You gotta be comfortable with switching as well. That is what makes you one of the best. That's how you win tournaments, and that's how you consistently perform. As you said, I mean, yeah, there are a couple of teams that are really great on Erangel. There are a few teams that are impeccable on the map of Miramar. But I mean, we have Sanhok coming into play as well. We did see some beautiful plays coming in on that map as well. But here's the thing: the one team that can perform on all of these are gonna be the one that, I mean, I don't by performing, I don't mean you have to go and get that chicken dinner, right? You just have to have a really good balance between the placement points and the finishes. And by that, I don't mean you need to get 10 placement, 10 finishes or something like that. Have a decent balance. Maybe if you get 5-6 5-6 finishes, maybe try and get 8 to 10 placement points, which brings your total up to 14-15. And if you have that consistency, I mean, throughout the game, I mean, let's say 30 matches, 15, I don't know, was that 450 points? That's decent, right? That's absolutely, that's high as well, to be honest. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's not going to happen, I guess. I don't know, maybe. But here's the thing. If any team finds that perfect consistency, they don't need to top it every single time to stay on top. You can keep getting that top 5 position every single time, but at the end of the tournament, you will be sitting on top because you are consistently top 5. But there are teams that are in 1, and then they're sometimes in 16th position, right? So it's all about the balance. It's all about the groove. It's all about the plan that what these teams have decided to go with, and also a bit of luck coming into play.
Exactly. There will be a factor, especially BGMI gods coming into play,
True.
right? Luck is something that we will all be looking forward to, but as you we're saying, whether it's going to be consistency, whether it's going to be performances like this that completely, I would say, make us dumbfounded. That's how Soul just left us with getting a chicken dinner. I want to know
True.
what our viewers think. Do you think these kind of performances are the ones will be getting a chicken dinner, or as we keep talking about it, is it always the consistency that matters, where teams will be getting themselves to a spot where they'll be looking good and also getting themselves the champions title? You can put down in the chat section about what you think, whether it's consistency or whether it's dumbfounded matches where they pick up a chicken dinner, which is just brilliant, and 30k bomber matches. But also along with that, you can hit that like and subscribe if you're enjoying, and you're enjoying the intensity that is right now being created from these teams, as we are, I mean, we're already the midway mark. We've hit it, and from here on, as I said, it's just about the countdown. It's just 15 more matches to play to finish off 30 of this Gillette 7Sea Invitational. Don't forget to hit that like and subscribe along with that bell icon, because there's still 2 more days of action left. And not only for only that, that when we come to the other matches, many other tournaments, you will be able to witness the action coming through. So let's head over to the players cam to see what their game faces are going to be saying to us. I'm looking forward to what they will be doing right as now. Hyderabad Hydras, they've not had a great run right as now, so if there is a chance that Hyderabad Hydras can do something brilliant, I'll be looking forward to it. But again, looking sharp as ever, that's going to be Delta that you witness. And right now it's time to get your Gillette Mark 3, to make your mark movement, to check it out. It's going to be a limited edition BGMI Gillette Mark 3 Razor, along with the BGMI Merc that you'll be getting. That's going to be a pop socket that you can flex right as now. So I would say the stocks that is there, it's going to be very difficult. And as we said, the purchase link is in the description, and once you purchase, don't forget to tag us as well as use the hashtag get your game face on. But right now, getting the game face on is going to be very necessary here, Edge, because look at the flight path, heavily southern favored. This did happen once on Erangel, it did happen yesterday as well on Miramar, it's happening again. And teams which want to head over to the north, El Pozo, La Cobreria, Torre Amuda, Campo Militar, will be having a tough time, because lostness is what it's cutting through.
True. I mean, we were talking about limited edition. Well, BGMI got heard us, and they were like, we'll give you limited
Edition flight.
just limited mobility here. And I mean, for you to make your way anywhere towards the north, you got to travel. And also, well, guess what, the zones being in your favor now, if you want to travel towards north, the craters fields are going to be my personal favorite as of now. Let's see if any team are going to be heading towards that, because I think for some reason, not really sure, I have a gut feeling that I think the next couple of zones might consist of crater fields as well. So I mean, I'm pretty sure no one's hearing me right now, but if some team can read my mind, make your way towards crater field, everyone's towards that south side of the map, and there's entity Marcos Gaming. It looks like another fight, another quick drop class that might come into play here, but everyone's respecting each other right now, trying to get that loot for themselves, get yourself in a good position, make sure that you have anything and everything, because once you start getting those getting into those brawls, you're going to be out in the open, and getting those getting that loot is going to be close to impossible unless you have player crates coming in. And did I just see Gamla Boy there out in the open all by himself against one of the players on the side of Global?
I mean, the whole team kind of is out in the open over there from SKYLIGHTZ. They're very close, and Global Esports, they've already got a good loot, a decent one at least, so they can pick up a fight. But SKYLIGHTZ, they found a compound at El Pozo, so they will be happy about it. And I don't think the fight is going to be starting off right as of now. But one fight we can again be sure of seeing is going to be SKYLIGHTZ versus Revenant. I'm not too sure what's going on over there. Day 1 and Day 2 it was about SKYLIGHTZ as well as Marcos. Now Day 3 is about SKYLIGHTZ as well as Revenant in all the matches, but also Global Esports coming in, making some noise. They have made a damage on Gamla Boy. They've isolated the player. That should be an easy finish that Global Esports should be picking. And look at Knuckles' position. That is going to be putting a tough, I would say, that's going to be putting a little bit of a difficult situation for Vexy to make his way out. Knuckle and AJ, they're pushing in, they're looking for the slam, and Vexy is right now isolated. Vexy gets spotted out from AJ, and they are parrying him. That is not going to be a good sight to watch. And now Pukar and Somraj, they'll be looking forward to making a run, especially Somraj, because look at him, does not have a helmet, does not have a vest, and that's not the way you want to be.
Keep the counter coming, because I see two now. Okay, one with the pan, One with the punches to the face. I mean,
They're
you
not
call it. I
stopping.
mean, you say it's not a sight to watch and enjoy, but I'm enjoying this right now, Sam. Pretty sure the players are not, but I definitely am. Pukar, he almost went down there, but Somraj, on the other hand, took down one of the players on the side of Global, and that's Joker on his knees. But Global, they want to make this. They want to make SKYLIGHTZ pay. They want to make sure that everyone goes down. And just with the iron sight, you gotta be precise, fella. You gotta be precise. Somraj takes a bit of damage, and the grenade is being cooked. How well is he gonna be throwing it? Ooh, decent damage, but that grenade misses. Unfortunate. But Mini 14 mid range, well, it's gonna do a lot of damage.
They've spotted both the players. They have the address right as now. Both Pukar as well as Somraj, they are going to be having a tough time. Just knocks and then it's done for us. Somraj gets knocked, then it's going to be difficult for Pukar. If Pukar gets knocked, it's going to be Somraj, and one of them had and bound to be knocked because the entire team of Global Esports had surrounded now. Now it's all up to Somraj. But look at that. Nakul is already on the flank, but he did not read it. Somraj read it. He's going to be doing the damage, and right now Somraj is just making a run for it. But the vehicles are looking forward to encircle him. The vehicles are pushing up, and now it's going to be very difficult for Somraj to push back. But Somraj, I think he's looking forward to the finish. He's just waiting for an opportunity. He's right in between his own teammate Pukar, who's bleeding out, alongside Nakul, who's hiding behind a tree. AJ, he's right looking at the same correct direction, but will he be able to find one? Manya, he's taking his vehicle and running around because he does not have the information of where Somraj ran. AJ looking forward to the information, but AJ had spotted the player who's already down. That's going to be Pukar, but right now the damage is being dished on Somraj. I think it was Manya or somebody else who spotted him out. The damage has been done. The molly gets cooked, but again in the wrong direction, and Somraj again gets another knock. This is going to be on Joker, and now making life difficult for Global Esports. A 1v2 has already been done from Somraj. It's the last two surviving players, but at least now they have the right information on where Somraj is stuck.
He's got to be careful. He's got to be careful. The sole survivor right now. Pukar might go down any second. So he's trying to get that finish onto Knuckle. But now here's the thing. Global, they're not going to let that happen pretty easily, right? They're going in. 2 players down. They're bleeding out as well. Knuckles out in the open. Somraj, this is your time. This is your moment. Get it. Get that finish. 3, 2, 1. He has to peek, and he does, and he gets it. Beautiful play. You know, at least go down swinging is what he's hoping for. And now Joker, can he do this? If he gets 2, that's better than 1, and Somraj is still trying to go for it. Jump peeks him. Almost. You don't have grenades? Oh no! Joker is really low. Somraj just peek and take him down. 1 bullet is all it takes. Gets yourself another point, but Joker is going to be revived now, all thanks to his teammate Manya jumping and shooting. He comes out in the open. Somraj in a lot of trouble. He goes down. AJ with the Thompson takes him down, and just like that, Global get 4, although they did have a casualty.
Unfortunate for Global. I mean, early on casualties is something that should not happen, but it happened, and we kind of have to be okay with that. But right now, the positioning that they are in is not something that they will be okay with. The 15th position, especially with even Soul also making a jump, Global Esports needs to find their footing, and especially Global Esports were looking really good on day 1 edge. They were playing well, they were looking good, and we thought they could have done a lot more. But now Soul, after they've started moving their way up, I'm looking forward to how far they can push it. It was a brilliant performance. Are they going to be ready for another brilliant one? Are they going to be getting their second chicken dinner? Is it going to be consecutive? Because if it is edge, just imagine if they pull up a chicken dinner on Miramar, then they head over to Sanhok, and Sanhok also they get a chicken dinner, meaning that they have a possibility of getting 4 chicken dinners back to back. But that is still under, I would say, speculation. But right now, what is not under speculation is going to be a fight that Hyderabad Hydras are picking against CHEMIN as they're doing the damage. But Hyderabad Hydras, you guys have to start moving up, because the play zone, it's away from you, not just 100 meters but 10 times more. That's going to be 1000 meters for both CHEMIN as well as Hyderabad Hydras to travel along.
Wow, nice math there, Sam. But CHEMIN,
Oh.
they are far away.
You have to correct it, Edge. How do you just say just nice man? Tell 100 times.
No, you're actually right. I mean, 10 into 10 is 100. I'm sorry, 100 into 10 is 1000. So it's fine. It was just me telling you that your math is good. But anyway, so as you said, they have a really good chance of getting that 4 back-to-back chicken dinners. For that to happen, they need to make sure that Miramar is in their favor. And as of now, They're taking it slow. They're following your strat here. Getting a chicken dinner, and after that taking it really, really slow. Apollo wants to take down Omega once again. Omega really, really far away from his teammates. I mean, yes, they're making their way now. But on the other hand, Justin goes down on the side of CHEMIN. NIGMA Galaxy, this is a really crucial game for them. They need to make sure that they put up a better performance and make their way into the top eight if possible. But Robin, I mean, CHEMIN and HYDRAS on the other side of the map, they're going at each other. It's going to be Apollo trying to deal a lot of damage onto Goblin, but it's going to be Akshat coming into play as well now. Goblin, he's running away. He's making sure that he doesn't go down. He was the MVP of the last match. He wants to keep that rolling. But NIGMA Galaxy, what is happening? Why is there only one player taking those fights and everyone else is hiding in the cover? It's going to be Apollo finally getting that knock onto Goblin. What else can be done here? It's going to be patched up as of now, but where are his teammates? I don't understand this. Look at how far all his teammates are on the side of Soul. Goblin goes down. NIGMA, they took down one of the best.
So they need to understand that if they give up players like this, especially after coming out of a chicken dinner, it'll not matter, Edge. There's no situation that we can say that it's kind of it kind of helped you out. It kind of nullified the effect over there. It's not going to be happening. If you were in the first spots, that nullify situation would be better. But right now, look at this. Hyderabad HYDRAS, irrespective that they're going down, they wanted to go down as they were swinging hard, and they do. And they eliminate CHEMIN, but right now they are also under a little bit of a pressure because the play zone is right now crumbling at their end. They're going in for a revive because still this is the thickened circle, so not a lot to be worried about it. But as NIGMA Galaxy were doing the damage on Soul right now, NTT have also started third partying. NTT did not want to just take a fight on Soul. They've spotted the players from NIGMA Galaxy as well, so they're raining bullets on both these teams. Let's see who they'll be coming on top of. NIGMA Galaxy, they've understood that they've fought for a long time in a single position, and if they're there for a long time, there might be a lot more third parties coming in, and that's the reason they immediately switch up and change their position. Let's hope it works out, but right now what's working out is going to be Viru Spray. Back-to-back two players he knocks from the side of 7C, and 7C Prince, he's going to be the last surviving player, tucking his tail, taking a vehicle and making a run. Wait, Spray God is also there.
Another punch. Okay. Okay, Viru.
You get
now
very little opportunities, Edge, to go for pans and punches.
exactly. I
Just take
mean, especially on Miramar, since it's an
Yep.
open map. I mean, there's a lot of open spaces. You never really know. I mean, with weapons, you can have your distance. You can be in cover and get that finish. But with pans and knocks, with punches, you gotta be close. And Vixie took down one more player on the side of Soul. Is that Soul out?
I think so.
Oh no!
Did see two players in confirmation, Akshat and Hector, and I cannot see anybody else on the board, and especially the position that both NIGMA Galaxy and Soul were in. Now there is TSM and NIGMA Galaxy, so I'm unable to see even Soul. And yes, there's the confirmation production telling us, you guys are right, they just had one finish and they're out of the game. But right now, Marcos, can be getting out of Miramar as well, as 8-Bit have spotted them, and 8-Bit want to rain bullets on top of them.
Oh god, I kind of feel bad now. They had a really good position, but unfortunately, it is what it is. And you can see the side of HYDRAS. Maxi OP is really, really far away. The second zone, yes, doesn't do a lot of damage, but it's still considerably high. And also, they need to be careful about making their way back into the zone. It's going to be Polo, the side of NIGMA, trying to take down players on the side of ENIGMA. They need to be careful because it's not a mid-range combat. It's pretty long. And also, look at the weapon choice. M4. So, and also M249s. I see a couple of M249s and UMP. I'm not really sure if I'm a fan of that, but look at that zone again, Sam. The drift.
Let's see how it's going to be working out. Now it's going to be a higher ground and lower ground fight between ENIGMA as well as TSM. TSM, they're pushing up on a streak. They're not letting ENIGMA having any chance of pushing back or retaliating with their grenades, their utilities. They're not connecting with ENIGMA. ENIGMA not looking completely great. They have actually received a lot in terms of the damage, but right now the opportunity when TSM wanted to push up, that's when the damages did not connect. The damages connected when they were further back long in that ground. But But right now, TSM still not giving up. They want to make sure they find an opening, find a mistake that Enigma makes, maybe overpeaks, and then they are able to get up, because having a higher ground advantage is always very crucial and always good. Viru, he already has 2 finishes in his name, and that is going to be the entire 2 finishes for his team. But right now, can he find a lot more? He did spot the players from TSM. He's running around looking forward to more information, has a grenade in his hand, is looking forward to throw it. Let's see how the timing is going to be. Is it going to be right going to their face, or is it going to be only doing chip damage?
Be careful. Gotta be careful about it. Viru.
Oh.
Ooh, sneaky. Oh, I like this positioning coming in from him, but I don't think that's penetrable, right? So I think that's a decent position. But here's the thing. Anyone having an high ground advantage can see him first, so that is what he understands. And now HYDRAS, the only 2 surviving players are going to be Maxi OP and Ace Black, and Maxi goes down, finished off as well in the blink of an eye. OR Jelly takes him down, and OR, well, they missed out on the chicken dinner last time, but this time looks like they want to get it back in their favor. And Ace Black is the only surviving player on the side of HYDRAS with 4 finishes. I think he wants to get at least 1 more here.
If he has a chance, let him take it. But as you said, it's going to be difficult. And as you said, OR, they want their second chicken dinner. They are looking forward to a second chicken dinner on today. They were getting very close after the Miramar chicken dinner on Erangel. It looked like it, but Soul snatched it away from them. So I think they'll be looking forward to it. And HYDRAS finishes are going to be the start for it. Entity, we did think that they will be third partying and picking up finishes on Soul, but it was just Nox, and then it was just the other team picking up players from Seoul. Unfortunate for Seoul that Nigma Galaxy reigned brilliant and better, but this grenade coming in from Aditya, it connected, and that'll be the end for Hyderabad HYDRAS. A brilliant run that they had, a great way that they finished off CHEMIN, a fight that was just looking so good. But right now, GODLIKE, they're making their way in, and look at the position they're in. They're about to fight off with REVENANT, but Austin Botex, does he have any clue? Looking at his position, I think he's looking at the direction of Global Esports, not the position that the side of GODLIKE are coming through. But GODLIKE, they have a chance. Talking about Entity, we already talked about them. They'll be looking forward to picking a fight with Soul. But now that Soul are out of the board, they're looking forward to getting inside the circle. Let's see if it will be working out or not. But Top Dog, he's got an information that GODLIKE are at the back lines, and he did throw off a grenade, but the grenade hasn't found any connection. And GODLIKE, they're just running around looking forward to information, making sure their backlines are also clear.
Making sure that your surroundings are, safe, and also being aware of your surroundings, not just right in front of you, but also all 4 directions. It's something that this team needs to do, because once again, it is an open map. You gotta be careful of your 6. You gotta watch the 6 at all times. You gotta make sure your teammates are covering for you while you are covering for them. That's how you win the map of Miramar. Because once again, open spaces, uneven reaches are gonna be most of the covering spots, but buildings, another one. They gotta be careful. But what is happening here? Okay, Marcos, they're making their way, but they're making it slow and steady, because they already have 2 casualties, but no finishes whatsoever. They gotta be really, really careful. Not just them, but also every other squad that are at the edge of the circle there. We're about to hit that 20-minute mark coming in. What happened? What happened? Joker, I saw that you just fell down there on the kill feed. Not really sure what exactly went down there, but SprayGod gets himself a double. And Joker, he goes down by Top Dog. Oh no, Popkill finally gets himself a knock onto 8-bit Tsunami, but can he confirm that finish? At least one before going down there. Come on, Tsunami's just barely made his way in. And now GODLIKE, there you go, the domination have begun. 1 finish to the two clutch guard there. And 7 Spray God. Holy, he doesn't care. He doesn't care. He just came out in the open. It's like spray. I mean, it's in his name. Spray God, and his spray transfers onto both the players. Beautiful to watch.
It's always beautiful to watch, irrespective whenever we get down to Miramar, because that's how exceptional in terms of damage we get to see. Now look at this Molly and a grenade. I think both of them were bombarded at the same time, because of which we saw the blast. And Jonathan, a little bit safe. He did receive this chip damage, but right now, Godlike, the fight they picked up with Revenant, they did do a lot in terms of the damage, but right now they moved out from it. Entity are going to be having the sides of Godlike as they've entered out in the open. OR still fighting out with Revenant, picking off the last few players as they are, but Godlike, a good move coming in from them. They paid attention to the circle, made their way in, but look at that weight coming in from Neo. Noob thought that Neo did not know the idea, but Neo was waiting for the peak and does the damage on Noob, and immediately Noob goes back to patch himself up. Dark Lord having the sights on Revenant, looking forward to doing the damage, and TSM picking the last few players from Global Esports. AJ getting confirmed. I think that's the end for Global Esports. But right now, 7C also trying to do damage, and Spray got connecting the couple of last few players surviving from blind. Finds the confirmation, but in the meantime, TSM along with another team, they're fighting it out, trying to eliminate players from 7C, and it's all up to Spray God. He has entered the circle, but look at TSM. They have close to center of the circle because Blaze OP is the man who has entered the center, and the other players, they're eliminating players one after another from Enigma. But in the meantime, it is also Entity who are looking forward to doing the damage. I'm not too sure it was a
Self grenade.
right?
It was a self grenade.
Oh.
I'm cringing right now. It's happening too often. I don't know what to say. And also, Avi, he was entering the safe zone, but then that play zone at the end, the last second, took him down. But Shadow OG now pays full attention to him and takes him down. We're down to the last surviving player, Viro, with only 2 finishes. Enigma, yeah, not a good game at all. You could say that. But Troy is back on his feet as of now. But you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. Viro did take down Spray God, but Spray God, you know, that from that's from Grave. He went down, but after he went down, he got that finish onto the player. That is Viru. Absolutely phenomenal. That's gotta be my Mac moment for the day.
We will be seeing it again. If it's the Mac moment, right now, Godlike, they're losing players to OR one after another. Even Neo is down. Both Z-God and Clutch God went down to OR. Jonathan again becoming the last surviving player. The vehicle bombarded, and he should have destroyed the vehicle right next to him. Jonathan did not pay attention to it. Atanki did, and he eliminates the entire squad of Godlike. This time, Godlike have no chance of surviving till the last. Whether it's the entire squad or the last surviving player, they make sure it does not happen. Same does TSM. They do not want markers making their way into the first page. They start denying them points and also eliminate them from Miramar. Right now, TSM looking really strong, especially that they're inside the circle as well. Entity on the other end, they did do the damage a lot in terms of Revenant and towards OR also, but none of them worked in terms of the finish. They still have just one. On the other end, OR, who've done so much, are right now facing a lot in terms of the difficulty because they're at the lower ground and are getting easily spotted from various different teams. And Enigma Galaxy along with TSM having a good time because of the higher ground.
I still can't believe what I just witnessed there. But looks like Top Dog, he's in top level danger right now. He healed himself, he comes out in the open, and he goes down just like that. It's pretty easy. But Entity finally having a good time here. Wixie takes down Top Dog on the side of Revenant, but Entity, they're taking the down. They're taking everyone down on the side of OR, and Enigma Galaxy now in a lot of trouble. Ninja Dot. He missed at the end. At the end,
he still
didn't
gets knocked. Shadow.
No, that's the other guy. I believe MJ. Oh, MJ got him.
Yeah, TSM still
I mean,
getting him.
MJ lost. I'm sorry. Enigma Galaxy now only one player, and that's Wixie is in cover. But TSM with this high ground advantage, taking down everyone.
We did say, right, TSM, it's just one match that they had a performance where they did not get any points. So TSM right now, they're saying that it was just one map. Look at what we are going to be showing you. And Ninja Jod has 4 finishes for himself, along with Shadow OG as well as Blaze, both of them having 2-2 each. Now Wixie has 3 alongside Apollo, but Apollo is out of the game. So Wixie is the last surviving player for Enigma Galaxy. It's going to be tough for them. Entity, a brilliant try for them. They did not get any finishes early on, even though they were dealing a knock, but it is right now in their favor that they've just gotten 3 finishes, but now they're stuck right next to a buggy, and the sprays are not stopping from TSM's end. Let's see what OR can do, because OR just have Jelly. Aditya had 3 finishes in his name, but he's no more. Right now 8-bit are also surviving, having all their 4 players, but TSM say I don't think you are going to be allowed to have your 4 players surviving. We are the team who have the higher ground. We are the team who have the circle. So you have to lose players. A knock has been dealt from Aquanox. Let's hope he finds the finish as well. But now Aquanox receives the damage. But Troy, he was a little bit too late before he could connect. Aquanox was a little bit precise and sharp and gets that knock. Now a grenade is being cooked. And I think this should be right on their face. And they're not even ready for it. And yes, it connects. 2 players out. Ninja George, 6 finishes. And what Goblin did on Erangel, he wants to showcase that even I can do it.
Maybe even better than him, because now he has a chance of getting 6 more finishes. I mean, there's just a probability that might happen, but Vixie, I think, is going in for that heal battle here. And not really sure how long he's going to survive, but TSM's Aquanox with the calls, with the plays, he's absolutely dominant right now. Not just the IGL calls, but also he's leading the team from the start. And here's the thing, Jelly goes down. It's all down to the last 3 teams. And looks like Vixie is going to go down to the play zone, and TSM looks like they want to bring it home. But guess what? It's 8-bit against them. And it's a 4 versus 4 classic battle between two teams that are really, really huge. And by that, I mean a lot of fan base, a lot of players, a lot of big names, and a lot of, potential that these teams have. TSM once again have the high ground advantage. So, I mean, 8-bit, they gotta play safe, but Blaze OP says otherwise. A grenade, Aquanox with the barrage of bullets. 8-bit Juicy goes down. TSM, 4-man. 8-bit, 2, the man advantage. But it all comes down to the positioning now. Now, with that positioning, look at that beautiful shot there onto TSM Ninja Jod, but Aquanox goes down as well. Now there's a chance.
Exactly. It's a 2v2 right as of now. Where's the circle? It's still favoring a little bit in terms of 8-bit. So this fight is going to be prolonging a little more. But look at that. They're going in for a revive. But the grenade, it's going up. Will it connect is going to be the question. Shadow OG did spot the player. But in the meantime, TSM's Aquanox, who is knocked, has been revived. I'm pretty sure Ninja George should also be revived. So it's going to be even more difficult right as now, as all the 4 players are back online and they'll be looking forward to doing the damage. The circle, as I said, is still favoring, but I think there should be a lot more grenades and utilities coming their way. But Ninja George gets knocked again. It's brilliant positioning coming in from Ray. The way he's able to find these knocks is just unbelievable. But right now, Shadow OG is looking forward to a cover up. Can he find the connection? There are 2 first aid kits on Tsunami, but he has no position to play with. On the other end, Raid has a slight gap through which he can play, and also he has 2 of the first aid kits, but it was just a little bit too late. As soon as Tsunami was found, Raid also fell apart, and as you said, it was time to bring home, and TSM bring it home in a brilliant fashion. Get that chicken dinner just like they did yesterday on Sanhok, and got back-to-back chicken dinners. Now the possibility is there, Edge. If TSM after this chicken dinner get another chicken dinner in Sanhok, we're going to be seeing 3 back-to-back chicken dinners.
That there is a possibility that might happen, but you got to be consistent, right? Let's see if they can do it. But we needed one good game for TSM. We were talking about the top 16 just being there and holding on to their position. Well, looks like TSM were like, we're done now. We don't want to sit in that 5th position anymore. We want to move up. We want to move up. We want a bigger prize of that peaceful prize pool. Did I just say peaceful? Okay. Anyway, they want peace.
That's not
they
going to
wanted
happen.
peace. Exactly. TSM is like, no peace, guys. It's all about us dominating. And I'm not really sure how many finishes did he have right now at the end? I think he crossed 7 or 8 at max. I don't think he crossed 10. So
14
Goblins
or 15, I guess, for the team.
So I still think that Goblin still holds the highest number as of now with 10. But that was a brilliant performance coming in from them, coming in from Ninja Jod especially. But Aquanox, the call that he gave, like, I mean, I'm guessing that he was the one that gave the call to, I mean, maybe a bit of luck coming into play, but holding on to that high ground and not giving away that position was beautiful. It did work out in their favor. Yes, a bit of luck coming into play, but the positioning, the timing, and those grenades being dropped, Soul had no idea that was coming.
Exactly. There was no chance. The way TSM fought from that high ground, no teams had any idea. Entity wanted to fight, they did not know where the bullets were coming from. Nigma Galaxy wanted to make their way, they did not have any idea. Enigma wanted to make their way, they had no idea. Every team started getting denied. Look at OR for themselves. OR were looking so good. They wanted to get a chicken dinner, the second one on the day, and they were picking
Yes.
fights with every team. They picked up fight with 3 different teams, but TSM is some team that they never even thought about, and TSM were in a better positioning than OR, and the OR started losing players one after another, and TSM, this was too intense, Edge. This was too
Was.
hot to handle. I mean, I'm pretty sure none of them expected this kind of a dominating performance coming in from TSM. They did not lose any players. All the 4 players were standing, even though there were knocks coming through. But just because of the higher ground, the grenade which was getting tossed never reached. It never found a good connection.
Exactly.
It did do chip damage, but it was not enough. What does chip damage do? I mean, if it's when you're barely surviving, the chip damage does, or if the play zone crumbling from your end and then the chip damage does, it'll eliminate you. But otherwise, it's just chip damage, and the players are going to be patching themselves up. Look at how many times Ninja Jod and Aquanox, both of them started getting knocked, especially when they were fighting with 8-bit. Ninja Jod at least 3 times, I guess he got knocked. He was immediately revived. Aquanox 2 times, and nothing for them to be worried about, and they made it work in their favor. But I'm pretty sure we want to quickly look at the highlights again, because this was just too hot to handle. As I said, Nigma Galaxy, a great start coming in from them, but Hyderabad Hydras relentlessly not giving up. Unfortunate for them that they had a chance to pick up fight with CHEMIN. They got it and converted it, but later on they got found and immediately got eliminated. But this push coming in from GODLIKE, they only spotted Paradox and isolated him, got that one finish, but after that their positioning was good, but the fight wasn't.
True. They gotta keep an eye on the other teams as well where they're entering, because they were getting shot at from multiple angles.
Exactly.
But when they were coming in here, you can see that Ninja Jod actually took him down. But then it said that a play zone was the reason that he went down there. So I think that final, that last 1% or something, maybe even 0.5% damage was dealt by play zone. They're unfortunate for him. But Shadow OG did get those finishes. I mean, otherwise Ninja, I think he would have gotten a couple more there. But here, you see that Vito took down Spray God, but then Spray God, he got that finish after he was gone. Now that is something that you usually don't see, but also this was the period of time, 21 to 22 minutes, where TSM actually made their positioning. Right,
Exactly.
they got control of that high ground. They made sure that they didn't let anyone even come close to where they were in terms of points, in terms of positioning, in terms of confidence, and TSM was raining hell from above.
I mean, it was like an artillery strike that once you put up those beacons, right? This is where you have to strike when the military forces put down those things. That's how TSM were. They were acting so well from this higher ground that nobody could, I would say, wonder what was coming down from the skies. They had to just figure a situation where they could survive, and survival was only making sure that TSM got that themselves the chicken dinner. But right now, this last fight got prolonged a little bit because 8-bit were not ready to give up that fight so soon. They even understood that the last few circles it can switch in their favor and TSM might have a tough time. But before that could have happened, TSM were trying to retaliate, and this is what I said. Ninja Jordan got knocked twice. Irrespective, Red tried to, I would say, retaliate, but the last few ones were just a little bit better. As soon as Tsunami fell apart, there was nothing that Raid could do, and immediately Raid also went down, and it was finally with Ninja Jod's hand itself. Ninja Jod did not want that player to go, and I'm pretty sure he's going to be the MVP of this Miramar action. Match 16 of day 3 in total, and 7 finishes is what he got. And look at this, the contribution is saying 43. It's not 50 or 70 like we saw the previous 3 times or 2 times, because this time TSM as an entire team functioned and had all their 4 players surviving.
That is true. MVP 7 finishes. I mean, 40% because of the reason that everyone on this team was performing great, right? That is why. I mean, you can see it. They have 16 and 7. You usually think maybe something around 45, but that's the thing. Everyone else got those finishes as well. Enigma Galaxy 7 finishes, better performance comparatively last time, and they also survived this time. It's not just them, getting those finishes and going down early. This time they managed to survive for as long as they could, which was 10 points. 8-bit on the other hand, 4 finishes and 16 total points. They were the second last team. I mean, sorry, they were the last team to get eliminated in the hands of TSM. But OR on the other hand, they were looking confident. They were one of the favorites up until the end, where until the time that TSM actually laid their eyes on him. But I mean, up until then, they were looking confident. But Entity
Exactly.
Gaming, another good start, I would say, but not a great finish to them again.
A long way to go. Same goes for Revenant. Just 6 points. 7C with 6 as well. Global Esports will be having 5, but Enigma and Hyderabad HYDRAS just 4. Marcos with 2 alongside Godlike and CHEMIN. Blind Soul and the other two teams unfortunately had just 1 point each. And look at that Soul having just 1 point after getting a chicken dinner is surprising, Edge, and that is going to be tough to, I would say, swallow. But right now, one thing that's going to be even more tougher to accept is going to be that OR are still running away, whereas Godlike, as they're trying to make their way, trying to get closer, OR are just creating the difference. But another thing is that we have to watch is TSM. They're also right now getting closer. The point difference is going to be 13. Enigma gets pushed out the 4th position with 164 points. 5th position for CHEMIN, 128. 127 points is where 8-bit is just 1 point far away from pushing down CHEMIN. But look at that, CHEMIN with their first chicken dinner edge. Still 4 matches done for the day, and they're still at the 5th spot. Nobody's able to push them out at all. They are stagnant over there. SKYLIGHTZ at the 7th position, going 1 spot down with 123. 7C making their entrance back. They're just dwindling around the 8th and the 9th spot, 116 for them. But look at OR where they are. Just 2 points edge. Just 2. And they're going to be hitting the double century. 200 mark. And I'm pretty sure none of the teams in the last page are going to be happy about it, because then the competition gets even more tougher.
OR Esports and Godlike, 84 finishes each. That is an impressive feat in itself as well. They gotta be careful, but TSM, 1 point difference between them and Enigma. They gotta improve that lead to their favor. 7C slowly, but they are making their way, right? Now from second place to first place. Maybe after this game they'll go up to 7, maybe not. You never really know. But they gotta keep that consistency going. While HYDRAS, unfortunately, this time they were pushed down to the position number 9. But Entity, Global, and Marcos, 16, 15, 14 position respectively, they gotta work hard. They gotta work harder. Steam Soul, after having a beautiful chicken dinner, not able to get any points this time. 83 total. I mean, just 1 point. Pushed down to 13th once again. Blind Official in 12th position and with 87 points. One above is Revenant with 88. NIGMA Galaxy in 10th position, holding on strong. Not something that they want to do, but it's okay because as of now they're sitting on 107. They're 7 points away from HYDRAS, and I believe 8 points away from 7C. So HYDRAS, they gotta make their way back into that top 8. But NIGMA Galaxy, they need to step up. But the ones that I'm actually concerned about right now, since it's already halfway through, Entity, Global, and Marcos.
Entity, Global, and Marcos. These 3 teams, especially in the last spot, it's feeling really hard edge, because as we're about to see a double century mark, these teams are so further away from that even 100 triple digit mark. I mean, it seems so less that they're just like 26 points away, 21 points away, less than that, 17 points away. But it's still huge. 17, 20 points is also so difficult to get in a matchup where these invited teams are showing up better than ever. TSM, they were
Yes.
never close to the top, right? They were just playing as usual, but we did talk about them. TSM are not a team which will perform from day one. They're going to be showing you something unbelievable. Just keep waiting and watching. They'll be performing slowly and steadily. As they were making their strides to the MVP board, they are right now making their strides to the top spots as well. They already reached the 3rd spot. They've pushed down Enigma, and now they're just looking forward to getting to that 2nd and the 3rd spot. The difference is going to be very low between Godlike and TSM themselves. Let's see what's going to be happening, because the question is going to be there to see where and how the next few matches is going to be changing the overall standings too.
Maybe the teams at the top now are gonna be slowly pushed down. Maybe the teams at the bottom are gonna be pushed up because it is gonna be the unexpected map, the one that no one really knows what to expect. It is Sanhok, a small
Exactly.
map, so it's gonna be quick for sure. But is it gonna be quick good or quick bad for these teams? I mean, whatever it is, it's gonna be quick, right?
Yes.
It's gonna be a fast-paced game. It's gonna be all about those drop clashes. It's gonna be about those military camp. I mean, boot camp. I'm sorry, military bases as well. 3 of them. So a lot of loot and a lot of good weapon choices to be made, because there are a lot of weapons, yes, but you gotta make sure, and I cannot stress on this enough. I said this before, I say it again. Your weapon choice are crucial. If you're going for those mid combat, those close combat, you need to have a different weapon. And if you're going in for those mid to long range combat, your weapon choice should be different. You can't just pick up a Mac 10 and expect to take someone down at a, I don't know, 600-meter range. That's plain stupidity. So you
Yes.
got to make sure you have a good weapon choice. And if you don't have a good weapon, be patient. I mean, it's not like you have to take the fight, right? I mean, unless it's the
Exactly.
final zone, and I'm pretty sure if it's the final zone, you will have better weapons. But if it's a starting zone, if you don't have a better weapon, respect the other team, go back, just fall back, go into another building, go into another area, find yourself a good loot, and then maybe come back with better weaponry and better positioning.
Exactly. We keep talking about it, Edge, that it's not that you should always pick up fights. You have a chance to call your fights. And if you're able to call your
Exactly.
fights, you feel confident about it. If you kind of go for a reactive approach, you might not be ready for it. Maybe you are ready, your teammates are, and so you will not get the necessary cover fire. Even if you deal a knock, how will you be able to wrap up that finish and make sure your team comes out on top? That did happen in numerous instances. We
Yes.
saw Hyderabad Hydras, we thought that they were completely strong. We saw Ace Black in a position in Miramar itself where it took down, entered a building, eliminated players from Global Esports, but then Manya out of the blues threw a grenade and Hyderabad Hydras completely got decimated. And along with that, Joker came for assistance, and that was the end for Hyderabad Hydras. And Hyderabad Hydras, it started off with Ace Black's confidence, but it ended that Hyderabad Hydras could not cover each other. And that's what we are saying. You pick a fight, your entire team needs to be okay with it. So you call for it like, can we go for a fight? There's a team right in front of us. Everybody needs to give you a green signal
Communication.
and then you jump on top of it. Otherwise, it's going to be difficult. Now, again, another instance that worked out. Omega went out on Erangel, where we saw a Soul versus Entity fight, right, Eds? And their Soul
Yes.
just slammed in, and all the 3 players were ready. And that's why we say if you're ready, you're able to take down a fight. Entity on that side, they thought they were ready, but they were
They thought
not, I
exactly.
would say, having information of what kind of an execution that Soul wanted to do. But Soul were precise and they acted upon it.
True. I mean, Entity also had a good start to that fight as well. They were the
Yes.
one that got down in Omega there and instantly took him down as well. I mean, it was a knock and a finish in a blink of an eye,
Mm-hmm.
but everyone else on the side of Soul were like, we got to get revenge. Let's get the one-on-one trade. But ended up getting 4, and they didn't even lose a single player. Now, that
Exactly.
is impressive. And
And
that
they
same
won
thing
the match
happened
after
against,
it.
and yeah, exactly. And the same thing happened against OR as well. OR were 4, Soul were 3. They took down everyone on the side of OR and didn't lose a single goddamn player. Now, all these things might not sound like, yeah, I mean, these are common guys, but no, that circle was small. I think one of the players was from Enigma there. One player was from,
Godlike.
that was Jonathan Godlike. So they were there as well. They could have taken advantage. A couple of grenades from
Mm-hmm.
Jonathan would have taken down entire squad of either OR or Soul because he had a great position, but he wanted to, just survive till the end, right? And that was a good decision. That was a wise decision. They wanted a
Yes.
point. Godlike, they need to make sure that they're back on top because right now OR stole their position and they're not letting go of it.
I mean, who wants to let go of it, especially when we are coming at the right end moment? Now, once we finish off today, it's going to be 12 more matches. Once we finish off day 4, it's 6 more matches. And at that time, if you start losing your first spot,
Yes.
I mean, you're almost like kind of losing the control. You're almost losing the, I would say, reins of the horses that you were commanding. And I'm pretty sure nobody wants it. And once the horses are left, you either get stalled and stagnant in a position or that horses start jumping on top of you. And you do not want that happening. You do not want to let anything loose. I hope everything comes together because, as I said, right, OR are just 2 points away. I mean, Godlike still trailing behind them. Godlike do not want to let go of it. But as this fight is happening between OR and Godlike, there is other teams who are catching up. TSM is right now there. CHEMIN is making its way in. 7C, yes, slowly and steadily, but Hyderabad Hydras as well. They do not want to let go of it. Hyderabad Hydras were close to it. But all in between all this, Edge, I want to ask you before we head over to the match, where is Marcos? What happened to them?
Miscommunication because you could see they were split up. I mean,
Yeah, too
maybe it
many
was a
times.
maybe it was game plan or execution, but I felt like it was miscommunication because even though the player went down in one direction, all the other players they were going in that same direction for some reason, and they went and they just fell, they fell down. one by one. It wasn't even like together; they weren't peeking. I'm not really sure. I think it was on Miramar or Erangel. I'm sorry, but it did happen. He was going. I mean, the player fell down in one direction, and then all the other three teammates, they were going in the same direction.
Mhm.
And then, I mean, they weren't even prepared. It's not like they were going in to take those fights. They were
Exactly.
out in the open with pans and whatever. I mean, sometimes just nothing in their hand. And they were caught off guard completely. But I think it was NTD once, and I think it was Godlike also catching them off guard once. So
Mhm.
all these, I mean, it looked like miscommunication. You never really know what might be the reason, but whatever it is, Sam, they gotta be careful because it's the last two matches left for the day, and they gotta be careful because once again, it's gonna be Sanhok, the smallest map, and all the big dogs are gonna be playing on it. We have the player cams, and with that, we have Delta PG looking really, really good with the mustache once again.
Yep, but right now it's time for me to say a goodbye as I'm going to be handing over my steering to Darshita. She's going to be making sure she does not land this flight. I hope she just does not crash it, but it's all up to you, Darshita.
I
Hope she
have,
doesn't.
yeah, I have my driving license done, right? I mean, not for a, okay, there's a bad joke, sorry for that, but that's all that I got in my mind right
What?
now. Okay, look at the reaction of this man now. I'm talking about I'm talking about the vehicles that we drive because we do not drive them in Sanhok. Got me wrong. I wouldn't be crashing this flight, and it looks really smooth right now with the fly path that we had, and we missed because Edge, you were busy laughing. But
And
coming back to the fly path and the play zone is up there already, covering the upper areas of this map. And again, this fly path, it seems to be a bit easy on the players because we have seen, the zone eliminating almost like 50% of the map, but right now it comes down to like 25 or 30%.
I mean, I really want to come to wherever you live.
No,
Because
no,
I
they're
don't know
not.
which city gives driving license to pilots there, but anyway, it looks like Joker has
Especially
license
for me.
frag right now. Viru gets one. Avi takes on one more on the side of Nigma. They're already in a lot of trouble. Nigma is not looking good. Dreams goes down to Evo and Vixie. Can he survive? Nigma, they gotta put up a better performance. Vito last time unfortunately went down to the grenade coming in from a spray god after getting that finish onto him. So this time he gets that revenge. I mean, not on the player, but that frustration, he's letting it out. He wants to get as many finishes as he can, and Manya, Disham gets another finish onto Somraj.
So much happening in the start itself. We have Enigma and Enigma Galaxy fighting it out to dominate on the areas of Camp Charlie up there. Now, Enigma Galaxy, they have lost one of their players already. Wixie is already down to the ground. He needs to, he needs his teammate to provide him a life and is just waiting for that. But on the sides of Enigma, they're looking really good edge right now. Look at that. One finish, no player loss, no casualties at all, and they're really up with all the information. So, according to how Enigma Galaxy is cornered right now, it's difficult for Enigma Galaxy to get out of the situation alive because, according to what I think, Enigma, they can easily eliminate the sides of Enigma Galaxy right now. But again, you know, right, the potential of these players to give a surprise at any moment is something that we are really aware of. So maybe any moment Enigma Galaxy can give us a huge surprise. But there you go, another confirmation comes, and that's going to be Wixie completely eliminated. Enigma Galaxy left out with two players. That's Apollo and MJ, a 2 versus 4.
Oh no. Oh no. Unfortunate Nigma, just like Dominoes, they're falling one by one. MJ gets one, but he's out in the open, and Viru and Avi. Well, those Thompsons and UMPs close range. I don't think there's any weapon that's better than that. Maybe Mac, but that's gonna be the first squad eliminated within minutes of dropping. A couple minutes. No, I think yeah, 2 minutes at max. Well, that was Enigma coming out on top. Nigma, well, disappointing. I think disappointing is the word that I want to use here.
Unfortunate for them not securing anything in this map of Sanhok. Now we always keep talking about Sanhok. It's that, this map, it tends to give you beautiful amount of points only and only if you play it in a complete strategic way. So that's something that we are looking forward to right now on the sides of CHEMIN Esports. This team, they have been facing a downfall since a long. I mean, they got one of their chicken dinners done right, but again, when it comes to an overall day, you play 6 maps a day, and out of 6, you got winner on one, you got victory on one. The others, at least 2, you need to make sure you are in top 3, and the 1 or 2 maps not working in your favor is completely okay, but at least there should be 3 or 4 completely working in your favor. Now to the other sides, we have Godlike waiting down in Finance. So the teams have been spread apart completely. There's like I doubt there's going to be any fights happening for a few minutes right now, because everyone, they have like more than 50% or 60% players. They already have the play zone itself. It's like the left out 40% of the teams that are on the edge. Eventually there's just SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, I guess SKYLIGHTZ, Blinds, and Team Enigma, who need to make a way inside the play zone, and so is the case for Team Soul.
Oh, our Jelly, on the other hand, riding on style. That's Scooter. Something that's, that can be only found on the map of Sanhok here.
True.
But he's just riding in style. Let's see what can be done here. Godlike, on the other hand, you got Jonathan, Neo, Clutch got. What are they planning to do? So, because this is the second last map of the day, they got to be careful, get as many points as they can. Maybe try and work hard to get that #1 spot back into their favor, because up until now, they were holding on to it for so long. From day #1, that is. And I think by the end of day 3, I'm pretty sure that they would like to be on top as well again. But Paradise Resort, once again, a beautiful place. Revenant have the control of it right now, and no other squad is even close to this perimeter.
Everyone is just looking forward to all that they can have their hands on. Right now, loot is going to be the most important part, Edge. But I guess the SKYLIGHTZ Gaming Somraj has been eliminated. Gamla Boy gets caught in a complete open area. He needs to make sure to find an artificial cover for himself before he goes down because of the bullets from Global Esports. Global Esports, one player, I guess Global Esports is the one to take Somraj off completely. And right now they are even looking forward to confirm Gamla Boy. But Gamla Boy this time fast enough to run out of that situation and not get him or his either entire team out in a mess, because SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they are into a lot of difficulties right from the previous day. Even when they started to have a drop clash, eventually that was the time that SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they started to face difficulties, not just in Erangel, in Miramar, and right now eventually in Sanhok as well. Zone is shrinking. Yes, the upcoming zone shift is gonna go somewhere. According to the player's assumption, yes, I'll be going with them. Edge, what do you think? Where is the zone gonna go?
I think boot camp or Paradise Resort. I mean, both these, and there you go. Both of them are actually in the zone right now, along with Camp Bravo coming in there as well. But Top Mark is another one that, is a really good place to get the loot. And I think 7C already looted that area. But the teams, what? Wait a second. Am I blind, or is actually blind really far away from the zone on a different island as well?
True. Blind, they are really far away.
And they're gonna be facing Enigma now. Oh no. Enigma, fresh off of a team elimination there onto Enigma. It's gonna be dangerous.
Dangerous is the word I can use for 7C Aladdin right now. Look at that. They all are in an open area where the sides of Team Revenant can catch them easily. Spray God compromises himself out there. Could have been down to his knees, but fortunately, he is right now safe and secure. That's going to be 7C versus Revenant. Now, both of them have decided to go in for grenades. Now, this is what Sanhok is all about. You are just walking around, moving around, whatever you are doing, anything you do, you suddenly find out someone nearby. And that's what exactly happened with the sides of 7C and Revenant as well. Now, Revenant, they found the sides of 7C. Initially, Revenant was the one to provide damage to 7C, but somewhere down the line, I see them going to a big back foot right now. And then maybe there's a huge jump that they are looking forward to. But 7C right now, they are pushing together. They are not just letting anyone go alone. All of them are together, but nevertheless, Encore will be getting one. Aladdin compromises himself, and that's going to be him surviving on his magical HP. Regard is down to the ground. Prince and Sarang, a huge responsibilities on their shoulders.
Lot of weight on their shoulders. And Blind, I told you, this is not easy, but it's not Enigma. It's SKYLIGHTZ actually.
Yep.
Wait a second, what? And Vixie's doing a lot of work. He gets one. I think he gets a double. There you go. With the Mac up close, Aladdin takes a lot of damage. Will go down to his knees. Spray God is down as well. The star player for the side of 7C. Now, the only survivor is Sarang. What can he do against 4 players inside of Revenant? There's no way he should be able to pull this off. 3, 2, 1. He stands up. It deals a lot of damage. Top Dog is down, but Sarang, I think, is gonna go down there to the UMP of Austin. And Revenant, great start, and they're holding on. But Blaze, he has a clean shot. Doesn't want to take it as of now. Doesn't want to give away his position because it's not a sniper. It's a goddamn M4.
TSM is ready for the surprise. So are we, and so is the audience right now. Revenant, I don't really think they have any idea about the sides of TSM. TSM is just waiting for opportunity. Top Dog, he just pulled off a 1v3 against side of 7C, and right now there's TSM that they need to face. Now I still remember the previous day TSM got their victory on, 2 victories they got on Sanhok and Erangel back to back. So again and again, after getting the victory in the previous match itself, TSM has boosted a lot in terms of confidence that they have gained for themselves. So again, can be a match that TSM can get a victory on, but it depends on how Revenant decides to go further with it. TSM still holding back, waiting back. Revenant Paradox still in front. There's nothing more Blaze is doing, but Ninja Jord is really up and he's really close. But I guess Revenant have found the sides of TSM, and now it's going to be again a 4v4 fight. Revenant just eliminated the sides of 7C, and right now are looking good on eliminating the sides of Team TSM as well.
Can be done. 4 finishes already, and they need it as well, right? They need it to make their way to at least a good position in that overall scorecard right now. And looks like it's going to be Justin on the side of CHEMIN trying to take the one of the players on the side of Soul. It's going to be Justin instantly traded out by Goblin this time. So they're not going to let it slip low, but they do let one player fall. Justin is bleeding, and he's bleeding quick. They got to make sure to revive him, and the revive coming into play. Was that a long-range fight that they took? Wow. And they still lost a player. Not really sure why they're going in for such fights. I mean, Sanhok, once again, usually he calls in for that mid to close range combat. But here's the thing. I mean, you can play it however you want. That's the best part about this. And also another best part is that it's quick, right? It's not going to be, I mean, usually on the map of Erangel and Miramar, the first 10 minutes, it's quite, quite quiet for a while. But here, we saw initial drop clashes, and from there on forward, it was never quite. Yes, not a lot of fights, but you did see a lot of players trying to take down other players, and unfortunately was not able to, get any knocks or finishes. But the firing was continuous.
It is. Right now, everyone is looking forward to that hashtag 1 position. Whereas Revenant, Enigma, they got 4 and 4 for themselves respectively. SKYLIGHTZ got 2, CHEMIN got 1, Global got 1. Team Soul have lost one of their player. Blind lost 2. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming lost 1. And 7C and Enigma Galaxy are the teams who got eliminated completely. Now, it depends on what the upcoming zone shrink is like, because again, when you come back to Sanhok, you know how important a zone plays. This is a small map as compared to what you have played on, Erangel and Miramar. This map is comparatively very small. I mean, 50% directly 4x4 map that you really play on. So you need to be really careful when it comes to a point where you need to fight. And as I am talking about fight, I can see OR Atanki, whom does he has his eyes on, and that's going to be a big name. That's GODLIKE. Now, GODLIKE telling a big name because the way GODLIKE has been, looking good in the previous 2 days was exceptionally well, amazing. Right now, today, they need to do something. They need to get some points so that the sides of Team OR are again pushed back down, and Team GODLIKE, they secure their hashtag 1 position. But right now, I'm liking the way Team GODLIKE is, holding the entire scenario. There's 4 different houses in 4 different direction, and each one of player is holding one specific compound.
That makes sense, but what is Entity Shadow doing? Why is he going to another island when it's the 3rd zone that deals a lot of damage? He's in a vehicle. I think he wants to pick up Dark Lord. Oh, okay. But I don't know if that's a really good idea. But it's okay as of now, because there's no one actually, trying to take him down, trying to, gatekeep any of the places. Everyone's playing their own game. Everyone's playing their own strat. Everyone's not trying to analyze what the opponents are doing, just trying to work on their calls. And while that's happening, Vexy goes down to one of the players inside of Hyderabad, a Striker Boy. Oh, Striker actually takes on Gambler Boy. I don't know why I mixed up both of them, but Ace Black steals the finish, and Vexy goes down to Manti. Two finishes actually stolen from Striker there.
There's a lot happening right now. Pukar is the last surviving player. Now I don't know why Pukar was just left so isolated, alone, and away from all this. Because right now, if Pukar and all the other teammates, they could have been okay. They were together. It's Hyderabad HYDRAS who aggressed towards the sides of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, and right now things are not again and again working in the favor of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. Right now, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they need to decide on a way to get inside the zone and at least survive to the top 3. But out of all that happening on the other side, near to Paradise Resort, we have CHEMIN Esports, who just got one of their players down to the ground. Right, exactly in the center, we have 8-bit. On the edges, we have OR and GODLIKE. But look how OR is holding the zone. How the zone plays, the way Team OR is holding the zone.
Beautiful to watch, and they have some sort of a formation
Yeah.
here. So let's see how well that's going to work. I think they're gatekeeping the zone there, but you never really know what the game plan is until they put it in action. Soul lost a player, and they're still looking confident, but Enigma are the ones that I have my eyes on right now. Because yesterday, yes, it was TSM, but on the day number 1, it was Enigma who had a beautiful victory on the map of Sanhok. And I mean, it looks like a trend here. You know, day number 1, Enigma won Sanhok, then they went ahead and won that Erangel as well. Yesterday, it was TSM winning Sanhok, and they went ahead and got that chicken dinner on Erangel as well, the last one. So I'm guessing whoever wins this one can go ahead and get themselves another one in the next one as well.
Probably yes. Me and Sam, we discussed this the previous day itself, that if it happens today, then and then only I'm gonna agree with not just Sam but even you right now. Right now, what we are having on screen is Marcos versus TSM. Now, Marcos, they got an inner wall cover to work around, but on the other side, TSM, they just got one of their players down to the ground. Hopefully, unfortunately, they revived him back, but right now TSM is just finding a way to get out of that position, secure a second one. Jonathan there will be taking one on GEH. That's going to be one player down from Global Esports. TSM Aquanox will be taking Dino down. Beautiful use of that window. Aquanox not just puts one player down, completely eliminates him, takes another one down to the ground. Aquanox doing a beautiful job. On the other side, we have a fight between GODLIKE and Global Esports. Marcos Gaming, who are looking strong right now, have fallen down, and it's Star, the last surviving player for them.
You can see what's going wrong for them, right? Marcos Gaming just not able to find that groove. It's going to be Jonathan taking one of the players inside of Global down. It's going to be a beautiful grenade, taking down another one. And Jonathan, well, he's doing his job, but Marcos, they gotta do a better job. Jonathan, he goes down to Knuckle there. Global finally answering back. But here's Soul. They're trying to make their way back in to a better positioning into the zone and, you know, make it safe as well. But OR, they're trying to take down one of the players, a couple of players inside of HYDRAS, and they didn't do it successfully. Aditya gets one. Soul finally doing a bit of damage there and takes on one of the players on the side of Enigma. That's Avi going down to Omega. But NCT, they're outside of the zone. So Soul can actually capitalize on this. They can get multiple finishes here because there's Enigma, Blind, and NCT trying to enter the zone right now. And Soul are the only one that are in a great spot.
They definitely are, but for how long? Because right now we got a confirmation that Goblin... No, Shadow, why? Shadow falls down to his own death.
Ouch.
That hurts. I mean, that definitely hurts because TSM, they were looking really good in the previous match. Entity Troy goes down. That's not the grenade, but a player itself. Omega gets caught from 8-bit right, and that's going to be Omega down. Entity Troy get confirmed from CHEMIN Esports. So the finish has even been stolen. Delta PG will be taking one on Revenant top dog. Soul Hector, the last surviving player, trying to figure out on what can be done because revival is right now next to impossible. And even if it goes for revival, I guess the entire squad gets eliminated out there. On the other side, we have Enigma, Viru, the last two surviving players for Enigma, Rex and Viru, trying to figure out and make a third party. Manya, he's exactly in the crosses. So is Knuckle. Manya gets caught. There you go. One player down. Confirms him immediately. Sanhok is this map, and that's why it is turning out to be a walk for some players. Global Esports losing 2 players out of the third party that Enigma is trying to make.
Enigma are the best Enigma are the best at the third partying, and they're showing us how it's gotta be done. They are showing us how you need. I mean, they're showing us how you can do it, and at the same time, they're showing us how you can counter it. So a lot of things that can be learned from them. So I hope everyone's paying real close attention. But now they're going down. So maybe not learn this, because yeah, you don't want to go down in 12th position there. Enigma, unfortunately, have to get eliminated there. But Godlike, 2 finishes? Ouch. That's gotta hurt them as well. A lot of teams now are going down without putting up a good performance. But here we are down to 20 players. But guess what? We still have 11 squads. So a lot
Now,
of players going down, but not a lot of team eliminations here, Darsh.
are we looking forward to a heel battle? Because look at that, Hyderabad Hydra, SKYLIGHTZ, Entity, Soul, Blind. They all have one single player. Global and CHEMIN got 2. OR got 3. TSM eventually got 3 because one player is already down. So chances are really high. But again, when you come back to the number of health kits that the players have, I guess there's just Entity, Blind, GE, and Soul going in for a heal battle, because rest of the players do not have so much of health kits to walk around with. Ninja Jod looking better this time with the gun power that he carries. He found 2. He just found 2 players from the sides of Team OR, and right now he's trying his level best to take him down. But one grenade from right in his face will be forcing him to go down. Jelly takes another one, but instant trade comes, and that's going to be Jelly down to the ground. Now Shadow, OG, and Atanki. There's 1v1 that we have between Shadow and Atanki. Who is better is something that we'll be getting to know in few minutes. But right now, Shadow has decided to not go in for that 1v1, but revive his teammates back. But look at Atanki. Atanki, he needs more few seconds to go in for a revival, because Smokes is something that is looking forward to. Again, Shadow, a lot of grenades that he's gonna rain on the sides of OR, and OR, if they are not able to get out of that situation, it can be Team OR, the another team, to get eliminated at an early stage.
21-minute mark, and look at the zone. It's already really small. I'm not really sure how all these teams survive in here, but we're down to 19 players and 11 squads right now. It's going to be OR taking a lot of damage there. But boy, oh boy, TSM, how many grenades they have, and a lot of investment there coming in from both OR and TSM. But let's see what else is happening. Hector, on the other hand, takes on Zaddy, the last of on the side of Blind. It's going to be 10 teams now. Top 10. Good position. Let's see what happens. Riot, 8-bit now joining the party with the grenades there. Takes on one of the players inside of Adit. OR actually. Aditya goes down. Juicy wants a piece of it. Takes one player down with the grenade. Now OR, Jelly is the only survivor. Aditya is down and out. Riot takes it. And now Atanki goes down to Riot as well. Gets himself a double. Jelly, the IGL. What can he do? Absolutely nothing, because play zone just took him down, and we're down to 9 squads and 15 players.
Just how fast everything is going. I'm just giving it a thought on what is gonna happen. Is it TSM getting another victory? Well, I guess I've been denied, because Tsunami will be raining a grenade parade right on TSM. That's gonna be 1 down, 2 down. The third one goes down. Shadow, again, a huge responsibility. This time, not TSM, because 8-bit, they are looking good with 8 finishes that they got. So 8-bit, after they went in for a third party between OR and TSM, they eliminated both of these teams and secured a good position. 8-bit looking really good with the amount of finishes that they got, and that's the only team inside the play zone. Kidding me, Sanhok coming to an end so early? Are you just kidding me?
No,
CHEMIN
it's
gets
22 minutes.
eliminated with 4 minutes. What? No.
I mean, it's 23 minutes. Come on, Darsh.
Exactly, that's just 22 minutes. And look at that, everyone is just going in for a heal battle. We have Soul with 8 health kits. We have Hyderabad Hydra as well. That's Global Esports getting eliminated. Top 4 teams with 7 alive players, and most of the players are from 8-bit itself. So I guess the probability chances of Team 8-bit getting... Madman takes down Tsunami. Okay, I guess Team 8-bit is sure that they are going to get this victory for themselves, and that's the reason they're having a party out there. They'll be dancing around. I need to see that emojis. Please show me that. Production, if you're able to hear me, please show me those emojis. Are 8-bit going to dance it off before they get that chicken dinner for themselves?
Enigma did it last time. Are
Yeah,
they gonna do
true.
it this time? 8-bit are looking like the clear favorites right now with 4 players inside the zone. There's no one really that can take and contest them at this point. For teams. One of them is 8-bit. The other 3 teams have 1 survivor each. Looks like Striker FTW is going to be the first one to fall to the play zone. But as soon as the next zone comes into play, I think that's going to be the end for Seoul, for SKYLIGHTZ, and HYDRAS. But it's all about who's gonna go down first. It's definitely not gonna be 8-bit. They are definitely gonna come out on top. But I think someone should just peek, and maybe all of them, if they time it perfectly, they can actually take down 8-bit. But I don't think that's gonna be happening anytime soon. Few more seconds is all it's gonna take. Who's gonna go down is a question. 2 finishes for SKYLIGHTZ, and they're still going in there for battle. Heal battle, 15 for him. And Soul Hector is going to be the first victim to the play zone. Down to the last 2, because HYDRAS went down there, and then SKYLIGHTZ go down in number 2. And 8-bit, what a way. What a win for them coming in. A beautiful performance. And at the end, once again, not a lot of emotes, not a lot of dance moves. Well, looks like they're focused there, Darsh. Looks like they are not going to be stopping themselves with one. They're not going to be stopping with one. They want to go ahead and carry on that trend, carry on that momentum into the next one, and get that chicken dinner for themselves.
Amazing one. Sanhok, as I say, it always, turns its tables towards heel battle. Now, as we go on to Sanhok, every time I say this, that I want anything in this world but not heel battle, because, right, 22 minutes is the maximum time we had seen these players fighting. After that, it was just all about heel battles, right? So, if you compare it to Erangel and Miramar, these maps, they tend to, just go on till 35 to 37 minutes. But 22 minutes, can you believe that? It's 22 minutes, and we already knew who the winner was. Well, Team 8-bit,
Yes.
they needed this victory. They got themselves, they got their hands on themselves. But you know where Team 8-bit got the victory? There was a fight happening between the sides of Team OR and TSM. Now, Team 8-bit, I haven't seen them going into a lot of third parties, I would be honest with that. But Team OR and Team TSM, they were having a fight where there was a 1v1 between Atanki and Shadow, where they were reviving their teammates back. Team 8-bit, they came as a surprise. They eliminated not just OR, TSM as well. They secured 8 finishes there and there. That's how they were one step, closer to the victory. And then rest is the history, right? Rest, everyone knows what happened next.
Yep. I'm not really sure how many finishes do they
Yeah,
have.
that's something I'm really waiting for.
I hope they cross the 30 bomb. I hope they dropped it, but let's see. I mean, it doesn't really matter what it is. One thing's for sure, they're gonna make their way, a little higher on that scorecard. Let's take a look at how things started. It all started with ENIGMA and NIGMA towards this bootcamp area.
Teams fight it out, trying to dominate one specific compound. As it all started, MJ was the last surviving player. He took one from the sides of Enigma. He intended to take the second one as well, but he was punished. Punished was the case with Blind as well. The SKYLIGHTZ Gaming were Vexy was the one, I would say, to eliminate both of them. TSM and 7C, then they got themselves into a fight. I guess 7C, they were falling down because Prince was down. Spray God, yes, he just patched himself up. Okay, that was Revenant. I'm sorry for that. TSM was somewhere seen later on, but Revenant and 7C, they got into a fight with the sides of Team 7C. They were eliminated completely, and after that, we just felt like TSM could make a third party, but they eventually didn't do the same, and they just, both of them, they went on their way towards the play zone itself.
They wanted to try out a lot of things, but this fight between Marcos and TSM, unfortunately for Marcos, they couldn't once again put up a decent performance, but GODL, they had a great start, right? They had a great start, but after that, they couldn't just confirm any of those finishes. I mean, they couldn't convert any of those knocks into finishes. That was the only, problem that they had. And unfortunately, for that particular reason, this is going to be their first bad game in a really long time here, Darsh.
Agreed, completely agreed. Soul on the other side, even they got caught by the sides of Entity somewhere down the line. But right the way Enigma performed, look at that. Global Esports and GODLIKE, they were busy in a fight where, Enigma, they just had the greater height advantage, I would say, or probably a better view on Global, and that's where Global lost 2 of their players. Joker was the last surviving player. Zcod, I guess he got eliminated. And that's where even Global started to falter down. TSM, they were caught by the sides of OR. OR versus TSM was a fight that I was talking about now. In this fight, look what happened. OR and TSM, they got themselves into a fight. 3 players were down already. Equinox just went down. Shadow and Atanki, they had a 1v1 situation in between of both of them, and that's where 8-bit came into play. Now look at this. 8-bit, they were waiting behind. There goes a grenade from Juicy, takes down Atanki, and that's where the revived player was something that they were looking forward to. And that's, look at that, they got 4 as soon as they eliminated OR. Then they looked forward to take a fight with TSM. They were looking brilliant on that fight, and eventually they secured 8 points for themselves in total.
They were looking strong right
Yeah.
from the start, right? I mean, yeah, they had a couple of ups and downs, but after that, once they found that groove, there was no stopping them. But although it's 8-bit that was dominating, look at who the MVP is. It's Justin from the side of CHEMIN with 4 finishes. Impressive, but 80 contribution, 80 finishing contribution, which tells us that he did all the heavy lifting for the team, but unfortunately his team just couldn't perform. I think CHEMIN has 5 finishes, if I'm not wrong then.
Nah, Kevin tried to go in for a heal battle as well. So
Yep.
that's the reason Kevin got eliminated with the sides. I mean, Team Soul got eliminated because of going in for a heal battle. It was Entity getting eliminated. It was I guess it was as I said,
SKYLIGHTZ.
Kevin, SKYLIGHTZ. There were so many teams who went in for a heal battle right after the 20 minutes mark came into play, and after that we just saw a fight happening in the circle itself. That was OR, TSM, 8-bit. I guess out of this fight came to an end, we were sure that that's going to be 8-bit getting a victory, because all the other players out there had like 20 max 20 as the amount of health kit I just saw. Because more than 20, I really doubt I saw anyone with more of 20 health kits for themselves. I mean, if the previous day, you remember, Edge, the
Uh-huh.
highest we saw on TSM was 40, and today
Yes.
half of it directly 20.
I think it was like 34, 40. Yeah, I mean, both the maps.
It was 40.
It was 40. I mean,
Yeah.
absolutely beautiful. But here's the thing: how wise is it to go for those heal battles? How wise do you think? Because I mean, it's not once, right? It's not once that it happened. It happened on day 1, day 2, and it happens on day 3 again on the map of Sanhok. Like, and also, did you see the zone was kind of similar to where it was on day number 1, right? It looked kind of similar where Enigma ended up winning that one. Today 8-bit was in a similar kind of situation. They were in the open. They were there with 4 players surviving. They didn't lose anyone to the play zone because they're like, we know what you guys are doing. We know you're going for those heat battles, and at the point of time, you will go down, right? I mean, you are gonna go down at the end, no matter what. There's no way you're gonna come out and take us all down. So we might as well just have some fun. Yes, no dance moves, but once again, the confidence that now must be flowing from the side of 8-bit. I'm looking forward to see what they do on Erangel, because it's a tradition now. First
Yeah.
day Enigma, second day TSM. Let's see if 8-bit can do the same.
Waiting for I'm just waiting for a moment where I can say finally hat trick. Finally, we got 3 days with a tradition being repeated. And as I said, I'll be agreeing with you and Sam only if it happens today. So I'm just waiting for the upcoming match. But before that, there's a lot that we are going to have on our screens. I mean, the analysis part, the points table, the match standing. There's so much that I'm just waiting for right now to have a look on how much change that this specific map has got. And as I was talking about map standings, lucky me, we got the map standings as soon as I say it. 8-bit got a total of 23. Now, again, coming to a point, we haven't seen a 30 bomber in grand finals. We always keep on saying we saw a lot happening in semis, but in grand finals, I doubt we have seen a 30 coming any moment. I mean, once or twice, or maybe none. We haven't seen happening that so much. So every team, yes, they are getting victories, but again, when it comes to finishes, it's just like 8, 10, not more than 12, not like 15 or 17 or something.
True. I mean, it's rare at this point, but that's a good thing, right? Which clearly tells you that all the teams are performing well. It's just not one team trying to dominate the entire server. 8-bit with 8 finishes, sitting on top with 23, 9 points ahead of SKYLIGHTZ. So sitting on 14. HYDRAS, 3 finishes, 13 total points for them. Team Soul, well, better performance. 2, I mean, they survived but couldn't get any finishes. So I think they were following what Sam wanted, just surviving till the end. 10 total points. Global Esports with 4 finishes and 10 total points. Revenant sitting on 8, CHEMIN on 7, ENIGMA on 7 as well. Entity 6, TSM 6, OR 6. GODLIKE, well, bad performance coming in from them, gotta be honest. 3 total points. Blind Official 2, Marcos, 7C, and NIGMA. I mean, NIGMA and Marcos, NIGMA and 7C I understand because they did decent in the other matches. And and even GODLIKE OR TSM as well. Because it's kind of understandable that it's kind of hard for you to be consistent every single time playing against top 15 teams in India as of now. But here's the thing: Marcos and Entity, they're sitting at the bottom of the overall scorecard, right? They gotta pull everything that they have and make it work. And with that, OR are gonna be the first team to cross that 200-point threshold.
Did anyone of us see this coming? I'll be honest, I didn't. OR, I mean, the way Team Godlike has been performing, I thought that after being the very first team to cross 50, then to cross 100, then 150 as well, Team Godlike will be the very first team to cross 200. But no, this time OR coming out to be really strong with a total of 204 for themselves, standing on the very first position. Godlike goes on second with a total of 181. Look at the difference, Edge. The difference is increasing. It's not decreasing, it's increasing, because OR, at a point of time where Godlike is not getting points, OR is accumulating something out of each map, and that is getting Godlike into a bit of difficulties. But again, second position, holding it for a long period of time can be risky for Godlike, because look at Enigma and TSM. They're right behind with a total of 171. That's going to be a difference of 10 points between Godlike and Enigma TSM. So again, Godlike needs to be careful. Going from #1 to #2 is all right. You can take the one position back for yourself. But imagine going from #1 to directly fourth or fifth position. It's going to hurt a lot, and it will be really unfortunate for these teams to go down this way. Because okay, wait, what? Okay, okay. I just got a bit confused. But again, coming back to the second sides of the overall standing, it's 7C with 116. Nigma Galaxy got 107, and that's the end of triple digit. And that's where we have the starts of double digit as well.
The only team that I'm worried about right now, once again, are NTD and Marcos Gaming. I mean, Global also have a good chance of making it to the top 8 because, they're sitting on 89, almost 90, just a couple of, just 20, 25 point difference between them and top 8. Not a lot, but Marcos and NTD, well, they got to start worrying. Only one more match left here. I mean, for the day. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
For the day number 3. We still have 2 more days. We still have 12 matches. But guess what? Those 12 matches are not only going to be played by NTD and Marcos. Even the teams at the top, and by top I mean in the top 10, are going to be playing that as well. So I mean, unless NTD and Marcos take down those big teams, and I mean by big teams I mean sitting at the top, and also those teams need to play bad, and at the same time NTD and Marcos, they need to play out of their mind consistently for at least 4 out of 12 matches, and only then they might have a chance of making it to the top 5. And I say a slight chance because there is a ray of hope, but it's getting darker and darker by every single passing match.
On that, I completely agree on that. But right now, 8-bit, it's a decider time on will 8-bit get one more or no. We are having a discussion here, ladies and gentlemen, but as you know, the chat section is always open for you. So do let us know that do you think 8-bit will get one more victory on Erangel and continue the tradition that we have been witnessing since day one, where Enigma got 2 on Sanhok and Erangel, TSM got 2 back-to-back on Sanhok and Erangel. So will it be 8-bit getting back-to-back Sanhok and Erangel? Again, look at that. 4 different winners with the first 4 maps, that starting off with CHEMIN. Then we went on OR. Then it was Seoul getting their victory, much needed on Erangel itself. Then it was TSM getting 1 on Miramar. When we came back to Sanhok, it was Team 8-bit. But right now, I'm really excited, Edge. I'm really excited to know what is going to happen, because when you come back to Erangel, it's like you are traveling for a long period of time. By that I mean to say Miramar and Sanhok to maps, and then there's this feeling you get when you are finally back home. Just put your luggage down and you're like, oh, finally home.
Finally home. I mean, all these teams, they don't want to go home without getting a piece of the prize pool. So they got to try hard. right? They gotta try hard. They can't let these teams sitting at the top walk away and have that lead early on. And already it's been 50% of the journey done. Actually, 50 plus. So they gotta at least now. I mean, it's still not too late. Maybe the final days when it's gonna be too late, but as of now, it's not too late. Anyone can still go for that number one spot, and by anyone, I even mean the teams sitting in 16th position, right?
True.
They can still do it up until tomorrow evening, that is. And by that I mean 24 matches. So they still have 7 matches to do so. Let's see if any of these teams sitting at the bottom can actually find their way to the top 8 at least, because once again, it's about the bragging rights, but it's also about a piece of the prize pool. And also talking about MVPs, a lot of contenders. There's Neo, there's Jonathan, there's 7Sea Spray God, I'm sorry. Then there's Atanki, then there's Justin, then there's Destra as well coming in. There's Global Esports, Manya coming in as well. Everyone's doing a really fantastic job. Not really sure who is gonna be going away with that award there.
You just talk about the MVP. I'm gonna give it second thought, and just imagine on what top 5 fraggers for the day are gonna be like, because remember what happened the previous day. But before the discussion goes on more further, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for Erangel. The wait is all over because the flight is all here, and this time I'm not gonna have a license for driving a flight. I mean, for taking a flight itself, Ed. So not gonna be discussing the flight path. It's all up to you.
Oh, I mean, yeah, with your driving license, I think you should just sit back and
Yeah.
let me take the seat. But looks like I'm gonna be heading to a Milta Power here. But let's see what's gonna happen here. Because once again, doesn't look like CHEMIN is gonna go to military base this time. They're gonna be changing a bit, and they're gonna be the first squad to jump down. And Zarki is where I think they want to take the action to this time. And I would love it if the zone comes into play here, and if the zone shifts down south towards military base, because I think it's the first time I'm not going to see any team going there in a really long time. And if the zone comes in there, it's a bit of a surprise for the players. A lot of fun for us.
Yeah, it's definitely fun for us. But again, if anything happens and if you feel like contacting Edge, you can do so, because I had nothing to do with all what he said right now. I'm playing a safer card today. Coming back to what all you said, Edge, I think you're gonna get denied really, because the zone is gonna have a center shift again. Yes, we are seeing Kevin Esports going up there to the extend corner of the map, and that's no other than Zarki. But again, coming back to the center itself, we have a lot of teams here. I mean, we have a drop clash. We definitely have a drop clash, and that's no other than SKYLIGHTZ and Marcos, the love story. After a break in this love story, we have seen this love story starting again, where Marcos Paukilo will be taking one on SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. That's gonna be one Gamla boy down to the ground. Paukilo eliminating Somraj completely with that Molotov. Okay, my bad. That was not Gamla boy down. That was Somraj down to the ground, completely eliminated by the Molotov connection coming from the sides of Marcos Gaming. Now, Top Dog has found one on Prince as well. Magical HP was, but no, Prince couldn't do anything rather than going down, and that was Top Dog taking one with the PP Bison itself. SKYLIGHTZ and Marcos, the never-ending love story we always talk about, which is already on our screen, where SKYLIGHTZ Gaming is running low on player now. I like the confidence that SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they're back to Pochinki after realizing that the only way to get points right now is to get yourself into a fight, because if you do not get yourself into a fight, you ain't getting a single point. And I guess SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they got that right. And right now, that's the reason we are seeing them in Pochinki. But again, coming back to Marcos, they are really looking strong when it comes to Pochinki only, because every time you see a drop clash happening here, it's Marcos Gaming trying to capitalize, and they are successful doing that. So Marcos Gaming, they got an opportunity for 4 finishes once again, or SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they got a bigger opportunity of 4 finishes because they need it the most right now. On the other side, you got the game face on of the players of Marcos Gaming, because we have the small, face cam down there of the players of how serious the situations are in the boot camp. No matter where the zone is, no matter where the fly path is, it's always about gaining all the points that you can in the entire situation. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, Marcos Gaming, the fight after Gamla Boy goes down has been put on a full stop, and I really don't I really don't want my eyes to get tired of waiting to see what the results are, in between this fight. Because again, I still remember a point where Marcos and SKYLIGHTZ, they extended a fight for almost 8 to 10 minutes. And at that point of time, both of the teams dealt a lot of problems going in
Uh-huh.
for a late rotations and everything, but coming back to UH. What do you think? Who's going to be the one dominating it in Pochinki today? Is it Marcos or is it SKYLIGHTZ?
I mean, it's been the same story every single time. Pochinki, Marcos and SKYLIGHTZ. Pochinki, Marcos and SKYLIGHTZ. And every single time, they go in for those initial fights, but then if you notice, they usually don't finish off each other. They only deal a bit of damage, maybe take down a couple players, and after that they're like, we'll just go away from here. You know, we did enough. And I don't want to see that happening today. I want to see, I mean, it doesn't really matter. I think both of these teams are not having a great time. But if you ask me which team I want to come out on top, I would say Marcos, because they're the ones sitting at the bottom of the scorecard right now. They need a really good performance coming in. And, just to see that competition close. And that is why I want Marcos. But yeah, SKYLIGHTZ on the hand, they have a really good chance of making it work as well. But we're about to hit that 5-minute mark, and it's quite for a while now. We did see a couple of players going down on the side of 7C and SKYLIGHTZ. But let's see if they're gonna be any more action here.
It is because it's the time for Team Soul to make an entry. Look at that. Look at the position Team Soul has. Now, if Marcos and SKYLIGHTZ do not find a way out, not even talking about Marcos right now, I'll talk specifically about SKYLIGHTZ gaming. They get out of this compound, they're gonna get punished either by the sides of Marcos or by Soul, because look at the position. It's like they have been stuck between, and there's no way that they can get out of that situation. Akshat, I guess he found someone out there, and Soul is looking good. I mean, the way the previous match was for them, they were really looking good. So right now, they will be trying to dominate on both of these teams and get 8 for themselves. But again, right, 8 is a huge number, and if Team Soul gets that initial 15 minutes, I guess it's gonna be a huge one for them.
8 finishes in 15?
That's difficult, right?
I mean, it's difficult, but if they can actually do it. You're right. There are 7 right in front of them as of now.
Exactly.
So that's gonna be easy, and within a couple of minutes they can get those 7, and then you guys can fulfill Darshita's wish right there.
Well, I'll be the most happiest person to get my one wish fulfilled. But right now, look at Dawn and Pukar. They are so close, yet they are so far away from each other. Dawn is just lying down, is waiting for an opportunity. Pukar is up there, holding an angle, jumps down. No. Dawn, you got an opportunity, but there was a cover fire from Vexy, I guess, and that's the reason. Marcos, they are waiting. They're waiting patiently, because after getting one finish, they have no casualties on themselves. And
True.
I really think they do not want any casualties. Eventually, if they win this fight, still, Marcos, I don't think they'll be dealing any casualties. But Pukar, he has to face grenades from the sides of Marcos. Now, that happens when you just compromise yourself real bad.
You gotta be careful. And
True.
I mean, talking about opportunities, I think Don is waiting for the perfect moment where he gets to, take down multiple players and not just one. But you're right, let's see if So are gonna be your genie in the bottle. But right now it's gonna be Manti OP taking on one of the players inside of Entity right now. And HYDRAS, well, they found someone lurking. Well, can they find more players? And I think the answer is yes. Dark Lord cruising away, but Striker is dealing one couple of hits, and that's it. Oh, Striker wanted to strike hard, but Dark Lord, just fading away into the darkness there. And he's safe for now, but let's see. Oh, Cloud mid. I think that was mid-range there, taking out one of the players on the side of HYDRAS, and now, man, disadvantage for HYDRAS. On his knees, not finished yet.
Second player is low. Any moment, even he can get confirmed. Entity Noob right now looking forward. No, he cannot get a confirmation because there's a lot of cover fires being provided from the sides of Hyderabad HYDRAS now. The player was near. Okay, look at that. There's one player behind. Check your back. There's one player right exactly behind you. Couldn't see that, and that's the reason there's going to be Hyderabad HYDRAS players falling down. One goes off completely from the sides of Entity. Dark Lord gets eliminated. Cloud, no, gets eliminated. Shadow falls down to his own death. A huge mistake Entity makes. And what is the punishment?
What?
The punishment is the entire squad getting eliminated.
Manti once again somehow repositioned himself. He's a sneaky little guy, let me tell you that. Every single time. I mean, he did go down, but that was a sacrifice needed, right? For HYDRAS to survive and eliminate and get themselves 3 finishes there on the players of Entity. Absolutely beautiful performance from Manti. Gotta give it to him. Yes, he did go down in the end, but he did his job. That's all I'm saying. If everyone can get a 1 to 3 trade, that's what 3 4 12 finishes with good performance. I mean, that's consistently good performance if it happens. So that's what happened right now. So I'm like okay with it, but look at the zone. Well, Revenant, they gotta make their way back in. It's gonna be a safe journey for now. No one's keeping that bridge, but they don't know that for sure. 7C, they spotted players inside of NIGMA Galaxy, and they're gonna be taking a bit of damage there coming in from Spray God, but yeah, they're gonna be fading away and not gonna be spotted and not gonna be in the open any longer.
I'm scared for the areas of Pochinki right now. Because according to what the zone has been shrinking, it can have Pochinki and it can be all about Pochinki in the next zone itself. So Marcos, SKYLIGHTZ, Seoul, 8-bit. We already have 4 teams in nearby and inside Pochinki. Now imagine if the zone goes to Pochinki, it would be amazing to watch, to have a great fight. But again, when it comes to fight, it's just SKYLIGHTZ Gaming having an entire control of Pochinki, but on the other side, Entity gets caught by HYDRABAD. HYDRAS, okay, that's gonna be a rewind in time that I took you guys from how the players went down amazingly. And talking more about Blind right now, that's Emilzim. He just get caught, so he just compromises himself, and that's why he's been a bit low on his HP. But again, he has some bandages to work around with. He'll be finding himself a bit safe in security once he, just patches himself up completely.
Gotta make sure you have enough health. Gotta make sure you have enough util. Gotta make sure those resources are replenished every single time. Every single thing. I mean, right now it might look like, why you guys telling us this is the same thing. We've been hearing, we know all this, guys, blah, blah. But guess what? Once you're in the game, that heat of the moment, you forget these things, right? You can't keep your composure at all times. You got to make sure you have everything right, everything going in your favor, and even then you cannot be assured of getting yourself a victory. Because gameplay is one thing, aim is one, but the experience and that calmness, that is what matters, to be honest.
Agreed. I completely agree because, right, the amount of pressure you have, it's already halfway to grand finals done. With this map, we would have third day coming to an end. So it's going to be a huge pressure that these players have to make their way on the top itself. And the players who are on top, there's a huge pressure on them on maintaining the position. So there's going to be a lot of mistakes happening all over, as we saw. Shadow, he went down to his own death. Now that's something that was inevitable for Shadow, because when it comes to a vehicle running around, there may be a lot of bullets that are being sprayed on the vehicle, and that's the reason pushed out he just touched the exit button, and that's where he just fell down to his own death. But coming back to the fight I was talking about, look at Pochinki. Now if the zone goes to Pochinki edge, everything is going to be more interesting because we already have 4 teams. 8-bit is trying okay, I'm being a bit good at zone predictions, Edge. A bit.
Ooh. Improving.
Yeah.
Oh, it's good to see that, improvisation is always good. Let's see how well the side of OR can improve right now, but this fight is still happening. This fight between Marcos Gaming and SKYLIGHTZ Gaming still happening. And finally, some action coming in. Marcos takedown 2 on the side of SKYLIGHTZ, almost losing their third as well. Vexy is the only survivor with an M4, but he's quite far away from Gamla Boy. And I think Gamla Boy is going to go down as well, while Aru takes out Neo, who was traveling. Unfortunately, GODL, they lose a player, and Aru starts things off really good for the side of OR.
Not a good start for the sides of Team GODLIKE for SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. because they have been losing players back to back. Team Soul, they got one for themselves. We have the live status on the other side down the minimap out there, but right now, look, Shadow, he'll be giving a surprise, and that's going to be Hector down. Omega gets caught here. Shadow compromises himself, but he needs to be careful because he has no of his teammates nearby. Now, why in this world is Shadow so far away from his teammate when he knows that this Erangel, and you know, right, not just front, but you need to clear your back because right behind Shadow, there's going to be the sides of OR trying to go in for a rotation. And as soon as I say OR, that's going to be blind taking one from the sides of Team OR down. Now, Tunky to depart. Now it's going to be 3 players surviving. From Godlike, we have Neo, who's already said a goodbye to his entire team, and there's no hope of getting him back out here until and unless it's tomorrow's day. But right now, Godlike, they need to do something. They need to get something in this specific map, or it's going to be difficult. They catch the sides of Team OR, but at the same time, they get a lot of sprays from another team right in their fronts. And Team Godlike, an open area. Now, this is something I'm really scared of, Edge.
Gotta be careful once again. I know I'm saying this a lot. This is actually making me anxious right now. Like, all the positionings coming out from these players are making me anxious, and I'm not even playing. God. Oh, Vixie almost modded himself. They gotta be careful. With the grenade coming in as well. We're trying to enter the building. It's gonna be one player down on the side of NIGMA Galaxy. That's gonna be MJ. Look at that beautiful molly. Oh, which pushes Vixie out in the open. But Enigma, they wanna get this. They wanna get all of the players on the side of NIGMA Galaxy right now. They have one. Let's see. Can they get 3 more and make it a clean sweep?
I'm looking forward to that. Enigma, looking forward to so much of, in this specific map. On the other side, look at 8-bit. Look at that split. 2 players, they are trying to enter the zone. They will be entering the zone. 2 players still holding behind the other position and, trying to find some different angle and maybe provide some cover for fires to the team as well. But on the other side, as you're talking about Enigma and Enigma, there's going to be amazing fight going on. A lot of smokes being deployed. The visions are getting blocked completely, and there's no hope of, there's no hope that you see anything right now with all those smokes. Enigma, they are trying to push. Look at the entry itself. It's been completely denied for the sides of Enigma Galaxy. Jonathan in that vehicle, 70 spray card gets caught. That's going to be a head. That's going to be a head connection. No! Spray card, magical. Magic is what is surviving on. And so much for Aladdin. Both of them surviving on so low HP. And on the other side, Godlike. He got down to the ground.
Like, ouch. That's not what they wanted. I'm pretty sure they are not going to be happy about that. But it's going to be a 7C once again. Already a man down. Aladdin, most of the birds are going down there. Saran taking a lot of damage, but Spray God is relentless. Takes on Jonathan. I mean, Jonathan did it to one of the teams. I'm not really sure which one, but now he's like doing it to Jonathan. Absolutely beautiful. And Spray God goes down. Then nevertheless, 7C dealing a lot of damage, but Soul, they're coming in for the 3rd party, and they want to join the party as well. Gets themselves multiple finishes, and Enigma Galaxy are down and out. That's Enigma actually taking them down, but 7C Sarang on his knees. Aladdin, what can he do?
A lot, or maybe nothing. There's just 2 ways that he has right now. Clutch got completely down to his belly, not even moving a muscle. Going down at this point of time, Clutch God, if he goes off, it's going to be 0 for Godlike. And you know, right, how cut close the competition is. This is something each and everyone needs to have their focus on. Now, Clutch God, he needs to be really safe and secure. Aladdin gets confirmed. That's going to be Soul. Who did a 3rd party between both of them. That's, 7C and Godlike were into a fight. They did a 3rd party. They destroyed the sides of Godlike, and there's just 1 player surviving. They destroyed 7C, and the entire squad gets eliminated. Blinds get caught by Enigma. That's gonna be Zaddy. Sitting back, a lot of damage. He needs to be careful on the side. Global Esports Joker will be taking 1 player down. Blind is trying his level best. Global Esports from AJ will be taking Blind. Okay, that's gonna be Blind getting decimated from 2 sides itself, 2 angle itself. OR on the other side have lost 2 of their players. Aditya gets eliminated. Power Killer is down to the ground. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. Wait, what? SKYLIGHTZ Gaming will be taking the sides of Marcos down? Wait, what? Am I a bit too confused?
Whoa.
Or is that...
That just happened. Yep.
2 players. 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 2 players
That
Okay.
just happened right there. And you can see Global now trying to confirm those finishes on the players of Blind. They'll get themselves a couple while Enigma third partying the hell out of Global right now. But 8-bit Tsunami takes down one of the players inside of Marcos, and that's Jonas is going down. And also with that, Blind is down and out with 0 finishes. And Marcos are down and out with 3, but only I think 1 point. That's not a lot. Goblin, let's see what he can do right now. He's still going strong. Soul looking like favorites, looking like the strongest, and the confidence that's seeping through their veins right now, it's unbelievable.
Definitely is. On the other side, Enigma Gaming, they get eliminated completely. So right now up there we have TSM and OR fighting it out on the other sides of the screens as well. You can see in detail what is happening out there. TSM, they've lost one of their players, but OR, they aren't ready to give up. And out of all that, we even have Arrows down to the ground. He does put a lot of damage on Shadow, and that's going to be Shadow down to the ground. The fight is equalized as that's going to be a 2v2 situation right now. Soul on the other side got one of their players down to the ground. That's going to be Goblin. Knuckle gets punished as he is going to be down to the ground. Soul will be the one taking him out, but again, Goblin, he needs to get revived back to his life because there's a lot of grenade parade happening from the sides of Global Esports. Now, Soul, they're facing a lot of damage. Revenant, Top Dog, Grenade will be taking one from the sides of 8-bit Juicy as well. Joker is trying his level best. Tsunami will be taking Revenant, Encore. CHEMIN Esports, Robin will be taking one from the sides of TSM. Blaze, 10 teams, 27 alive players. ORR will be eliminating TSM. Guess that's going to be TSM. Okay, with 2 alive players yet. 8-bit Riot will be taking one on Revenant, Encore, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. Vexy, the last surviving player, gets caught from Clutch Card. The last surviving player for Godlike finishes it off, and that's going to be one for Clutch Card and for the entire squad of Godlike. TSM answering it back really strong. That's going to be ORR down. Global Esports was a soul. The fight still going on. That's going to be Goblin down. Done and dusted. Hector, the last surviving. No, there's going to be Hector and Omega. 2 players. Global Esports versus Soul is the fight that we have right now. Hector, UMP is all that he got, but the play zone is just hitting back a lot of damage. Global Esports found them a place outside the blue, but Hector is still inside.
Oh man. Oh god, they are man down now, and a player on his knees as well. It's gonna be a heal battle coming in from Hector right now as of now. It's gonna be TSM going down and out. It's gonna be Revenant looking to play on the side. Due to the fact that 8-bit is absolutely ripping them apart, and Revenant loses their players. Joker, oh no, he falls to his knock. Not his death yet. Global Esports, well, they have another casualty there, but it's going to be Kevin coming into fight as well now, going in for that third party. They want a piece of this action. We are down to 5 squads, 12 players alive right now. Global Esports are down and out. Well, Soul, only 1 surviving player with 7 finishes. I mean, all he needs to do right now, Omega, is to survive.
He needs to, no matter what, he needs to top 5 teams and 12 live players. Now, my hopes are really high regarding the sides of Team 8-bit, but I guess I have to take my words back because there's a lot of problems that 8-bit are facing. Right now, they got one of their players, 2 of their players down. 8-bit needs to, no! Going to you and Sam. That's 8-bit getting eliminated completely, Edge. One more team. Done and dusted. 4 teams, 9 alive players is all that we got. 1 grenade. Boom! That's gonna be done for the sides of Team Soul. Hyderabad HYDRAS, a beautiful grenade is what they got. Clutch got trying to survive as much as he can. 12 first aid kits is what this man got. Oh my god. This is gonna be amazing. And so amazing to watch. Now Clutch God, he needs to heal himself up before anything or everything. CHEMIN Esports, they are looking strong. Hyderabad HYDRAS, even they are. So the win prediction right now, 50% for CHEMIN Esports. Hyderabad HYDRAS got 3. GODL. So 1 last surviving player is what they got, but it's gonna be difficult. 3 teams, 8 alive players. Maxi down to his belly, completely down, no movement at all. Striker gets caught by Delta, and that's gonna be 1 from Hyderabad HYDRAS down. CHEMIN Esports, 1 more victory. They started off their day with a victory, with a dinner. Will they be able to end it with the same is going to be the question. Clutch God still trying to survive. Hyderabad HYDRAS versus CHEMIN is the fight that we have on our screens, ladies and gentlemen. That's going to be a 4 versus 2 situation. Hyderabad HYDRAS eliminates Clutch God. 2 teams, 7 alive players still left.
A 4 versus 3, a clear man advantage for the side of CHEMIN Esports right now. They have started off the day with a chicken dinner, as you said, Darsh, but they might be ending it with a chicken dinner as well. Let's see who's gonna be coming out on top. HYDRAS, they want this. They want this at all costs. They're not gonna let CHEMIN Esports have it that easy. It's gonna be Delta PG going down to a 3 versus 3 situation. Max is back on his feet, and look at the smokes coming in from Robin with the smoke screen helping his teammates to get back on their feet. It's gonna be 24-minute mark coming into play, 6 zone coming into play as well. HYDRAS, the positioning is decent, but they're still out in the open proning, and those grenades are gonna be launched at the same time between both these players. I think one of them is going to be connecting. Yep, Delta PG almost taken down. Destro takes down Striker FTW. And now a 2 versus 3. Scratch that. Make it a 3 versus 3. Because Destro just went down there on his knees and finished. And now CHEMIN, a man down. Yes, player is knocked. Actually, I think 2 of them are knocked. But Ace Black is making it work with a UMP. Takes down Justin. Ace Black trying to revive his teammate as well. Playing it smart. 1 versus 3 as of now. Down to a 1 versus 2. My bad. But Ace Black, he's reviving 1. Makes it up to a 2 versus 2. But Justin's back on his field, which means it's a 2 versus 3 situation. But 2 players are really low. That's Maxi. And Striker goes down again. Maxi is on his knees. The only surviving player. Ace Black, what can he do? Absolutely nothing. It's going to be CHEMIN's Justin with the final blow. And CHEMIN. Beautiful start to the day, and you can see he's standing up. You can see he's happy about it. Yes, it's not the end of the journey, but it's the end of the day, and they ended it on a really high note.
And they ended it. It's not just about starting the day. It's all about ending it beautifully. And CHEMIN, they did a huge job. They put up a great show for themselves. And this is how it seems to be so amazing for the sides of Team CHEMIN Esports to get their much needed victory. Now, Team Hyderabad, the HYDRAS versus Team CHEMIN Esports, this fight was a bit confusing for me to, guess at a point of time of who is going to win. Because, right, there was like a 3v4 going on. Then it was suddenly like a 2v3. Then again, it was a 3v2. Then again, a 2v2. Then finally, we got to know that CHEMIN Esports has, won this victory for themselves. But how did it all started? Again, with a love story, because that is a never-ending love story between SKYLIGHTZ and Marcos. But this time, what was different was Soul entering all this, the fight getting prolonged for 30 minutes, and both of these teams, or 3 of these teams, not surviving at all.
Exactly. I mean, it was prolonged a bit too much this time, I guess. Usually you see that fight happening, and you see a couple of finishes here and there, and then the teams just leave in Pochinki to just to the gods there, and for everyone else to just come in. But here's this time, Marcos, they decided to stick in. They took down the players on the side of SKYLIGHTZ, and then finally they decided to leave. But after that, Soul did come into picture as well, trying to finish things off. Yes, they did have a really good game, but at the end, their positioning was not as good as they would have liked it. But here's the thing, they have enough, good number of finishes, right? Once again, and finally, the code's broken. The tradition, it is not going to be happening again. Well, 2 days it did. 3rd day, unfortunately, 8-bit is not going to be getting that second chicken dinner for the day. But guess what? It's going to be CHEMIN getting that second dinner. So, Darshita, I mean, once again, I feel like you're the one to blame.
Oh, I'm going to talk. I'm going to tell Sam to give me a party. But before that, let's just have a quick look on highlights. Because I told Sam the previous day itself that if this is not happening, I'm not going to trust you guys. So, Sam, you're owning me a party. So are you, Edge, but we'll get back to the party after all this, because right now what we have on screen is Entity getting the fight with Hyderabad HYDRAS. Striker gets caught there. 2 players from Hyderabad HYDRAS were already down to the ground, but nevertheless, as you said, there was a huge job done by the players of Hyderabad HYDRAS. Entity Shadow, he went down to his own death, and that's where the entire squad got eliminated. Now, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming and Marcos Gaming, this fight was something that is like infinity or never ending, I would say, because every day we're going to have 3 Erangels. We're going to have this love story repeating itself thrice a day. GODLIKE and 7Sea got into a fight. I guess the players were falling down. NIGMA Galaxy got into a fight. I guess when NIGMA Galaxy got eliminated completely, then it was TSM and OR getting into a fight in the other corners of the map as well.
A lot more fights to be taken there as well between those Soul and Enigma. But Enigma started out really strong, taking down Enigma as well. But these grenades coming in from Global as well, right? The fight between them and Soul, but then 8-bit coming into picture. Also Revenant, they wanted a piece of that, but unfortunately they were completely destroyed as well. Unfortunate for them, but you can see Seoul. They had a really good start, but after that they were down to 2 players, but they still were able to get 2 finishes for themselves. But after that, Mega, the sole survivor, I mean, there was nothing that he could do, to be honest. And HYDRAS, long range M4, beautiful play coming in from Delta PG, taking down multiple players inside of 8-bit, and with that it was a team elimination, a pretty easy one, and CHEMIN, they were unstoppable from there on forward.
Very true, very true. Hyderabad Hydras found the last on Clutch God as well. I mean, Godlike was trying to survive. I guess Godlike Clutch God got his entire team to top 3. That's a great number and a point of satisfaction even for Godlike, because you know, right, how important those numbers were. Then it came back to a point where CHEMIN and Hyderabad Hydras got into a fight. Destro was put down to the ground. Ace Black took Destro twice, I guess. Then it was Justin, the last man surviving, who did everything that he could, but eventually even he was punished, and that was the point that even he went down to the ground. Delta PG with that grenade took Maxi OP down. Striker was punished by Justin once again. After Justin was revived back to his life, there was a grenade, there was a Molotov, there was so much happening. But the last blow, there was Delta PG. Took everything, and that was done. This is how the entire map of Erangel was like a classic, a vanilla map that we always call it like. But every time you go to this classic, you go to this map, it's a new team popping it off brightly.
Well, yep, bit of a technical issue there, but anyway, you know how fun it was, right? But yeah, I mean, let's take a look at who the MVP was as of now. It is gonna be none other than Global Esports Knuckle. Well, he started off really strong. You gotta admit, he was going ham this one. 4 finishes with 57% contribution. But look at the difference. CHEMIN Esports, 6 finishes with the chicken dinner, have a total of 21. Hyderabad HYDRAS, 8 finishes and a total of 20. Just 1 point difference between those 2 teams there, Darsh.
But again, Edge, remember, CHEMIN, not their first victory. They got the first one in the first map of Erangel. This is a second victory for them. So, yes, the number in terms of what we expect is low. I agree on that completely, because, we talk about 25, 24. Time it's 21. But again, Hyderabad Hydras did a great job. 20 in total, a huge number for them. Team Soul on the 3rd position with 15. 8-bit on 4th. They got 12. Godlike got 11. And the only reason was Clutch got for the extra 10 points that, Godlike got for themselves. Global got 9. OR, Enigma got 7. Then it came to Marcos, where they got 4. TSM and SKYLIGHTZ, they got 3 for themselves. Revenant and 7Sea got 2. Entity got 1. But unfortunate for Blind and NIGMA Galaxy, as they couldn't get even one single point. Now that is the most difficult part about this match standings, because the teams at the top, they are really looking good, but the teams, when you come down to Entity, now just take an example at Entity. I guess Entity, they have been not looking good this day completely, because 0 in one map, 1 in this map. I don't know what overall point Entity has, but I guess, okay, overall points, there you go. We have OR still standing strong in the very first position. So first 5, there's no changes happening. That's going to be OR, Godlike, Enigma, TSM, 8-bit. The straight lines remains straight. Not sure for how long, because right behind 8-bit, we have the sides of CHEMIN Esports with a total of 156. Then we have Hyderabad Hydras with 147. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming got 140, but look at the difference. 211 on the first and 140 on the 8th. That's a complete difference of more than 70 points. 71 in total. The huge difference between OR and SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. 71, that's equals to, if you count it according to 20 per match, it's going to be 3 maps. And you know how many maps we are left with, right? Just 12. 3 maps, 12. You know how difficult it is going to get right now, right at the start of tomorrow's day.
That is definitely true. But one more thing to point our fingers at. Godlike is now sitting on number 1 right now. And OR, yes, the distance is not that great, but they're slowly building it up. Right? Now you can see it was what? It was 5, it was 2 or something at the start, and now it's almost 20. It's 19. Absolutely brilliant performance coming in from OR, having that consistent performance, but also Godlike, second team to cross that 100 placement point threshold. SKYLIGHTZ, on the other hand, they have to put up a better performance, but everyone on the first page here, Team 8-bit and SKYLIGHTZ have one chicken dinner each. CHEMIN, although got that chicken dinner, that wasn't a huge jump for them. HYDRAS, well, although not getting that chicken dinner, that was, a bit of a stretch for them as well. Now up to 147, while CHEMIN sitting on 156. Just 1 rank, boost for both these teams, but they did push down SKYLIGHTZ. 7C once again holding strong onto their position, but Team Seoul, they are coming. They are coming for this 9 and actually even 8 position.
They are looking forward to that. Difference is of 10 points only. But NIGMA Galaxy, there's just 1 point difference they have from the sides of Team Seoul. Right now, with a total of 107 for them. We got Revenant with 98, we got Global with 98, we got Blind with 89, Marcos with 83, and Entity with 81 in total. That's a huge difference that we got in the overall ranking. 81 and 211. Look at the difference, Edge. Look at the difference.
That's
How huge
huge.
it is, right? It's almost 120 points. More than 120. It's like 80 and 211. Not exactly 120. More than 120 points. So to cover it up, you need 6 maps. 6 maps. 24 maps. That's equal to an entire day. Then you just got tomorrow, because not tomorrow, then day after tomorrow, it's going to be the last day of grand finals. And right, making a comeback on the last day, it's next to impossible. Now, not completely impossible, but next to impossible. So you need to make sure that you are at least in top 13 to get rewarded. Right now, the race is for top 3. But at the end, on the last day itself, if you're not able to make it at least to the top 13, you need to be in top 13 to get a chunk of prize pool, because right, till 13th position, they get rewarded. But after that, there's just 2 rewards left. The team with most finishes and the most aggressive players are the MVP itself. So either top 13, either these 2 titles, or just learning that you take back from Gillette 7Sea Invitational by Skyesports.
Well, that's the thing, right? You gotta be careful and also consistent every single time. As you said, only 2 more days left. I mean, tomorrow and day after tomorrow, 12 more matches, and the gap between that 16th team and the number 1 squad, it's huge. It's a lot. It's too much to catch on, to be honest. But I'm still gonna give them the benefit of the doubt and say maybe, just maybe, they still have a chance of making it to top 1. But even if not top 1, I mean, I'm sure. I mean, yeah, as you said, 13th till 13, you get a piece of that prize pool. But I think they want to be in the top 7. Have a better, better prize for those efforts, for the efforts and the time that they invested in. But it's going to be really disheartening for those teams in 14, 15, 16, because all they're going to go home are with a few memories, maybe some highlight clips, and a lot of experience though. But nothing in terms of bragging rights, nothing in terms of prize pools, or something to be worried about for the teams at the bottom. But Marcos, I mean, NIGMA put up a really good, brilliant show. I gotta admit, because they were sitting on 16 after day 2 or day 1, I'm sorry, but day 2 they popped off completely, and day 3, yes, they had their ups and downs, but they are still hanging on to that 10th position right now. But also Team Seoul, sorry, not Team Seoul, Team 8-bit, they are showing up really good sometimes, but at the same time, there were some downs for them as well. Team Seoul, on the other hand, they were at the bottom a couple of matches ago, but they got that chicken dinner and made their way to top, I think, 11 or 12th position right now. So they coming in tomorrow, they are going to be feeling confident at least that they got 1 chicken dinner, because there are other teams that haven't even got 1. And I'm talking about Marcos, 7C, and NIGMA Galaxy. They still yet, I mean, all these teams, they did really good on those semi-finals, but grand finals, nothing coming in from them.
I think it's difficult, right? When you hear the word nothing itself, you know how difficult it is, because we always keep on saying something is always better than nothing. You need to get something out of this entire day. 6 maps, okay, I agree. You got 3 Erangel, you got 2 Miramar, you got 1 Sanhok to play. What if you have your upper hand and you have a great chance of winning in Erangel itself? Erangel is repeating itself thrice the victory, or maybe price a good amount of point that you accumulate. So it's going to be a good one. You are having advantage on Miramar.
Yes.
You got that twice, but having an advantage on Sanhok is something that wouldn't work right now because Sanhok is just repeating itself five times in
Yes.
this entire grand
I
finals.
mean,
That's one time per day.
even if you can get yourself only on the map of Sanhok, you don't. If you can get yourself a chicken dinner on Sanhok, all the other 5 maps, necessarily you don't have to get yourself the chicken dinner. You can do decent, right? Maybe a top 5 finish in all the 5 matches, and then a brilliant chicken dinner on the map of Sanhok. I still think that's good enough to put you in the top 3. Because you see, these teams, you can see it, right? We saw Enigma popping off, but then the next couple of matches, they were nowhere to be found, right? We saw a godlike the dominance coming in at the start, but after a few matches, they started falling off, and now they're at the bottom half of the scoreboard in terms of per match display. I'm not talking about the overall; I'm talking about per match. So, OR, yes, now they're doing decent, but at the start of the tournament, they were not having a great time. They were popping off in a few matches, but then they fell off. So it's happening with every other team. So I think even if you can get only one chicken dinner per day and consistently do good on the other 5 matches, I think that's decent enough. And I still think, for the teams at the bottom, obviously, it's not going to be enough. But teams that are in like sixth, seventh, or even eighth, as a matter of fact, for these teams, I think this strat is going to be working as it's the last 2 days, 12 maps. And if you do decent, let's say 20 on each map, that brings your total up to what? Almost 240, right? All by itself. These teams just accumulated 200 in 3 days. You can get yourself 240 in 2. And it's a bit of I think it's a bit too much to ask, but it can be done, right, Darsh?
For that, I'm just expecting a lot right now in terms of points from all these teams, not just specifically one or two teams edge, but yeah, all these teams, they are the top 16 teams. They have been qualified right from the semi-finals to grand finals. As we keep on saying again and again, let me remind ladies and gentlemen, we had 24 teams and 3 groups in semi-finals. Out of those 24 teams, we had this top 16 teams qualifying. 16 matches per group were being played, and we had this top 16 team qualified. So right now they are best, as we keep talking about it, making a way from semi-finals. As we know, right, how tough semi-finals was. Everything was just getting more and more intense until the last day. We were so much in shock after seeing the last overall standing. So yeah, it comes to a point where semifinals was really very intense, and after all those intense action, we have this top 16 teams right in front of us. So right now, for making a way in the grand finals, losing it, on such a low note is something that I do not expect from these top teams right now. They need to make it work in their favor. Do you remember, as we started our journey with by saying that there's a huge time we have 30 maps, but we are left with 12. It's just
Time
how
flies.
fast time flies. Yeah, we're saying the same words, but yeah, time is just going too fast right now and too harsh on some of the teams. To be really honest.
Yes, it's going too harsh on some of the teams, but as you said, not just the teams, the players are feeling the heat as well now. You can see, there are some teams that are doing decent, but the players that we usually expect a lot from, unable to deliver, up to their potential, up to their true potential at least. Yes, there were, moments where they did absolutely insane. There were moments where they were like, what is this even the guy that we usually watch? That's how the reaction was, at least from my side, on some of the moments. I'm not talking about every single time, but there were some moments, especially, a lot of self knocks, a lot of team knocks, a lot of explosion kills. No, that's not supposed to happen, right? You're not supposed to. One explosion frag is understandable, but you having your teammate in the vehicle and then losing and giving away 2 finishes, I mean, for the cost of 1, I don't think that's decent. I don't think that's acceptable here at this level. Also, those Molly, even today we saw a couple of grenade self knocks, Riot taking himself down. We saw, I think, another one on the side of TSM taking himself down with the Molotov. I think one of his teammates was have gone down. We saw Paradox doing it. We saw people fall into their death. Not exactly sure what happened, but at least from what we saw, that is not what we expect coming out from these teams.
That hurts. That's unfortunate. But as you said, players falling down to their own death. It may seem like there's like, okay, they can be revived back, but sometimes it turns out to be a huge mistake. Right now, Hyderabad HYDRAS
Yes.
and Entity, they were into a fight in the previous match itself. Team Entity, they had their upper hand on the entire fight, but what happened there? Shadow, he fell down to his own death, and the entire squad got eliminated. Now, this is how bad this thing can turn around. And that's the reason we always keep on saying pressure. Yes, there's a lot of pressure, but the more calm and composed the team is, more slow and steady the climb is, it's okay. But right, the aim is to be at the top no matter. There's two ways, as I always keep on saying. Either you take the fast route and you have an accident in between or something, you go slow and steady, you just take each and every hurdle coming in your way. In That's working in your favor, I would say. I mean, there's a hurdle, you jump over it and you go further and further, slowly, steadily, but you are at the top, right? So that is what matters the most. Your position, what you are at the end of the day, is what matters the most. The amount of reward that you get rewarded after the end of Gillette 7Sea Invitational by Skyesports is what matters the most. Those names are huge, but the title is more huge right now.
Yep, it's a lot bigger than the picture itself. Like the bragging rights, along with a massive prize pool, 20,000 USD. That's huge, and the team that's winning it is going to be taking away 40% of it, 8,000 US dollars, along with MVP taking away with walking away with 1,000 USD straight to his pockets. That's the thing here. He doesn't have to share it or divide it with anyone else. I mean, unless he wants to. That's a different thing, because at the end, how do you become an MVP? You get yourself good finishes. And how do you get yourself a good number of finishes? With the support you get from your teammates, right? So I think it's fair enough to say that the entire team is helping him become the MVP. Yes, he is going to be a little more mechanically skilled than the other players, but at the end of the day, if there's I mean, let's talk about Delta PG on the side of CHEMIN, right? Or Justin. For him to go aggressive and get those peaks, get those frags, get those finishes, his teammates need to cover him. They need to go in for those smoke screens, for the revive if he goes down, just in case. That needs to happen. Same goes for Jonathan or Neo on the side of God. Like same goes for 7Sea Spray God. So all these players, they're thankful because they have really good teammates, and at the same time, all of them are okay with these with these players going in and getting those finishes, because at the end of the day, it's a team game, and the team, you only win if the team wins, right? Yes, you might get that most prestigious award, which is the MVP, but it's all about the team. It's all about getting that number one spot.
It's always been about the same. There's a lot of hurdles, there's a lot of problems on your way, but the way you solve it is by sticking together. Because right, faltering down, it's gonna get not just you but your entire team in a problem, and there's gonna be a lots of cuts that you have back on yourself, and you bleed a lot. But right now, as I keep talking about cuts, there's this Gillette Mac 3 razor that you guys really need to check out for a clean shave. I guess, Edge, you did it today itself. I heard that you did, because you're looking pretty good with
I mean, I mean, here's the thing. I don't like to completely shave shave it
okay,
down,
maybe
but
you should try it once.
I did trim it down a bit once again. But I mean, if you take a look at Sam's face,
Yeah.
it's so smooth, man. God damn it. He shaves every other day, I believe, and all thanks to Mark 3, he can do it, right? We'll talk about that in a second. We'll go back to the interview now, actually, from the side of 8-bit.
इतना बढ़िया खेला, अपसेट क्यों है आप लोग?
नहीं एवरेज ही था, टॉप तो नहीं था क्या?
एवरेज
आज
था।
का
तो
डे
अगले ओके 12 मैचेस बाकी है, उसमें टॉप खेलना है ना?
हाँ ट्राई तो है, वही है।
अभी मैं जैसे देख पा रहा हूँ कि 50 पॉइंट का डिफरेंस है आपके बीच एंड टेबल टॉपर्स टीम के बीच में, ओआर के बीच में। तो अभी क्या मन में चल रहा है कि पहले वो लीड को थोड़ा सा कम करने की कोशिश की जाएगी, या फिर मतलब कुछ और अभी स्ट्रेटेजीज आपके दिमाग में चल रही है?
स्ट्रेटेजीज तो कुछ नहीं, एक दिन ऐसा जाए जिसमें मतलब बाकी 6 के 6 गेम थोड़ा
मेरे ख्याल से कल का ही दिन
तो हो जाएगा, लीड कम हो जाएगा।
कल का दिन बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रहेगा। मैंने एक बहुत बड़ी गलती नोटिस की थी। एरेंगल का वो तीसरा मुकाबला था मैडमैन के मोलोटॉव से, जितना मुझे याद है सुनामी शायद कंफर्म हो चुके थे, तो वो मोलोटॉव क्या मिस टाइम्ड था या फिर बस ऐसे ही मैडमैन उसमें आ गए थे गलती से?
वो सुनामी का था मोलोटॉव, वो सामने से पुश आया था तो उसने नीचे फेंक दिया और मैं नीचे आ रहा था क्रॉल करता करता रेवोने के लिए,
बस
तब बच गए, मैं अकेला मर गया था।
अरे ओके, तो उसके बाद मतलब टीम में ऐसे हुई यार क्यों मोलोटॉव डाल दिया, मैं ही मर गया, ऐसा कुछ हुआ था?
देखिए वो तो
नहीं, वो टाइम तो नहीं हुआ था गेम के बीच में,
बाद में
बाकी
हाँ, बाद
सैनॉक
में
का
भी नहीं हुआ था वैसे।
सैनॉक का एक्सपीरियंस बताइए ज़रा, वो जो विक्ट्री, क्योंकि इतना इजी नहीं था। हम देख रहे थे काफ़ी टीम्स बिल्कुल अपने आप को एंट्री लेते नजर आ रहे थे, बिल्कुल एजेस टू एजेस। वहाँ पर टीएसएम का भी हमने देखा था। तो क्या लगता है कि वो टीएसएम को एलिमिनेट करने के बाद एक तरह से आप सुनिश्चित कर चुके थे कि अब तो जीत पक्की हो चुकी है आपकी?
टीएसएम को एलिमिनेट करने के बाद तो मतलब हमें पता था कि लाइक चिकन डिनर हमारा ही है। बट अभी का जो सैनॉक है, मतलब पर्सनली मेरे को बिल्कुल मज़ा नहीं आता, क्योंकि हिल बैटल ने मतलब सब कुछ खराब
जी
करके रख दिया। मतलब उसका कंपटीशन बिल्कुल नहीं रहा जो सैनॉक का पहले था।
कुछ
बिल्कुल
करेंगे इस बारे में गेम्स, इस बारे में कुछ करेंगे, डैमेज वैमेज बढ़ा देंगे थोड़ा, हीलिंग से एकदम जीरो कर देंगे, विदाउट हीलिंग्स खेलेंगे आप लोग, ऐसा नहीं करने वाले
हाँ,
हम
क्योंकि
लोग।
जोन के लिए सिर्फ 2 या 3 टीमें मैक्सिमम फाइट कर रही होती हैं, उसके सिवाय सब लोग हिल बैटल
वैसे
पे फोकस करते
वैसे
हैं।
बैकअप प्लान था आपका कि हमें भी मतलब एक खिलाड़ी को पीछे रखना,
हाँ,
क्योंकि
हमने
हाँ,
आजकल
भी
हम
मैंने
देखते
ट्राई किया था लेकिन मेरा मन ही नहीं किया हिल बैटल
मैडमैन
करने
के
का।
पास 30
मैं एक
35
क्वेश्चन मार के चला गया था जोन में, मैं बोला नहीं कर रहा हिल बैटल।
नहीं कर रहा हिल बैटल, मतलब फाइट लेना है, कहीं भी हो जाए फाइट लेना है।
हाँ,
तो इसी के
ऊपर
साथ
से
साथ
हम
मेरा
इतना
अगला
सेंटर में
सवाल
बैठे थे,
जी।
कुछ किल भी नहीं मिले थे उतने, तो और
ओके
था कि किल
ओके।
लेने के लिए जाए आगे।
तो कल का जो आपका टारगेट रहेगा, कल मैं पर्सनली बोलता हूँ इट्स अ डे ऑफ डिस्ट्रक्शन, तो कल का आपका टारगेट क्या रहेगा? ज्यादा से ज्यादा फिनिशेस निकाल पाए, या फिर चिकन डिनर के साथ साथ कुछ आधे फिनिशेस के साथ ही काम चल जाएगा?
हम लोग अभी तो नेचुरल गेम ही खेलने वाले हैं, मतलब ऑब्वियसली जीतने का ट्राई करेंगे। और लेकिन हम एक फिनिशेस या फिर मतलब उस पे नहीं जाएंगे, जो हम अभी खेलते आ रहे हैं वही खेलेंगे। और उसी
जी
पे मतलब आ जाएगा गेम उसी पे। मुझे कॉन्फिडेंस है
ओके
अभी टीम पे कि हम कर सकते हैं।
बिल्कुल।
बाकी एक और चीज़ है, देखिए जब हम जब कोई किसी भी इवेंट के हम एंड फेस पे जाते हैं, तो कुछ टीम्स होती है जो सेकंड चार्ट पे अपने आप को पाती है और ट्रबल क्रिएट करती है। तो उस चीज़ के लिए तैयार है, मतलब काइंड ऑफ कभी भी सरप्राइज आपके ऊपर ड्रॉप क्लैश या फिर ये चीज़ें जो रहती है?
ट्राई तो हम
तो इस
करते हैं कि ड्रॉप क्लैश ना लें, डायनेमिक ड्रॉप भी
नहीं,
रहते हैं बैकअप प्लान।
आपके ऊपर कोई मान लीजिए कोई टीम आ जाती सडनली।
हाँ, तो उसके लिए फिर वो तो स्पॉन्टेनियस है, मार दो उनको
यस,
उतर के, अगर कोई आती है तो।
चलिए
ओके, तो
तैयार
पर
है
आपके
आपके।
ऐसा
अपने ड्रॉप पे
प्रिपेयर
कॉन्फिडेंस है आप में।
वैसा नहीं है मतलब कोई।
हाँ,
हाँ,
अपने रोक है।
बिल्कुल। चलिए, बहुत अच्छा लगा आप लोगों से बात करके। ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट आप लोगों को कल एंड परसों के मैचेस के लिए। 12 मैचेस है, तो हम एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे हर एक टीम अपना बेस्ट देने वाला है। थैंक यू गाइस सो मच फॉर जॉइनिंग अस हियर।
थैंक यू।
थैंक यू, बाय।
राइट गेम्स हो तो मतलब 8 बिट कह रही है
Amazing interview it was. With that, we got to know on what's going on in the mind of players itself. Now, if I would have been on Test Their Edge, the only question that I had for the sides of 8-bit was why to break the tradition when they could get the check-in dinner for itself. But again, when it comes to an end, it's gonna be the fact that 8-bit, they did an amazing job the entire day, and they got one for themselves. The second one, I mean, they were just few steps away, right? Just one or
Yeah.
two steps away from getting a victory for the team, or the second victory for the team. But right now, the most aggressive players. Let's just quickly have a look on who the players are for the first position. Still, TSM standing strong, but I'll talk about that later on. We had three players from Godlike in the overall list, but right now look at that top five. There's no Godlike. We just have them in #7 and #9.
1.72 for Ninja Jar, 31. 3 higher than Goblin, who got 10 in the same match. Keep that in mind. He's sitting on second position with 1.56 finish to death ratio. Enigma's Viru, 28 for himself with the same finish death ratio for him as well. And Delta, well, 27 finishes, 37.5 contribution, 1.5 finish death ratio. Equinox, there's two players on the side of TSM in the top 5. That tells you how dominant they were today. 1.5 finish death ratio with 27 finishes. Global's Knuckle is sitting on 6th position with 25 finishes. Well, there you go. The man himself, Godlikes, Jonathan sitting on 25th, 25 finishes. Atanki with 24. Neo sitting on 24 as well. Maxi from HYDRAS sitting on 23. But the one that catches my eye is Atanki's 2 finish to death ratio. That's absolutely phenomenal, which means he got 24 finishes, but only went down 12 times.
True. On the 9th, we have Neo with a total of 24 finishes and 1.33 FT. On the 10th, we have Hyderabad HYDRAS. That's one player from them, a total of
Maxi.
23. That's in total that he got. Now, these are the top 10 fraggers. Now, just you can imagine the pressure Godlike has. They had three of their players in top fraggers, and right now there's none. They have two, but on the seventh and the ninth position, it's going to be really difficult for Godlike to get back all the spots that they had the previous first 2 days, because first 2 days Godlike was ruling not just in the overall standings but the top fraggers list as well. But right now, Ninja Jaw, this man is amazing. TSM, they have made their entry to the #1 position once again. But this is how this day is all about. Right now, we are done with the 6 total maps for this entire day. We started off with Erangel, where CHEMIN Esports got their chicken dinner. We ended it on Erangel, where again CHEMIN got their much needed victory.
It was a beautiful start for CHEMIN, and it was a beautiful end for CHEMIN as well. But Darshita, coming in tomorrow, do you think CHEMIN is going to be coming in strong again?
That's something that we get to know when we come back to tomorrow's day. For a few hours, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be missing a lovely audience back here on English Desk. But right now, it's time to say a goodbye. Not forever goodbye, but for a few hours, as I said, we'll be meeting you guys tomorrow on the same channel, on the same desk with the same casters. That's me, Edge, and Sam. We have our Instagram handles down there. You can follow us on our Instagram for any questions. Feel free to DM us. But that's everything for today. Meet you on the second side. I hope you guys have an amazing day. Take care. Bye bye.